New audio drama?
Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And it's fucking Friday. Almost the weekend here. Hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for being here. Whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, appreciate you. What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up? We live. We live, we live. I was waiting for you to watch this. I mean, it just came out today, didn't it? I'm excited for it. It's long, it's an hour. I mean, as they typically are. I didn't even know it was a thing. I didn't know it was a thing until I opened up my Discord today. What's up, guys? Welcome. How's it going? Apparently, Ian did an interview about add-ons that people are mad about. I don't have a link to that. Is this like a video? Did Ian do an interview about Arthas, though? Ah, same fucking thing. Same fucking thing. Everything about add-ons people get mad about? Yeah. People mad about WoW, not possible? Oh, bro, I mean, shit, take it from me. I've never been mad about WoW. Not even once, bro. Tell you what, though, chat. Tell you what, though. Don't play a druid. Let me just tell you that. Just if you thought about it, how about just don't? Don't do that. Feral has like fucking 7 main rotation buttons. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? It's still got this shit still got so many buttons. I don't have enough buttons on my bar. 36 fucking buttons. There's still not enough. Yeah, that's not counting cooldown, Shinzai. That's just buttons you press. Shit is fucking ridiculous. Also, people crying because they have to think and play the game. The Blizz UI is trash. Okay, well, I'll fucking rinse you with the Blizz UI. So what does that mean? The Blizz UI is fine. I literally did every fucking raid this entire expansion with just the Blizz UI. No DBM, no weak auras, nothing. The Blizz UI is fine. What are you talking about? We did half the raids. We did half the raids on Mythic with just the fucking Blizz UI. Seemed to work pretty good to me. Anyway. Arthas, you mean Ice King? Huh. And Ian is already backpedaling? Doesn't change the fact that the base UI is fine. Crazy. This feels so good to only have a couple add-ons to worry about. You know how much my UI has changed since all of these changes? Fucking 0. Literally fucking 0. Game is exactly the same to me. I just logged on and was like, all right, let's play the game. Sick. It's exactly the fucking same. No difference. Now there's some extra bullshit on my screen that I turned off because it's annoying. I don't want it on my screen. But besides that, it's exactly the fucking same. And guess what? I will clear ahead of the curve every raid tier, kill a couple mythic bosses, just the fucking same. It will make literally no difference, but hey, we can all be astronauts, right? Crazy. Sorry. I just don't care. Anyway. WoW does have the damage meter. Yeah, it's kind of weird, though. Definitely needs some updates, though. The base UI still needs to be updated. It still needs improvements. It still needs refinements. It still needs more customization options, but I don't really have any reason to believe that Blizzard doesn't care about doing those things. I think that they want to make it better, you know? Did you see that some items didn't get squished down, so some people went into Mythic Raid and absolutely smashed it? No, I didn't see that. I didn't. We went in and did Heroic, and we shit on Heroic. We actually ended the stream, for those that weren't here. We went back and did Mythic Nerubar Palace, and we killed it all. It was pretty cool. We got I actually got the mount. 3 mounts dropped, and I fucking got one of them. It was pretty sick, dude. It's pretty fucking sick. And then we got the Queenslayer title as a result, too. Pretty cool. We're gonna do Mythic Liberation of Undermine on Tuesday. Try to get some Gallywix mounts. That'd be cool. I'm excited. No, but jokes aside, you know, me being a little dickhead aside, I understand the add-on frustration. But to say that, like, the base UI is trash, no, it isn't. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But, you know, you don't have to agree with what I think. It's just the way it goes. Logged today, disabled all add-ons, adjusted the UI with the new things, worked fine, and I hope they fix some minor things. Yeah, it still definitely needs some work, but I'm glad that I don't have to download extra things to know what's happening in the raids. Same. I mean, I haven't had to the entire fucking expansion. I know exactly how every single fucking fight works, and I didn't have to use an add-on to figure it out. I don't know. It's not full-on trash. Does it need improvements? Yeah. But it's not trash. It used to be fucking trash. I'll say that much. The base UI used to be fucking trash. I won't even argue that, dude. Back before the edit mode, trash. Are you a toothpick guy now? I'm gonna keep my gums clean and healthy, guy. Which I have been for a while. I just finished eating. My problem with the add-on frustration is that it seems like every other add-on that I have that isn't for gameplay purposes just breaks my shit now. I've had to update the same add-ons like 10 times since this patch came out. I just don't have that many add-ons, so I can't really relate, but that's my anecdotal experience because I only use like fucking 7 add-ons and none of them are combat related even remotely. All of my shit is just like generic UI. And none of it causes me any problems. This is all the add-ons I have. Look. This is it. That's all of them. And I mean, look, it's like click links out of your chat. What are your coordinates? Radar IO, which isn't even fucking turned on. Auto mark, which I don't think even works. Icon search, which is nice, but doesn't work in all the panels it needs to. The achievements back button. Like rep hub, which I have disabled all the time. Tom for waypoints, which I don't really use. Be quiet to suppress talking heads. By the way, quest for Cataclysm, so I can track what quests I've done in Cata on my alt characters. Copy paste things in and out of chat. Simcraft, so I can get an export import string. Lore keeper to keep track of books. Better character panel, which is disabled most of the fucking time. Details, which doesn't even, I mean, who gives a fuck? Like, honestly, who gives a fuck? As long as it shows me damage, I don't care. I have Plater because I don't like the base nameplates, but outside of that, I don't really mind the UI. Simple item levels, which just shows you item levels on shit in your inventory. The root for, by the way, quests. Annoying pop-up remover, so certain interface things don't take multiple clicks, they just take one. Blizz move, so I can move and resize things. Mythic Plus dungeon teleport, so I could take all these identical-looking, stupid fucking teleport list things off my bar. MRT, so I can adjust the raid groups and invite people easily. Outside of that, it doesn't do shit. And fucking scrap to sell junk. None of this shit breaks. None of this shit has any impact. Mythic Plus dungeon teleports is nice. Yeah, it's a really nice, clean UI. I enjoy it. Because authors need to update their add-ons to the 12 version, not make it break anything in the game. The base UI before DF was quite possibly the worst UI I've ever seen. It was bad. When I went to Final Fantasy and saw their edit mode, I was like, oh, WoW needs this. WoW needs to have this. A button where you just press edit and you just move shit around. And then when I came back to WoW, lo and behold, guess what? It was a fucking thing. So that was nice. Also, did you guys see? It's funny, I don't know if you guys remember me saying this. I said on my last stream that the cost of setting up transmog sets is too much. And it needs to be cut, like, in half. Well, guess what? Blizzard just announced in I think a blue post, like, yesterday that they're going to be reducing that initial set cost by 50%. They're cutting it in half. So that was nice. It was nice to see. I pray that the League MMO UI is good. I hope so, too. Someone made an add-on that recreates Guild Wars 2's UI in WoW. and it's super nice, minimalistic. It's so nice, super minimalistic. Nice. Who is Umbric? Magister Umbric? You know, one of the former blood elves that studies the void. Yo, what's up in the YouTube chat? I don't know how to say your name because it's in Russian, but hello. I adjusted some of my chatbot timers, so if anything is like too spammy, let me know. I like tried to fix the timers because they would overlap a lot. And there was one message for like Discord that the bot would paste like 2 fucking messages because it was so long. The one thing I miss about weak ores is being able to track stacks of things when farming. I mean, I get it, but just open your inventory. I don't know. It's right there. I get it, guys. I get it. But unfortunately, I mean, I believe that these add-ons and stuff like weak auras have a pretty detrimental effect on the game's design. So I think it's a worthwhile trade-off, but you know, I know that it's different for everybody. Some of you guys have more things that are not working or, you know, kind of taken away from your UI. There was a time where I used to use you know, Elv UI and tons of weak auras and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, if we were back in those times, I'd probably be pretty frustrated too. So I get it. I just happen to be in a place now where, like, and the game has changed as well. Like, I just don't think that, I think this stuff is necessary. Only thing I miss is the GCD around my mouse button. That weak ore is really useful for me. I guess I could see that. Removing weak ores from my add-ons is the most satisfying button press in years. Yeah, just being able to uninstall it. Yesterday, someone asked in in-game chat what people use for auto repair. Even clicking one button is too much for some people. It's time to take the training wheels off the bike. The thing is that these people, I mean, I used to do it as well, but they've had the training wheels on for fucking 20 years, so. Greetings, Pyro in chat. Wish you all a great day. Thanks, you too. Glad to hear this. Glad to hear this with you. I was already 40 minutes in, and now I'm here to listen all over again with you guys. Oh, the audio drama. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I didn't even know it was a thing until I woke up today, which I'm sure most of us probably are in that boat. All you miss of LVUI right now is the chat window. Sure. I liked the way LVUI looked. I thought it was pretty clean. I used it for a long time, for several expansions. The only sad thing is I got a weak aura that allowed a song to play during Lust. That was the only fun weak aura I had. I was happy to delete that fucking add-on though. Skiz says you realize that this is nothing the add-on changed. The add-on changes made stop working, right? Weak aura just doesn't provide only this functionality, so the add-on is broken. They can literally cut out all the stuff that doesn't work anymore, and you'd still have weak auras for all the QOL stuff like item farm tracking. Yeah, but didn't weak auras essentially just like throw in the towel? Didn't they just like kind of baby rage and like give up? And so that's why it's like not updated. I mean, so yeah. I mean, there's certain things that weak auras can't track anymore, so they basically went, man, they just gave up. I mean, I get it. I get it, it's frustrating, but like, okay. I'm just gonna quit. It just popped up in my algorithm. It hasn't been out long, just published 20 minutes ago. Oh shit, so that's way more recent than I realized. What about the book Blood Ties? Is it released? It is, yeah, I'm about halfway through it. I say this every stream, but I really gotta finish it. I had an argument the other day. I've never had an argument with one guy, and it made no sense to me. So here, I want your opinion on it. So you know the Blizzard portrait where you have your picture on it. That person I was talking with saying that the picture is cluttered information on the screen. And I was disagreeing. It made no sense to me. While the guy had his weak aura class in the middle of his screen and many other shit, he's saying the portrait is a clutter information. I've noticed that this is like a thing with people. They can't just say, I don't like the image there. I think it looks cleaner without it. They have to try to make it out to be like it's some kind of objectively flawed aspect of the UI. You'll notice this with people. It's like the justification they come up with in their own mind to try to objectively state that there's something wrong with it, because they don't realize that there is just value in giving their opinion and just saying like, yeah, I just think it looks cleaner. It looks cleaner without the portrait. I wish I could turn it off. You know what I mean? Like, why can't people just say that? Why do you have to make it sound like it's some kind of like design flaws? It's clutter information. Like, no, I mean, you just don't like it. Just say you don't like it. It's not really an informational issue. Because as an example, you have all this other shit on your screen. It's not really the problem. You just want the frame without the picture on it. You can just say that. Like, it's okay to just say that. I don't know. It's weird. Did your guild name change? No. It's the Order of Anshe. So that could be why it didn't come up. It's not just Order of Anshe, it's the Order of Anshe. That could be why. I noticed it with my PC. The bad add-on lagged it. Now I have smooth FPS and 2-second load screen again. My load screens are definitely faster, but I don't really know why. The only thing that I actually deleted was weak auras, so maybe it was that, but I only had one weak aura. So I don't really know. And now you don't even need that weak aura anymore because of how they changed Frost Mage. So some add-ons are working and others are not, or yeah, but there's multiple reasons why. Some add-ons are working and some are not because the developers haven't updated them. Some add-ons were intentionally broken by Blizzard. Some add-ons just need to be recoded and kind of reformatted so that they'll work properly. Like, it's not, add-ons are not just not working in some cases because of only one reason. Like, there's multiple reasons why this happens. So if it sticks, the landing might be one of my favorite WoW novels. It's been great so far. What I really enjoy is that I can basically recount the entire first half of the book to you. And that's really nice. It's like kind of easy to remember. Like, the sequence of events is pretty clear. And yeah, the transition between settings is nice. I've really enjoyed it. Normally I'd be at risk of like forgetting some of the things that I read in the first half before getting to the second half, but you know, normally I would just read this whole book in a fucking day, but I decided not to do that. I think Altaholic tracks items in your alt's inventory on the tooltip, and that works right now. Every week or a setup I've seen people are like clean minimalist setup, and they have a bunch of bars and buttons in the center of their screen practically over their character. Yeah, that's not a good weak aura setup anyway. I made a video back in the day on how to like optimize your UI and how to do clean weak auras and shit, because you need to be able to see where your character's standing. You need to be able to see your character's feet, but you know, so you can, but you need to have like your UI centralized around that. You'll notice when I play, like, that's how it's kind of built. My UI looks pretty standard, but back when I had weak auras and stuff, I'd have them you know, enough under my character that like the character is the focal point, and all the information you need is centralized around that. Like timers here, weak auras here, health bars here, like it's all right there. People that put shit on their character, I will never understand that. Because they want it to sound more serious? Sure. Personally, there's definitely a lot they could refine, but the new add-ons to the game I think are pretty great. Basically anything in the gameplay enhancements. Yeah, and I think that that's, like, we need to be able to recognize and find the middle ground with each other here and be able to say that, like, yes, it is frustrating that these add-ons have been broken in functionality and kind of taken away. Yes, they have added an alternative, but does there still need to be improvement and refinement of that built-in option? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is there negatives and positives to allowing combat weak auras and stuff? Yes, there is. But ultimately, with how Blizzard wants to design the game, they need to be able to do it without having to concern themselves with external tools making it easier. So just ultimately, like, the game should be designed in a way that provides the information in the way that it needs to, without using external tools. That should be something immediately available to every player of the game, you know? So it kind of just comes down to that, but it still needs to be improved. you know? And we knew the whole time that we weren't going to get the same level of customization with built-in stuff that we got with external stuff. That's one of the things that people have complained about the most. But ultimately, you have to give them some time. You know, it does take time to implement stuff. It takes time to refine stuff. And the good news is that once this stuff is properly and fully implemented, it will last forever. You're not going to have to go and wait for the cooldown manager to get updated on patch day. It's just going to be updated, you know? You're not going to have to worry about that kind of stuff. That is one of the additional benefits is like if it's in-house, it's going to be done. It's going to be continuously updated going into the future, right? Like people have to look at the bigger picture that like these are fully integrated baseline systems that are going to remain relevant for the rest of World of Warcraft's lifespan. This is very important stuff that they're doing. This is like foundational game design changes that they're making. But I think some people are just too upset about their favorite weak aura being disabled that they don't really appreciate that. It's a great character novel focusing on the character interactions and less on the specific events. Yeah, the character interactions are really good, especially between Turalian and Eretor. I very much enjoyed that contrast. Spearhead was great. Hope the next comic is good as well. Yeah, I really enjoyed Spearhead. It was good. I'm assuming you watched my reaction to it. Hope you liked it. Hope I pointed out all the little details, but I'm sure there's stuff that I missed. Need to read Blood Ties for sure behind the curve on this one. I mean, yes and no. I don't really know what happens in the second half, obviously, so I can't really say, but I have heard that like there's some pretty big implications in this book. I've come across maybe a couple in the first half, but it must be in the second half that people are talking about because it hasn't been too crazy yet. Ultimately, the best changes, being able to customize what's shown on the CD manager, nameplates and raid frames. Yeah, what they also need to add to CD manager is things like potions, things like racial abilities, things like trinkets. All of that stuff needs to be trackable from that CD manager too, in my opinion. You need to be able to select trinket slot, 13 and 14. You need to be able to specify items in your inventory, like your potion. You need to be able to do those things too. I feel like it needs that. Just to get some practical feedback, if I could provide some. Has anyone noticed the transmog bug? Bro, which one? Where any of your tier pieces change color in the character select screen? Yes. Yeah, I noticed it yesterday. As soon as you log in and log out, it'll be fixed. Right now, the transmog system is very bugged. It's very fucking bugged. Yeah, it's bugged. You'll like set your class, your anything that you set basically doesn't change until you make the next change. It's like you've queued a change, and then until you do the next one, the first one doesn't happen. It's very fucking weird. It's very weird. There's some weird bugs with that right now. You like assign your situation, but it doesn't actually assign it. I mean, it does, but it doesn't show you that it's assigned it. So like you just have to trust that it's doing the correct thing before you go to the next thing. It's bad. And I was switching, dude. Miss Mossy warned me about this, and I didn't believe her. I was switching between druid specializations, and when I switched, it would fucking reset my bars. I cannot express the amount of work that it takes to set up druid bars, dude. You have 3 bars of abilities, and then you have your stance bar, and you have 4 different forms. It is so much fucking work. Like, just to do my druid, and I'm not done. I still have to do restoration. Took me twice as long as any other class. Unfucking believable. Took me 30 minutes, bro. I did all 4 specializations. I'm doing all 4. Just the first 3 took me like an hour and a half. Fucking pain. It was painful. Better bug now than during the new expansion, I guess. Yeah, but still. I don't know if NA went down yesterday, but EU went down middle of the day yesterday for emergency maintenance. What the fuck happened to Blizzard for that? Bro was spitting bars. I only did bear? Yeah, bear, yeah. That sounds miserable. It's because it is. Yo, what's up, Scotchick? Welcome. So, Thorea linked the Reddit post earlier. Is it just a Reddit post thing, or is this like a, like, what is... Is this just like a Reddit AMA? Oh no, it's an article. You try the new DH spec? I did. It feels unfinished. Feels unfinished to me. It is Lothraxine in the art. So let's see what this says. World of Warcraft director Ian Hazakostas says Blizzard isn't backtracking on add-ons, but constant changes were always the intent, as the team strives to find a better balance. So basically, we weren't intent on just making one sweeping change. This is an evolving kind of chaos right now. Gotta make it better. But people just read the headline and then, you know, they start writing Reddit responses, you know, because that's how the internet works. People don't actually read shit. They just read headlines. World of Warcraft add-ons have been a hot topic as of late. After many years of players using advanced combat add-on mods to play the MMORPG, tools like Weak Orders and incredibly customizable UI mod have been second nature to fans. Some fans. But they've now been banned by Blizzard. Banned. Fucking lol. Over the past few months, Blizzard's been shifting back and forth on what add-ons can and can't do within World of Warcraft. Have they been shifting back and forth? Interesting. While Blizzard is adding new functions to the MMO's core UI to make up for the loss of add-ons, game director Ian Hazakostas admitted that the studio let add-ons go farther than we should have. I don't understand how this sentence is structured this way. Interesting. I already don't like how this is written, but whatever. I'm just being critical. Admitted. Yeah, I mean, they definitely let them go farther than they should have, which is why they're having to correct in the way that they are now. Speaking to PC Gamer in two separate articles, the game director said they should have done something sooner to have a less jarring transition for the community. Yeah. The game director said the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Yep. This was the intent. This is always the intent, to swing the pendulum to the other end and then creep it back in a measured way. Over the past few months, the restrictions on what official and unofficial add-ons are allowed to do has changed constantly, with Blizzard inching the goalposts either way every few patches. For example, would be good there. This has led to some content creators online confusing players, claiming that add-ons are back or add-ons are dead every few weeks. Let me give you a little hint for the person that wrote this article, Mr. Lewis White. These content creators are disingenuous fucking liars. And they will literally make content just to get clicks, even if it's rage bait. So they will consistently make videos that make it seem like it's back, it's dead, it's back. This has been a natural fucking cycle for WoW content creation for fucking years now. They just found a new thing to do it with add-ons. So this is some disingenuous dog shit. I'm sure that there are some that are actually confused, but I can tell you a couple that are not. Hazakostas was keen to state that Blizzard is not backpedaling on its restrictions of add-ons within World of Warcraft. However, in the studio's move to make add-ons official and fair, the team found that popular non-combat mods were broken beyond repair, as some of the functions they were attempting to call were now blocked. Game director said they were surprised at just how much broke, which has caused the team to reevaluate what is restricted and what's not. Hazakostas says this was always the plan, saying our goal was never to stamp out the add-on ecosystem, which they made pretty clear. It was to move it away from it being something that feels like a required competitive aspect of the game, which is also correct. I see discussion in the community to the effect of Blizzard's backtracking on this, Blizzard's walking back their plans. This was always the intent, to swing the pendulum to the other end and then creep it back in a measured way. The World of Warcraft director explained that this isn't the end of figuring out what should and shouldn't be allowed with unofficial add-ons for the MMO. Azacosta says that players are numerous and creative, and there will doubtless be some loopholes, some workarounds, some clever solutions, as players attempt to find ways to gain a competitive advantage. In other words, cheat, but whatever. With this in mind, World of Warcraft will continue to make adjustments to both encounters and to the add-on API as needed in close to real time to keep things fair and keep things fun. However, while it may feel like Blizzard is continually backtracking on its plans, this article is fucking rage bait, dude. The game director is keen to note that experimentation is a natural part of actually making add-ons feel balanced. As for how players feel about that, well, that's a completely different story. With World of Warcraft, midnight just around the corner, Blizzard's already looking towards its next expansion, The Last Titan. Yeah, whatever. This article feels like it's meant to be highly suggestive of frustration, which I understand that there is frustration there, but this feels like some dog shit rage bait. That last sentence, Northrend is a city? Is that what that said? No? I don't see that. Oh wait, with the expansion returning to 2008's Northrend from Wrath of the Lich King, got it right this time. He didn't know the name of the expansion. Players will return to an overhauled, expanded version of the city. I mean, it could just be a typo, but does bro even know what he's talking about? Does bro even know World of Warcraft? AI helped them write it? Probably more likely than you think. To me, that does not seem unlikely. Got Wrath and Titan mixed up with Midnight, sounds like. Anyway. Yo, Small and Proud, thanks for subbing for 2 years, bro. Congrats on the new sub badge, The Weekend. I do miss some of the add-ons, and my autism does not enjoy having to redo my interface now. I mean, you don't have to be autistic to not have to want to redo your interface, just for the record. But anyway, but having 30 FPS more is a big win? Sure. Sure. They can make the game more accessible and also not fuck with the way people have been gaming for 20 years. Like what? Oh no, devs trying to make the game more accessible for all players and not requiring players to seek out external plugins to play optimal. Fucking doomsayers just hate change. They can make the game more accessible and also not fuck with the way people have been gaming for 20 years. No, they can't. Not in the way that they want to. No, they can't. No, they can't. You're just gonna have to accept this. That like this like idyllic middle ground where you're not affected doesn't exist. Sorry. I'm sorry, but their way of doing it sucks. And that's why people are bitching. You know that there's a lot of people who don't give a fuck, right? That just because you and some other people are butthurt on fucking on Reddit doesn't mean that everyone feels like you. You know that that's the case, right? I do keys fine as Arcane last night. I don't give a fuck about weak orders. So what is it that you actually don't give a fuck about? Or what is it that you care about? Doesn't change their stupid design decisions. I love how you're an expert. Don't you guys love how all the game design experts and shit just come out of the woodwork when something happens in their game that they don't like? Can you actually define anything that you're talking about? Like, what is it that's been changed that has got you so fucking butthurt right now? What is it? What is it? Can you actually just say it? Instead of just saying stupid design, this, that, you know, they could not fuck with the way people have been gaming for 20 years. What does that mean? So like, what actually has been changed? Can you provide something actionable or like that can be acknowledged that can help people like me understand why you're so angry? Instead of just like slinging insults because you don't have actual critique, it would really help me at least find a middle ground with you. But I don't know if you noticed, out of all the people watching right now, you're the only person in the chat bitching like this. The only one. Literally the only fucking one. It doesn't mean that your opinion doesn't matter or that you don't have some good points potentially, but the other people here don't seem to give a fuck. I wonder why that is. And again, this is anecdotal because it's a small group sample, but I don't think as many people are actually as upset with this as you think are. Well, let's not say that their brain is a fucking broken hamster wheel. I'm just asking them to explain why. You don't need to go to personal insults in that way, but like, damn. But can you explain? Because if you can't, then shut the fuck up. That's all I can say. If you can't explain it, then I there's no discussion to be had. You know? I don't care about your opinion that it's just stupid and that they couldn't, they have to change the way people have been playing for 20 years. You know, there's also people that haven't been using add-ons for fucking 20 years. Like, there's plenty of us that don't use them. Myself included, right now, at least for the last several years. One problem that a lot of add-ons are finding is that they were trying to call on parts of the code or game that they never should have had access to. So many, it's just UI. We're giving players so much extra that they should not have had. So far, everything that I'd use add-ons has been covered with the things that they have added in the game. And it doesn't mean that the things that they added are perfect, like you and I had discussed. So you're gonna link someone else's Twitter post to explain this. Oh, Christ. I can't even get that link to work. Oh, there we go. Let's try this. What is this that you've linked me? Custom action bar, glows based on procs, Empyrean Legacy glows, WOG infusion glows, Judgment, DP glows, Holy Power. Can use this as a rotation helper or way to mitigate having to track certain buffs. GG's, weak orders died for nothing, Lamau. Well, see, the problem is that this is a disingenuous post because this is not all weak orders can do. Weak orders also died because they gave up. Weak orders does way more than just tracks procs. He's playing Holy, right? Like Word of Glory, that kind of stuff. Weak order showing your rotation abilities was not the problem. That's why they introduced it into the base game. Yeah, weak orders died. Have you ever used like complex raid boss weak auras and stuff? He's totally leaving out the combat advantages that weak auras was giving to the players. Yeah, this is just being made out to be like, oh, it just makes shit glow. We had a weak aura on Archimond. Because you're cool with it and 140 people are also okay with it does not mean everyone's okay with it. I'm sorry. Thoraya, you being here and being upset also doesn't mean that everyone is upset about it. What you have to be able to accept here is that there's a lot of people who are not bothered by this. They're not affected by it. It doesn't matter to them. They're not going to take your side. They're not going to sit here and watch you just say that Blizzard has stupid designs. Yep, and also the other way. Goes both ways. Yeah, we're not bent out of shape about it. You are. You're the one sitting here crying about it in Twitch chat. I mean, what do you want? You're in a place where you recognize that the majority of the people here disagree with you, but you're still sitting here arguing about it. Like, it feels like you basically are, while I'm sitting here and I have multiple times acknowledged the downside and how there can be benefits to players to have add-ons like this, you don't seem to be acknowledging any of the other facts of the situation. Like, you're not acknowledging that they gave up. You know what I mean? The Weak Aura's developers just gave up because some things weren't going to be available anymore. You're not acknowledging the other combat advantages that Weak Aura's gave. You link an out-of-context post that doesn't really prove your point because you can't formulate your opinion with your own words because you're too angry about it. That's a problem. That's a problem. So I don't really know what to say. I'm not crying, but to just ignore the complaints just because you like the UI and the game direction, I feel like is very shallow. I mean, do you care about and are you considering the long-term benefit and reason why they're doing this? Do you care about the design of fights? Do you care about built-in accessibility? Do you care about optimization of game performance? If they do it right, yes, yeah, but in your opinion, they're not doing it right. See, but they have not done it is my point, but you don't have a point because you can't explain how they haven't done it right. That's the problem. See, you have a point in your head and it may be valid, but you can't explain to me why. You link me this post, which only gives a fraction of the functionality of Weak Auras to try to base your argument off of. That says Weak Auras died for nothing, which is just ignoring the other aspects of Weak Auras that gave advantages that are being ignored. So that's the thing. The reason why I'm not healing with base UI is not good. Okay, why? Why? You can explain that, right? Mouse over macro all your heals? You don't even have to mouse over macro. You have a fucking... You can, there's a button in your UI, in your settings, you just press mouse over spells, and it makes everything a mouse over. I hit with my Shami on base UI, and it works good. So, Tharea, I'm going to ask you a couple things. I need you to, one, explain why healing on the base UI is not good, and then I want you to tell me what class and specialization you play. Just out of curiosity. Dungeon healing is super easy to me. I fumble in raids, though. Raids can be overwhelming because there's a lot of people. Right? It's a lot more people to heal, so that can definitely be overwhelming. No question about it. Our Druid's HOTS is very hard to tell with base UI. Not many options to scale HOTS on a player frame. Okay. Good examples. I'm not even going to argue with you. That sounds like a problematic thing. That sounds like something that there needs to be a better way to track. There needs to be a better way to keep track of those things. I won't deny that. But I think it's a bit frustrating because the way that you're perceiving this, I think, is that the way it is now is just the way it's always going to be. Wait, what? You can scale up the frames and it scales up the icons. You can select buff and debuff sizes in the frame options, in the base plate, in the base frames. And I do believe that you can show HOTS. I can maybe log on a Druid and see if I can give an example of that. Not many options to scale HOTS on a player frame. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Yeah. If only Blizzard had their own Warcraft logs direct from their servers and data. The anger is warranted because the real beta is just about to start anyway. Some things I understand the pessimism. Personally, best example would be Maelstrom. You mean like the resource? So is the problem that the UI isn't as fancy / detailed? Class spenders, basically, yeah? Guys, this is how feedback is supposed to happen, okay? You have to be able to explicitly and in a detailed manner describe what you don't like. You are going to be met with resistance in every situation where people are thinking with nuance when you just say in broad terms, the way Blizzard is doing it sucks. If they didn't have to change the way people have been playing for 20 years, that's not actionable, measurable, useful feedback. Right? When I say that I don't like Devour Demon Hunter, I say it's unfinished. I say that the consume spam doesn't feel right. And I say that I don't feel like it has enough, like, I don't know what the identity of it is, right? I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, right? That's measurable feedback, right? That's something we can actually look at and analyze and go, okay, maybe that could be true. And maybe this, maybe not, maybe that. Apex talents help this, that help that. But just screaming because you're angry about things in a generic way is not helpful. It's not helpful to anyone because it's not helping you because, one, it's gonna just make you more angry. Two, you're not really getting the point across, so what you don't like isn't gonna get fixed. And three, it's not helping people who want to hear that feedback and maybe could do something about it, do anything about it, because they don't know what exactly it is that you don't actually like. You know, you're not helping yourself at all. You're not helping yourself at all. You're just getting angry. And so that's why you're going to get people like me who don't back down to shit like that, who are going to be like, yeah, bro, seems like you're kind of baby raging at nothing. Because ultimately, the feedback you're giving doesn't mean anything. It's just, I'm angry because Blizz dumb. So what I would ask of you, and what I need to be good about too, and everyone needs to be thoughtful and good about, is being able to provide specific feedback on what you like and don't like. If you can't do it on the spot, that's okay. Not everyone can sit in Twitch chat or whatever and be put in this, you know, I can understand there could be some pressure between the, you know, when I'm talking to you and you're trying to talk back and there's a delay, a little bit of a delay, and there's other people chiming in, and sometimes people can be rude and stuff. So open a fucking notepad and type up some of your thoughts, some of the key points that you think need to be changed. And then once you have that, you have those consolidated thoughts, then bring that to the chat and be like, well, here's some of the points that I would like to make in terms of what I think is not very good. Do that, because then we can have an actual, meaningful, respectful discussion. I recommend people complaining watching it. The video shows how you can pretty much do and what you can't do, and there's not much that you can't. But yes, raid frames need the most work. I'm a graphic designer, and there are a lot of clients like this who say, I don't like the design you did, but then can't describe what they dislike. So how am I supposed to know which bits to modify? Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know why that is. I'm not even angry myself as a mage main. I'm okay with everything, but I'm on Storm Rage. People are raging about healing. Wowhead is bitching. I'm trying to get a clear head about the situation, but I just dislike when we say, oh, everything is fine, but yes, I agree with you ultimately. Yeah, the thing is that I'm not saying that everything is fine. No one is saying that. I really think that that's your perception of the situation. I've said multiple times that the in-game systems that they're implementing need continued work, that they're not customizable enough, that it needs to be better. I've said that multiple times. So I'm not really sure where you get the perception of that I'm saying that everything is just fine. That's just objectively not true to reality. That's not what's being said at all. And I'm going to say this again, man. Whether you guys like this or not, and this does not nullify the fact that it's there, but people that are bitching in trade chat, vast minority. People that are bitching in Wowhead comments, vast minority, right? It doesn't mean that other people aren't frustrated about it, but just because you see feedback somewhere about people bitching about something, that doesn't mean that the majority feels that way. The majority of people don't interact with any of this stuff. They don't type in trade chat. They don't leave Wowhead comments. They don't come to Twitch chat and talk about it, right? So we don't necessarily know what the majority feels. I think Blizzard has a better idea than anybody, probably what the majority actually feels. But again, this perception that like everything is fine, I don't think anyone, I can't say anyone, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. What I meant is the add-on-less UI video from Bell about the new UI. He shows a lot of stuff I didn't know from just looking at the options. I hope I don't come off as rude or anything, but I've been watching Pyro for years now, and you've come a long way. Thanks, Tenebrae. I appreciate that. It's a tough spot Blizzard's in. Having workarounds that exist makes it harder. Yeah, and I mean, videos like the one you linked me, I'm telling you something, that's not going to make anything better. Some people are really poking the bear, I think. I mean, it was same with that Wowhead post that we read the other couple streams ago or whatever. Some people are really poking the bear, and they should not be. Well, look how we can get around this. They killed this for nothing. Like, bro, you're going to end up... It's not just stop. Just stop. Content creators are just farming clicks. That's how I feel about it too. Just monetize the outrage, man. Monetize the outrage. That's what thing is. That's what everything is now. Can I make you angry and then make money off of you? Because if I can, I'm gonna do it. That's what it is. The devs themselves have stated these changes are something that they're going to continue to work on and improve. It's not a one-and-done move-on project. It takes feedback to improve on the foundation that they're building. Yeah, but I think people just look for an immediate solution, and they just want it to work and be fixed and be exactly the way that they want it on the very first iteration. Period. And they develop this, like, heavy sense of aversion to things that aren't immediately perfect. Shit takes time. Shit takes time. Maybe people did some introspection and try to improve themselves, they'd realize that. You don't recognize the shitty parts of yourself and fix them in one day. It's not how it works. This world is chaotic. Sometimes you gotta go through the fucking chaos to figure it out. I'm gonna vomit words about psychology right now. There are two main categories of conversations, emotional and logical. If both sides of a conversation are not coming from the same category, the conversation will be screwed. And if they are from talking from the same side of their brain, even their brains can become in sync with another. You're logical and people are reacting emotionally. Well, I'm very emotional about a lot of things, but I've had to try to turn that down, because when I just get emotional and I kind of do away with logic, I have found that it's not as productive. So I don't think that you just don't use emotion at all. Emotion's important. The way that we feel about things is important. It is. But you have to be able to use both of those things simultaneously, otherwise you're fucked. For me, it's super hard to explain why it feels off, but I think I should say it. Someone can explain to me what I'm not seeing. I know sometimes you just can't put your finger on something. I get it. I get it. They're testing the devs' patience. Look what happened with XIV modding, Lamau. The best idea is to build it with feedback instead of just putting it all out and then people don't like it. I like their take, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you have to, I don't know, man. This is like part of product iteration. Like, this is part of, like, literally just... Like, imagine if Blizzard didn't do this and didn't want our feedback on any of it and just was like, this is what you get. We're putting it out and it's staying that way. I don't know. I'd rather have something come out that's imperfect and then have them listen to feedback on it and make it better to the point that we want it than have it come out and be mid and have them never touch it. I think the problem is people expect things to come out finished and ready, which I think is a valid complaint, sure. But historically, Blizz has always taken months post-launch to fix certain issues that were present in beta/alpha, although they've improved a lot since SL days. And I mean, again, this isn't unique to World of Warcraft. Even the game that won Game of the Year, feedback when it came out, game's a bit too easy. Even on Expert, too easy. It wasn't until like months after it came out that they added a patch that allowed you to scale enemy health pools. You know what I mean? Even games that win Game of the fucking Year are imperfect, right? They need iteration. Sometimes you think you've got the right answer, you think you've got something that people are gonna like, then you put it out, and it's like, okay, well, it's not quite what we thought, right? I just think that in a game like WoW, you have a lot more moving parts. Like, the complexity of what they're trying to tackle here is a lot more than just scaling enemy health. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, especially in a live service game. Exactly. They've had 20 years of feedback on the UI and what people like and not like about add-ons and what or how something should be in the game. This is the correct approach. They have the foundation and can iterate upon it. I know that change sucks. It's going to be hard initially, but I just really think that this is going to be better for the game in the long term. This is going to be better for the average player in the long term. I mean, I really believe so. I think that this is going to be better for the game in the long term. It's going to be a rough patch of transition, you know? It's kind of like going to a new school. You know, I don't know if any of you ever switch schools. Sometimes you gotta, it's hard to adjust, make some new friends, get used to the layout of the place, and, you know, have new teachers or whatever. You know, it's a bumpy ride sometimes, but it's worth it, you know? Growth is uncomfortable, but it leads to better things. Yeah, that's a simpler, better way of putting it. Avoid Tanner. That's right. Which bathroom will I eat lunch in? It's so disgusting. I'm just missing a lot of QOL stuff from the base UI, like open all mail automatically. Isn't there a built-in open all button? Like, this is where it's like, I can't really find the middle. It's like, dude, you can't open the UI and click open all. You can't click the button. Like, come on, dude. When does QOL turn into just being fucking lazy? It's one fucking click. Like, come on. That's like the most insane thing. Like, I can't agree with you on that. Just click the fucking button. There is a button, chat, but he wants it done automatically. Just as soon as he opens the mailbox, it just opens all of it. It's like, just press the fucking button. Jesus Christ. Sizing, moving the spell book. Yeah, you know that there's add-ons that you... Guys, why you acting like there's nothing you can do about this? Go to your fucking Curse client, go to your CurseForge client, and type in Blizz Move. It is a move any game panel and resize any game panel add-on, and it works perfectly fine. Just fucking install it and shut the fuck up. What, like, just install this. Just install it. Like, I understand the base UI doesn't have it, but you're acting like there's no add-on available to solve the problem. Like, all add-ons are just deleted. Just fucking get this. It's right fucking there. God damn. You can solve your problem. Most add-ons still fucking work. Also, on a personal level, I don't like the look of the base UI. Totally valid. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. I don't know. I think that the base UI should have more skins. I totally think so. I think the base UI should have more themes. That's what I think. I'm very happy with the new add-on approach and with housing. It does not look like it's the same team that perpetrated Shadowlands. I think it's a lot of the same people that worked on Shadowlands. It is possible for people to recognize where they fucked up and make it better. And Shadowlands wasn't that far off of being good. But I'm not going to get into that discussion right now. I was expecting much worse. My only real complaint is damage meter not being as good and details having a lot of bugs. Yeah, I wish details was working more properly. And yeah, the base damage meter I'm not particularly thrilled with. I don't feel... It has the option to customize how fat and tall it is, but it doesn't work. I didn't say that there's not an add-on for that. I just said that that is stuff I miss on the base UI. Right, but when you say on the base UI, it seems to provide the... Tell me if I'm wrong. It seems to imply that you had something that is now missing. Like, the context of the situation is the removal of certain add-ons that limits game functionality and customization. So then when you say that you're missing on the base UI the ability to do this, it makes it sound like you had something that allowed you to do it and now you don't. So what you're saying is that that's not what you're saying. Like, the context of the situation, I feel like, is important when you're going to throw things like that in there. Timing it when it makes sense. Or clarifying. Base damage meter doesn't attribute AUG damage either. Yeah, that's a problem. The fact that the base damage meter doesn't reset in a new key automatically is very annoying. But an easy fix for them to implement, yes. When they integrate add-ons to the base game, they usually do a great job. I do agree that the base UI should allow you to move and resize all the different windows. I agree. But what I'm saying is that, considering that we're on the topic of add-on discussion, if it is that much of a problem, you could just install an add-on that lets you do that. That's why I got a little bit thrown off by your remark, because we're literally talking about add-ons. And it also just comes in with the fact that, like, there are people treating it like fucking all the add-ons have been destroyed, which is not the case. The base damage meter shows death, but it's in the beta version. It's not in live game yet. It will also show both DPS and damage done in one window. Yeah, that's something that I would definitely like to see. But it's only in beta currently, not in live. Yeah, I'd like to see that come to live. Because, yeah, that's... DPS and damage is something I need to see. People forget this game is from 2004. The base UI now is insanely good compared to what the old archaic one was, even pre-DF. Yeah, I agree. The add-ons for this stuff are mostly still working, but how should I say it? If I could make a wish list for a perfect Blizz UI, that would be things that would be put on it. Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree. I would like to see that in the base UI too. Base UI resizing and window moving. It's weird that the windows are just locked to where they are. I don't really understand that. Just have the shift modifier to click and drag it, and then a control modifier, you know, up and down with scroll wheel. Terrible workaround solution has been found to allow players to more easily track buffs on raid frames, but it comes with some significant downsides. I think it's pretty clear when people have to resort to this, you made a non-functional UI. You're just not going to let this go, are you? You're really bringing this up. We're going back to this. Seems like the add-on developer abandoned it. Last update was 7 months ago. Zonic, thanks for the 11-month resub, bro. Appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing well. New login screen looks good. Yeah, I like it. I kind of like the old ones. I do kind of like the old ones. You know, like the old Miss Pandaria ones with the two fucking big-ass statues, dude. Those were pretty dope. I do kind of miss those. What song is this? This is Egypt by OSRS Beats. Can I invite someone in the guild to a group? Miss Mossy, can I invite you to a group? And can you come to Dornegal? Did I miss Umbric audio react? No. Miss Mossy might be AFK. Is anyone in the guild not AFK that I can test this on? So add-ons are required to update their version number in the files to keep working. You can try going to the add-on folder, find the .toc file, and update the interface number to number interface 120000. There you go. Fargay's helping you out. Let's come over to the target dummies. My buttons and talents are not set up for resto at all, so. Wow. That is not how that's supposed to look. I don't know. Why was that spec like that? Nothing else was, though. Very strange. Sick Mog, thanks. So what do we got? We got Healing Touch. So I don't see what the problem is. I'm not really following. Let's take a look at party frames. Icon size. Let's make it 150%. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing what the problem is. So why did that person have to resort to that on their screen? I'm not really following. You know what I mean? So like, a terrible workaround solution has been found to allow players to more easily track buffs on raid frames. And this is what they're doing. Because apparently this person can't just look at the icon, right? Like if I put HOTS on you and on me and on Talus, this apparently isn't sufficient. This is not enough. So what? Why is this a thing? All my buffs are showing up proper. Echo's showing up fine. Max HOTS for Resto's 5 right now, I think. Right, so... So, like, maybe if you had all your HOTS on, maybe you'd have a harder time seeing it. I mean, it seems pretty easy to tell when you have HOTS on someone, right? I mean, I guess it's nice showing the timer like a clock, but not necessary. Well, I mean, according to THD, this is a non-functional UI. This is non-functional. I mean, this is a world first raider, so he must be right, right? I mean, his word is gospel, right? I mean, I think it's pretty clear when people have to resort to this. You made a non-functional UI. Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty non-functional. Right? Come on, dude. What the fuck are we talking about here? Oh, look. My hot fell off of Farah. Let me redo that. How will I ever know? Oh, look. I can put a rejuve on him. Wait, the regrowth is coming off. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Oh, shit, dude. I'm cutting edge, bro. I'm fucking cutting edge, dude. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. Get me in liquid. Get me in there. I figured it out, dude. I figured out some shit that no one else could. That's fucking nuts. Liquid pyro. It's fucking stupid. Like, what are we talking about, dude? Numbers on the bus would be nice, but the shadow clock thing shows enough. Yeah, you didn't even have to join the group if you didn't want to in the first place, Talus. I already had Farah, but... I mean, you can even do buff focused. Make the fucking icons gigantic. Well, the name's not really quite... It's because of showing your fucking server. That needs to change. Can you use the mouse wheel up down for click casting now? In beta it didn't work? I don't fucking know. I don't use that shit. I use that for zoom. Maybe, probably non-functional for Race to World First Raiders because they also want to see defensive CDs as well. Own an external. But they play a completely different game? Right. I mean, I can see Ironbark on him. I can see my hots on him. I don't know. Seems pretty... Seems to work for me. I can see my own bark skin. I can see Ironbark. I can see Roar. What am I missing? Osmanic, thanks, dude. Thanks for following. Are those frames for ants? No, they're frames for people with fucking eyeballs. I'm playing on a 27-inch monitor. It's plenty big. It might not look as big to you because you're not looking at it on the full-size screen that I am. Like, I understand. Can you use add-ons to make it maybe even more clear and more optimized? Yes. But to say that it's non-functional? Nah. Nah. That's hyperbole. It's being dramatic. It's not non-functional. That's dramatic. Stop linking me dog shit. Thanks. In the Discords, they complain that they're not able to blacklist buffs yet, probably to see things faster while doing stuff. Yes, but that's something that Blizzard can absolutely add. What I want to know is why does it show Farrah's fucking server on his name? And how the fuck do I fucking hide that? Because god damn, that's fucking annoying. Check interface, maybe? Yeah, it's on the damage meter, too. It's really fucking annoying. Check interface. Display incoming heals, power bars. Class colors, pets, main tank assist, debuffs, bigger roll debuffs. Display only dispellable debuffs, center big defensives. I don't want to center them. Dispellable debuff indicator, dispellable by me or all or none. Dispellable debuff color. Display health text. And then arena frames. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to see the name. It's very annoying. Is it under nameplates? No. And like, let's just say that this guy's in my party or whatever, right? Now, I think I can turn a setting on to see buffs above him. That should be a thing. Clean health, blocky. I don't understand. They're the same fucking thing. Block cast, legacy red. See, I don't really even know what the fucking difference is between these. Enemy, friendly player buffs, debuffs, personal buffs, enemy debuffs, big debuff. Yeah, see, this is an issue. I should be able to see my HOTS on the player frame. Instead of just here, I should see it above their head. That's what I think. I think I should see it right there. That's what that's an example of like, that should be better. Do you have Plater? Might be affecting it. Oh, actually, I think I do have Plater on. Let me turn that off. That's probably affecting it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it is. But I don't think it's going to change what I can see, right? No. See, it still doesn't show it doesn't show it either way. See, that's not good design in my opinion. See, like, there is some stuff there. Aggro display, mobs, shared CC, friendly player, personal buffs, enemy debuffs. Like, why can't I see HOTS? See how easy it is? I think you have friendly player enabled and simplify nameplates. Yeah, there you go. There it is. So if you don't simplify it, it will show. But how many will it show? Can I make it show more than 2? I mean, it even has a fucking timer on it. Literally has a fucking timer over their head. Now, do I wish there was a timer here? Sure. There's so many cogs and wheels to turn, but that shows how fucking customizable it is to a degree, right? But yeah, why can I only see two buffs? They should have added all this without nuking shit first. There's no opinion with real weight behind it why they couldn't have. Oh, I'm glad that you're just like the absolute fucking authority on it, right? It's that type of shit that I can't fucking stand. Like, it's that type of shit that I can't fucking stand, man. You just have this opinion and everyone's just expected to just agree with it because you're just correct, right? You know? You're just a fucking authority on this, right? There's no real opinion. There's no opinion with real weight behind it why they couldn't have. That's so fucking annoying. That's such an annoying way to communicate. That's insane. Basically, what you're just saying, you just disqualify what everyone is saying. Okay, what is one? To have it for midnight. To do it with an expansion transition rather than in a patch in the middle of an expansion. They didn't have to nuke shit to have it for midnight. You're gonna get yourself banned real fucking quick. You want to be an annoying little fucker. What do you mean by nuke? So no wait there. Try again. Try a different chat, you fucking bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking punk ass little fuck. Anyone else? I can't stand motherfuckers like that. Try a different fucking stream. Not today, motherfucker. Try again. Little fucking prick. I can't fucking stand that. Guy's fucking butthurt. He doesn't have add-ons to tell him how to play the game anymore because he's a brain-dead fucking idiot. Cry about it, dude. That's the type of motherfucker that'll put me in the mode where I just don't give a fuck if you don't like it anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. It is the way that it is. Go cry me a fucking river, dude. Drink some fucking tears. Like, I will be respectful for as long as I fucking can, dude. But I can't fucking stand that. I can't stand that. That's a bit too much for me. Fuck that. No, sir. You can get fucking bent. There's no good argument. Why? Because I won't listen to them, so they don't matter. Exactly. You don't want to... This person has already made up their mind. They're going to come up with an excuse in every situation for why you're wrong. Every single fucking time. So, why bother? Why bother? I haven't watched the story yet, no. People don't think before they type? Sure they do. They just... Can't change talents in combat? I'm in combat? Okay. I don't get the nuking take either. Weak orders can't tell them where to put my wall on frack anymore. Otherwise, my shit just works fine. What do you mean, nuke? It's just the typical fucking rage bait, baby rage reaction right now. They nuked it. People are so fucking dramatic. They're so fucking dramatic. It's unfucking real. What are those hand icons on the talent tree? It's telling me that they're missing from my action bar. Challenge me to a duel? Go get fucking bent, dude. OMG, they sent a tungsten rod from space on my add-ons. It's just so fucking... Ugh, God. Like, we can find places where we agree, but not when you're a prick. So, you know? I'm gonna take the opportunity to set up my resto bars here. So, pardon me a minute. Good luck. Does symbiotic relationship take a buff slot on default bars? Sure does. See, this needs to be more customizable, for sure. But no one's arguing that. Literally, no one is sitting here saying, yeah, it's customizable enough, it's good. Like, no one is saying that, you know? No one is saying that. Resto doesn't have that many buttons anymore. I mean, it kind of does. But life trading will be nice. I'm not trying to look at talents, bro. I don't know. I don't fucking know Druid. I'm just trying to set bars up. You feel me? I don't have an interrupt. They take interrupt away? Do you have to talent into that? Is this one of those classes like Resto Shaman that they got rid of the interrupt? Oh, only Shaman has interrupt. Oh. That's fucking awkward. Oh my god, my buttons. Oh, Trank. I should probably put that, yeah. T for Trank. Could do. That'll end up being a problem, though. I can't put it there. So you don't need an efflorescence keybind with life treading. Efflorescence healing increased by 25% and now automatically grows beneath your life bloom target's feet. If you put that on, yeah. I haven't seen a build not running it yet. Well, Wildhead disagrees, I guess. This is just a Mythic Plus build, though, so I don't know. I'm not really here to debate talents and what you should and shouldn't use. This is just a fucking alt. There's a reason why I'm just importing strings. Can Tauren Stomp interrupt? I'm not a regular Tauren, so I have Bull Rush. Which will knock things down, but it's not technically an interrupt. I mean, it'll interrupt, but you know what I mean. I'm just trying to save some keybinds. I mean, it's fine. I have tons of, it's fine. It's mostly the putting the forms down, making sure you have the form buttons. Do I actually get rip? I do. Souls. Could put it on Shift T, I guess. Or even base T. I just put on base T for resto. I could put rip. Not that I'm ever really gonna fucking use feral shit. Oh no, that's... And then... See, that's what gets me about Druid, is the different forms, and you have all these fucking buttons. That's what gets me. It's just like, it's a lot. It's like, I don't need fucking 6 buttons for every fucking form that I use. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, realistically, I probably shouldn't even have taunt on the fucking bar. And then what's Shift T for bear taunt? I can make that, and then I can put swipe Shift C. Even though I will probably never use any of it. And then Wrath, I guess. I'll never ever cast this. Action bars switching between forms and stances for Druid Warrior are the biggest reasons I don't play them. Well, if they didn't, you wouldn't have enough fucking bars. That's the problem. You wouldn't have enough space on your bar because you have way too many fucking buttons. You know? So you kind of have to have a stance bar. Otherwise, yeah, it's all shared and you don't have enough. I mean, I guess you just make more bars, but it's a lot. Fluid form helps for resto. Talent trees are getting crazy. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. All right, I'm leaving the group. Thanks for joining, Barrett. I appreciate it. Anyway, I feel like that kind of proved the point that I was trying to make. That it isn't non-functional. It's exaggerative nonsense. But now, watch this. When I switch to fucking raid, I'm gonna have to do it all again. Unless I do use shared action bars. But it would wipe it if I use shared action bars. Won't it? I've never used it. So if I use shared action bars, by default, each loadout has its own safe set of action bars. All loadouts that have this option enabled will share the same action bars. Use shared, then turn off shared. Make sure shared isn't on for the other one. I don't know. That's not descriptive enough for me to be comfortable to do what you're telling me to do. For the other one, which is the other one that I'm not spec'd into, so I turn on shared action bars for this one. Isn't it going to wipe the bars that I just did? I'm afraid I'm going to lose what I just sat there and did. The first one that's turned on for shared will be the default. Okay. All right, I'm trusting you. Okay. And then what? I turn it on for this next one. I turn it on and then switch to it, or what? Switch, then turn on. Can't change talents in combat. Okay. I'm in combat. Nice. Okay, that's fucking huge. That's fucking huge. That's gonna save me a lot of time. That's gonna save me a lot of time. Efflorescence healing increased by 25%, and yeah, so life treading is on for this. And efflorescence isn't missing from the bar. I don't know why it does that. It's stupid. Nice. Huge. Okay. So Resto's done. So my druid's done. Oh, thank God. When you accidentally toggle UI scaling and suddenly you feel like 80-year-old grandpa sat at the interface. Yeah, it gets crazy. Ugh. So, I only have 5 more classes to go. Dude, it's been so much fucking work. It's been so much fucking work, dude. Ugh. All of my classes have different transmogs too, except for my druid. I don't have enough like leather to have a bunch of different compelling druid transmogs. Plus I have to set up 4 of them. So these all have different transmogs per spec. I like what I did with my monk, if I could show you real quick. And then we'll get to this Umbric short story. It's probably best to not remog yours yet, because ultimately, you know, you'll have to pay more. So this is my Brewmaster set. I'm using the Neozao cloak from Mists of Pandaria. And the challenge mode set from Mists of Pandaria as well, besides the helmet. The helmet's not in the CM set. And then this is my Mistweaver set. With the Yulon cloak from Mists of Pandaria. Shaw Corrupted. Just a full set. Nothing too fancy. And then my Windwalker set. Which is the Heritage Armor. And I have the Shuen Cloak from Miss Pandaria. So I have the corresponding cloak for all three. I thought that'd be cool and thematic. Plus they're kind of rare because you can't get them anymore. It doesn't match with the color of the set, but I don't really care. I just don't think it looks cool. White Tiger. Yeah, I really like that you can just have it set up like this. Just have it automatically switch. I think it's pretty dope. I enjoy it. And I did my Warlock. I mean, I've done all the other ones. So I'll show you my Death Knight. I'll just show you them all. Fuck it. Yeah, taters. That's a good way of doing it. So this is Frost. The 20th anniversary set. The back piece from Shadowlands and the Blades of the Fallen Prince. And then my Unholy set. It's pretty basic Maldraxxus set with Apocalypse. And maybe I'll customize them more in the future. I was just trying to get them done. And the Maldraxxus weapon enchant over it. And then Blood, which is the set that I had before. With the sword from Torghast. Jythus, the Prison Blade. I think it's cool to like have I think it's cool that you can set it up thematically like this. And that it auto switches. I'm enjoying that aspect of it. All your specs feel like hero classes for all your alts. I'd kill for glowing eyes to match spec colors. That would be sick. To be able to change your actual character appearance and stuff along with it. That'd be crazy. So this is my destruction set. Which is mostly just one set. And then my demonology set. Which is the... So this is 20th anniversary. This is the challenge mode set from Mists of Pandaria. With the challenge mode sword from Warlords of Draenor. And a demonic compendium book, effectively. On Shadow and Binding. It's actually called Book of Binding Will. Which is how I bind my denims. And I have demon wings. Because demonology. So these are Dreadlord wings. And then Affliction. Which is centralized around poisons and concoctions. So I have Thalkiel's Claw, or whatever it's called, with the Maldraxxus effect. I'm carrying a potion full of diseases, and I brew them in this cauldron that I carry around on my back. It's kind of like witch doctor-y almost. So this is all about diseases and, affliction. Hence, that. And then I have my warrior, which some of you probably saw on the last stream. The tiny wings remind me of the caterpillar from Bug's Life. So this is my Prot Paladin transmog. Very Alliance themed, as you can see. Pretty basic, but I think it's cool. Pretty fitting. And then my Fury transmog. Two different weapons. The uniformity when you have the same exact weapon looks weird. Very Black Hand themed. Blackrock orcs. All about fire and fury, so, you know. Let me switch back to Prot real quick. Okay, I see why I have it like that. And then arms. Very Legion themed. Smash you with hammer type motherfucker. The mount for this one I like a lot. From Legion Remix. The set definitely looks better on casters. I realize something is wrong with my bars over here, so I'm going to adjust them real quick. I did these early on enough that a couple things are out of place. You should just do shared bars, but whatever. I guess between specs it doesn't really work that way. All right. And then I have different mounts for each one. So Prot, I have the Griffin, and I use the Path of the Naru Hearthstone. It's almost like Paladin-esque. And then, well, I accidentally just logged out. Whoops. And then for Fury, I'm using Smoldering Ember Worm or whatever. So, I mean, if you know what that mount looks like. Imagine all those beautiful alts could walk around your player house. That'd be pretty cool. I would like that. They added plot lines, didn't they? I actually haven't done anything on my house in a long time. This is my Havoc Demon Hunter, which is just like a basic set. Demon Hunter set. I don't have Garrison Hearthstone on this. Whoops. And this one has the bat for the mount. Even your Hearthstones are transmogged? Yep. Hearthstone of Flame, which I use for actually I won't be using it for all three specs now that I think about it. I have the Cosmic Hearthstone. I should be using that for my Void one. This one I use the Fellsteel Annihilator. Because it's more tanky. It's made of metal. This is Vengeance. So, you know, I feel like that kind of fits. And then Devourer, which I don't think I have the Cosmic Hearthstone on right now. No, I don't have... I have Night Fae for some reason. Here we go. So. How's tanking on Vengeance? I like it. I think it's fun. I think Vengeance is nice. It's what I prefer to play when I play Demon Hunter. Yeah, I like it. Shift is cool. Yeah, I wish it would just go to your target, though. I think you can just make a macro to do that, so that's kind of annoying, but I wish it would just go to your target. And then my mage. And like I said, I'll get to the short story after I'm done here. I just have two more to show you. This is my Arcane set. Mount, which is the 600 mount achievement that just came out. I just wish I could hide these stupid fireballs. And then obviously, yeah, the mount. Which is very arcane, even though it's kind of meant to be shadow. It's got a lot of the arcane color schemes in there. This is one of my favorite mogs on any of my characters. I love the color palette of this. The teals and the cyans and the pinks and the purples, and I love this set so fucking much. And this is made up of a bunch of different items. Anniversary items, fucking, I don't even remember what the blue items from, some like BlizzCon thing. Dragonflight hands, which are like made of ice. Different set pieces from this expansion, different tier levels. Tazavesh sword and Ardent Wield offhand, I think. Back piece from his injury. And then I have fire. Do you think there's a connection between Sargeras and Odin? A demonic army and decided that they were kind of like, yeah, no, we don't really agree with you. Alignments and power alignments who would also, it goes beyond that because there are the game, right? Illidan kind of being this anti-hero, Sargeras trying to be this kind of anti-hero. There are some pretty clear similarities, but it goes beyond that because there are other characters who often have extremely similar elemental alignments and power alignments who would also fit into the fractals and story patterns with a character like Sargeras, and he's the character that I know probably the best, so I'll continue to use him as an example here. How about his story that he went to the Titan Pantheon after cleaving this world in two because he was terrified by what the Dreadlords had revealed to him about the old gods and the machinations of the Void Lords. And the Titan Pantheon was like, yeah, no, we don't really agree with you. There's a different way that we could have solved that problem. And Sargeras felt very betrayed. He felt as though they would not listen to him. They were kind of set in their ways and they would never see reason. And as a result, Sargeras isolated himself from the Titan Pantheon. He went and raised a demonic army and decided that he was going to do things his way. Well, if you're familiar with the Keeper lore, Odin, the Prime Designate, who is certainly mind-bogglingly similar to Sargeras, did a very similar thing. Now, not only is Odin also a warrior, like Sargeras is alleged to be by Chronicle, but Odin does a very similar thing. When the Keepers are intent on empowering the dragons to create the dragon aspects, Odin does not believe that they are worthy of such a gift and that they shouldn't be doing this. He, as Prime Designate, is supposed to have, the final say, but he says this to them, proposes this to them, and they don't agree. They don't want to listen. So enraged, Odin decides to separate himself in the Halls of Valor from the rest of Ulduar. This is before it's fully turned into a prison for him by Helya at the behest of Loken, but he ends up isolating himself. And what does Odin do? He raises an army of angels. So you can kind of see a similarity in the same way there. Here's another one. Deathwing, Neltharion. He believed that the Primal Incarnates were an incredible threat to the well-being of the dragon aspects and the dragon lands, if that's what you want to call it, the Dragon Isles as a whole. So because he was afraid of being open and honest with Alexstrasza, for fear that she would shut him down and basically tell him that what he was doing was not okay, Neltharion isolated himself because his intention was to protect the dragons. And as a result, he creates this new race of humanoid draconic beings known as the Drakthir. So he raises his own private army. He ends up being corrupted by darkness in terms of corruption via the old gods, right? And turns down this dark path of madness. You might make a correlation to Odin, where he trades his eye for knowledge of the Shadowlands and does things that are inherently pretty fucking bad, like, if it's true, forcing Helya to become the first Valkyr against her will. Pretty fucked up to do that. And I feel that this kind of translates up with Sargeras becoming maddened by the knowledge gleaned from the Dreadlords about the will of the Void Lords. Now we can take it even another step. We can look at someone like Firak, again, who driven by rage, very similar to the others. Odin definitely has some anger problems. Neltharion, I would say, is a little more calculated, but Deathwing's rage was certainly a thing as well, especially thanks to the corruption of N'Zoth. And Sargeras is most certainly driven by rage and fear and kind of paranoia. All of these characters similar in this way. Firak, kind of a similar situation, where again, a guy who is aligned with fire, just like the other three, is, you know, sent down this path of being corrupted by darkness via the Shadow Flame, kind of turns against the will of the others around him, even if Iridikron kind of was witnessing it and knew what was happening, never really was going to step in to stop it. And again, in a feeling of being abandoned, I mean, Firak even says this, my brother betrayed me, my sister abandoned me, but I don't need them, I don't need anybody, right? So it's this mentality that these characters have of isolation, righting perceived wrongs, raising, in a lot of cases, their own armies, being aligned with fire, having associations with rage. These are fractals. And this is just one line. It's really subtle, but since I'm an artist, you know, I did this on purpose, where the way that I edited this clip into the video would make it so that right when I said rage, that it would appear on the screen in the dialogue between Sylvanas and the other elf here on the battle, the War of Thorns, because I'm trying to suggest through fractals, kind of a little meta suggestion here, that Sylvanas also falls in line with this kind of character. And I'm not sure if people pick up on that or not, but that's definitely the intention here. In a lot of cases, their own armies, being aligned with fire, having associations with rage. These are fractals. And this is just one line of fractals. Don't even get me started on the fractals of people who have been dominated. Sargeras, the Jailer, the Lich King, in terms of Arthas Menethil and Ner'zhul, Anduin Wrynn. The list goes down. You can literally see visual similarities between them. You can see story arc similarities between them. And when you start looking at World of Warcraft in this way, it is, like I said, almost revelatory, right? You look at the story of someone like Eonar and her actions, and someone like Alexstrasza or Ysera, and kind of making these correlations can help bring greater clarity to what's going on. But the beautiful thing about World of Warcraft is that it doesn't just stop with major characters. Even though I think about it, in my head, how I visualize this is there's one big ass ring on the outside where you can maybe put like the cosmic forces. There's another ring inside that, and that's where the Titans go. There's another ring inside that, that's where the Keepers go. There's another ring inside that, that's where the Dragon aspects go. There's another ring inside that, that's where a lot of like the main big characters like Sylvanas, Tyrande, Malfurion, Illidan, that's where they go. Hell, even throw another ring in there for the old gods, for some of the Loa or wild gods, like the elemental lords. And it goes down and down until we're at the smallest, most minute storytelling beats in World of Warcraft. But if you pay attention, they are the same. Hope, betrayal, sacrifice. Faces change, the tale does not. This is... There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'll put it this way, like, it's really hard for me to reconcile the idea that Odin is Aman'Thul's keeper, one of them. Like, some of his behavior, maybe I could see, but thematically doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, here's my fire mage. And then Frost. And apparently I can use my glyph. Nope. Not fixed. So. Halls of Valor, warriors that die in glorious battle. Yeah, fire surely screams Amanthul. Yeah, it's just, again, what I'm trying to illustrate through the fractal discussion is that I don't think it's a coincidence that Amanthul, or that Sargeras and Odin are so similar. It could be that they have similarities in their dispositions and personalities because of their alignments. Or it could be that Sargeras and Odin are in some way actually related. In a way that we don't yet understand. Remember that because of Chronicle for years, we were kind of led to believe that both Ysera and Alexstrasza were empowered by Eonar. But Shadowlands gave us additional context that sure makes it seem like Ysera is empowered by Elune. So I think that that same concept can apply to the Keepers. There's some Keepers that do not make sense to me. They say that Hodir is a Keeper of Golganeth. I find that very hard to believe. I find that really, really hard to believe. Because thematically, he's ice, he's got the skulls on him, the white beard. To me, this motherfucker looks more like Norganon. All about stasis, ice, command. Shit like that. It doesn't make sense for Golganeth, in my opinion. Doesn't make sense. Right? Odin for Amanthul doesn't make sense. Right? And why would Amanthul... It's another one of those situations like... Why would Amanthul have Odin and Ra? And is Thorim Odin or Golganeth? Golganeth. This makes sense. Thorim for Golganeth makes more sense to me. Because he's about storms. Thunder, stuff like that, right? This makes sense. This does not. This does not make sense to me. Norganon is this guy's... And I don't know why they've done this. If this is true, I don't know why. Like, I don't know why they tried to deceive us. Maybe, and when I say they, I don't necessarily mean the Titans. I'm talking about Blizzard. What would what's the purpose? Like, what is the blind spot created by the misdirection? That's the question that I ask myself. What's the purpose? What's the, like, if, you know, like, if Sargeras is actually, like, I guess my thought is this. If Odin is actually created by Sargeras, then that to me pretty well implies that Sargeras had interacted with Azeroth before, or created the blueprint from which Odin was made or something, and they basically tried to make it out to be like he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with it. He was an other who was separate. This is all our work. He had no involvement. Like, almost like they don't want to give him any credit for anything that he did. They don't want us to know that he was involved. They basically make it out to be like this was completely hidden from him. He only found out about it after they, you know, told him about it. You know, they didn't steal it from him. They did the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the deeper reasoning? That's kind of how I look at it. What do they stand to gain by providing the misdirection? So anyway, this is my retribution set with my mount on Irelos. This is my protection set. Which is one of my favorite sets out of all my characters, to be honest. With this, I use the Lightforged Warframe. In this one, I'm actually going to use Path of the Naru for my, that's better, for sure. I like the Flame one for Retribution. And then Holy. is very tier themed. And with Holy, I should almost certainly be using Path of the Naru. And a different mount. Yeah. So yeah, that's all what I have set up right now. It's really cool being able to drag your transmogs to your bars and swapping that way. It is cool that it's an option. It's not something that I will use. I just don't need that functionality personally. I mean, with situations, any switch that I want to happen, I can already just have set up. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's cool. It's not something that I will use. Love all your alts. Thanks. Pure Blood Firehawk. I just think it looks a little dated. I like the Pure Blood Firehawk mount, but it looks a little dated to me. I wish it would. Yeah, like the shape of it is very rigid. It doesn't look very good in my opinion. But yeah, that's why I use Anurelos, because this is from Dragonflight. This mount is fucking sick. It's one of my favorite mounts in the whole game. So yeah. I wonder if you can switch transmog in combat with the buttons. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool thing to wonder. To me, I would never do that. So yeah. So I still have to do I have to set up transmog sets and mounts. Well, I'm probably not going to do mounts for my druid because I have flight form, which is part of why I just use the same set on all of them. They're all fell themed. And then I still have to do my rogue, my hunter. God, these look bad. My Drakthir, my shaman, and my priest, which all have their own themes. But I'll get around to that later. You cannot. I tried. There you go. Yeah, I guess that answers that. All right. Let's check out this this new short story, audio drama, Umbric, The Void Between. And it's narrated, so I won't have to do it. And it looks like they edited. Dude, I'm so glad they started doing this. It's actually fucking insane to me. And I'm not saying that I had any influence on this, but it's actually insane that after I published my short story readings with edited background footage, they started doing it as well. I'm sure it's completely unrelated, but I do think that's pretty hilarious. Like, I did it with, I think, Little Spark or something. And ever since then, everyone that they put out, they've been doing this. I fucking love it, dude. You might as well. Yeah, it's an hour long, so I'm gonna get myself a drink, an old drinky poo, before we start. Maybe they will hire you for one if you ask. They don't need to hire me though. They don't need to. This is the thing. Like, they already have someone that they can have do this. Why would they hire another person to give an additional salary just to have them do this? You know what I mean? It's just an additional cost. So I'll be back in a second, and then we're gonna start this. Why not try a collab? I've reached out to Blizzard before. I don't think they want to do things with me. I think I'm too controversial. They politely decline every time. They're like, yeah, we don't have anything for you at the moment. I think that, unfortunately, you know, there's been periods in time where I've caused quite a stir in the WoW community. So I don't think that I'm, how would I put this? I don't think that I'm PR friendly. What is their power? Immortality. Dragons aren't immortal, but they're gifted, I believe, an enhanced level of immortality and enhanced abilities by the Titan empowerment. I also think it probably also was like binding them to the philosophical will of the Titans to some degree. So, because one of the things that they explicitly say is that the age of mortals has begun. And I'm pretty sure that the dragons effectively became like mortal creatures of flesh and blood and were at risk of, I don't think they had like, and I don't know if they did before, but they certainly didn't have immortal souls at that point. So, prolonged life and enhanced levels of power. Immortality would imply they cannot die to anything. Well, no. Immortality in World of Warcraft exists in levels. First of all, there's natural immortality, and then there's full-blown immortality. Natural immortality is like what Night Elves have, where they're not susceptible to like disease and stuff like that, but they can still be killed. Immortal is not invincible, right? And it also is about like there's nuance to be considered where you can be immortal, you can still be killed. Like, the Night Elves with the Blessing upon the Tree are immortal, but they can still die to violence, right? But the Night Elves, well, maybe they did, actually, because of wisps, but there are creatures that don't have immortal souls that reconstitute within magical realms, like demons do, for instance, right? So there's different levels to immortality. There's different boxes to check. So only the aspects were immortal, but not all dragons from their flight? No. Yeah, no, the aspects were specifically empowered and more special. Yeah, they were basically, I mean, this is like, yeah, this isn't, I don't think this is too much of a mystery. I think you can read about this on the page for the aspects on the wiki, if you're curious. Anyway, let's get into this. Umbric, the Void Between.
Baladash Malinore. My name is Kirk Thornton, and I voice Rommath in World of Warcraft Midnight. Today, I'm reading The Void Between. But remember, the eternal sun still guides us.
Hell yeah. Rommath and Umbric. Remember, in Illyria's vision, she saw Rommath and Umbric fighting. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Magister, Umbric, and Rommath going at it. So.
Is that pounding in my head? Or at the door?
Umbric mumbled into a wine-drenched pillow.
The door, Rommath grunted, though the muffled sound indicated he was applying a pillow to his own face. Someone should get that, Umbric said. Someone.
Oh, in Varisa's vision. You're right. Sorry. That was with Varisa and Eretor, not Illyria.
Should, Rommath agreed. I shall cheer for your success. Please do not. The noise might kill me.
With a groan, to answer Rommath's quiet snicker, Umbric tumbled off the couch. In his 7 years as a student at Dalaran, barely the blink of an eye to a high elf, he was certain he'd never actually been this hungover before. The friends he'd made among his fellow students of the arcane, Rommath, chief among them, were normally a boon to his soul and a balm to his spirit.
Some Dalaran college bros getting absolutely fucking slammered, bro.
Though in this case, they were the author of his pounding headache. The culmination of an end-of-term party that had spanned 4 pubs and then devolved into a game of Archmage's Cup using a deck of cards that had apparently been all archmages. Squinting against the light, Umbric staggered across the tiny room the Kirin Tor considered suitable accommodations for students. Umbric didn't know what he'd expected to find upon dragging open the door. A flood, or fire, or plague of magicked carnivorous cheesecakes at the least. No, that was last week. Instead, a decaying book was thrust at his face, brandished with the same intensity that most people reserved for displaying a prized fish, driving him back a step.
What happens in Dalaran stays on the shores of the Isle of Dorne. Oh boy.
Rommath. Oh. Fish, driving him back a step. Rommath. Oh. It's you, Umbric. Took you long enough. Umbric squinted at the pallid, narrow face behind the tome, the normally sullen expression replaced with a grin that couldn't seem to settle on being smug or manic. Darkhan. What? Darkhan Drathir elbowed his way in, shutting the door behind him with a wave of his hand. World-shattering brilliance is not to be kept waiting on the doorstep. What? Umbric repeated. Darkhan frowned at him, then leaned forward and took a speculative sniff before giving him a look eloquent in its communication of disgust. I believe that wine is meant to be taken internally, Umbric.
In other words, you gotta boof it.
He glanced over at the sodden lump of blankets that Rommath cocooned himself in and sighed. Neither of you are any use in this state. He pointed at Umbric, then over at the small table that Rommath ostensibly used for dining. Sit. With shocking efficiency, Darkhan proceeded to rout Rommath out of bed and brewed a pot of strong herbal tea that he insisted would cure any ailment. Perhaps his claims about the tea weren't entirely bluster.
Yo, bro, got here because of your Cyberpunk VODs. Is that old stuff edited, or you're currently doing a playthrough? Both. The stuff that you're seeing on YouTube it's from a little while ago because I'm busy. Because I have a lot of stuff to edit and because I'm continuously playing the game. I have edited through 4 days of Cyberpunk VODs. I have 16 more to edit through, and I'm still currently playing the game. So I'm adding more every day that I play. But right now I'm finishing up side quests, and then I have to go meet Hanako at Embers, and then I'll do alternate endings, and then I'll be done.
Less than half an hour later, Umbric felt dangerously close to alive, and Rommath was leafing through Darkhan's tome. Well, Darkhan, you have done it, Rommath said dryly. You have found a book by the only person with handwriting worse than yours. Darkhan rolled his eyes. It is in code, you imbecile. Umbric batted Rommath's hands away from the book and pulled it closer so he could squint at the spidery writing.
Any plans to run through Phantom Liberty? I already did. You'll see that soon. If you've watched the next episode of my Cyberpunk playthrough's coming out on Sunday, where I go to the Black Wall, and then after that I start and do all of Phantom Liberty. So.
And you have deciphered it? Mostly. Mostly, Rommath echoed. There was something to the mysterious characters that pulled at Umbric's mind. Perhaps it was the remains of the hangover, but he felt like the squiggles moved when he didn't have his eyes on them, rearranging themselves bit by bit until he could pick out words, then sentences.
Almost like Quantum. When you're not looking, it moves.
This book wants to be understood. I see what you mean, Darkhan. Rommath snatched the book back and glared at the open page. You're both mocking me. Could it be? Darkhan teased. Have I found a tome that resists your charms? Umbric could tell, however, that his best friend's temper was close from tipping from normal brusqueness into actual pique. He didn't feel like soothing two bruised egos today. It would be helpful to tell us what you are actually planning to do with it, Darkhan. I hardly know, Darkhan said, pleased rather than concerned. But then, that is the point of an experiment. Typical, Umbric thought. This was the habit of Darkhan's that had formed their friendship. From the first time he had shown up at Umbric's doorstep with a mysterious dust-coated crystal he'd ferreted out of a forgotten corner in a sundries shop.
When is this story set? Anyone know? Before the fall of Silvermoon? Yeah, it has to be. They're students of Dalaran at this point, so they're still pretty young, because Darkon Drathir is the one that ends up helping bring down the barrier of Bandonoriel, which allows Arthas and the Scourge to move into Silvermoon. So Darkon Drathir, like, this is them when they're younger, you know, pretty young, still in school, obviously. So this is before any betrayal. This is before Darkon goes down that path, before his first and second returns after dying, or however many fucking times this guy has died, before he became a Lich King simp. This is before the Sundering, since Void Elf Leader is here? No. No. No, no, no. The Sundering was way before Dalaran. So, no, no, no. This is way after the Sundering. This is presumably, I think it's pretty safe to say, after Silvermoon has been established and the High Elves have already sailed off to the east and found a new land. And yeah, this is way after the Sundering. So I'm assuming that this is like, I don't know, maybe, if I had to guess, like maybe like a decade or two. It's kind of hard to say. Maybe they can give more context. I'm a little distracted by chat, I admit, so I'm not paying as much attention as I should be. Not your guys' fault. It's my fault. But I would imagine a decent while before the events of Warcraft 3. Which kingdom is older, Quel'Thalas or Dalaran? Quel'Thalas. Yeah, Quel'Thalas. When Quel'Thalas is established, the human areas are still, I don't know. I would say relatively like barbaric. At that point, like, you know, they hadn't even learned magic yet. I mean, the elves end up teaching them magic. So I mean, this is a while ago. I don't know if barbaric's the right word, but yeah. I think this is before the First War. I would imagine so. Yeah.
The resulting explosion, after no small amount of experimentation, had blown out all of Umbric's windows and transmuted every stick of wood in the apartment into semi-sentient butterscotch.
Quick question, does the High-End Blood Elves have immortality like the Kaldori? I believe through the Sunwell, technically. There is a degree of that, yes, if I'm not mistaken. And when they lost the Sunwell, they basically lost their immortality again. It's not, I mean, I think they basically supplanted their connection to nature through the use of magic. So I don't think it's because they're too far from Nordrassil. I mean, for a time, the Night Elves didn't have it either until, well, you know, until Nordrassil. But yeah, I would say that it's more because of the Sunwell that they have that. But again, after the events of, you know, that basically destroyed the fucking Sunwell, yeah, they were definitely struggling for a bit. Both had their lives extended by the Archangels through different sources. Sure. It's a pool of mystical energies through which the elves draw their immortal powers. Yeah. I mean, they live next to a giant font of magic, so yeah. It's kind of, I mean, same reason that the Shaldori are immortal. Same reason that the elves before Nordrassil were immortal.
The dwarven arias they sang had left the usually reserved Rommath in such a fit of laughter that he'd entirely abandoned dignity and fallen over, unable to breathe around his giggles at each fresh warble of notes. Every appearance of a Manic Darkhan could be summed up as, "It seemed like a good idea at the time," and Umbric wouldn't have traded even a second of it for all the arcane wealth of Dalaran. "Another experiment?" Rommath snorted with such force that the tea slopped out of his mug. "You can..."
Wait. Depending on if humans know magic yet will be the big tell. They're in Dalaran. The magocracy of Dalaran. I think we know that the humans know magic at this point. So I mean, we can just look at the timeline. I might have it, So, Dalaran was made technically 2,700 years before the Dark Portal. The reckless use of magic by humans draws the attention of demons of the Burning Legion. They start manifesting in Azeroth. Mages from Dalaran form the Council of Tirisfal. So, this is after the forming of Erethdor, obviously. Founding of Quel'Tha Lost was 6,800 years BDP. So we're looking at like a fucking 4,000 year gap that they had been around by that point up in Northern Eastern Kingdoms. So yeah, there's definitely still other things that could give us hints. I mean, I would assume that this would probably be after the fracturing of Erethdor. The human kingdoms, Lordaeron, Alterac, Elneas, Dalaran, and Strom are formed on the continental Lordaeron, north of Khazmodan. I mean, I don't know. I would assume it's even. Yeah, where exactly in the timeline this is, I'm curious about. And again, there may have been context clues already given that I'm just not paying any attention to. I also just don't know how old these characters are, so I can't say with any level of certainty at the moment. If they name any human mages, it would date it better, for sure. Can relate to Umbric and Rommath. It's like Illidan and Malfurion kind of brother-like. Sure. Yeah, I can see a level of that. Yo, Twigsy, thanks for the 15-month resub. Thank you.
Not be serious. This was a familiar refrain to Umbric's ear. Rommath was a rule-abiding model student.
Yeah, it has to be pre-Warcraft 3 and post-Troll Wars. Yeah, because Dalaran is established after humans are taught magic. Yes. So yeah, it's definitely right in that era. So if we were to look events of Warcraft 3, there's so many there's so many things. Tyrannus Menethil succeeds the throne, ascends to the throne. Yeah, so I would imagine that this is probably like yeah, let's see. Yeah, I would assume that this is before even the first war. And we know it's pre-Warcraft 3, obviously, because Darkon, you know.
Where
so this is probably like 50, 40, 50-ish years ago.
Embarking on an adventure to find some treasure.
Apparently, transmog costs just got reduced by 50%. Like, actively, they just got hotfixed, or they're going to do it in the future? Because what I was reading is they wanted to add it in 12.0.1. Yo, Terrell, thanks for gifting 10 fucking subs, dude. Yeah, I'm glad they did it actively. That's a good hotfix change. Good. I'm glad they didn't hold it until the next patch, because, yeah, that's a good change. Huge change. That's a Blizzard W right there. But you know you're going to have people that are like, wow, I already paid for a bunch of sets. Well, you fucked up. Terrell, thanks again, man. Thank you so much. After I spent 5K on 2 mogs, fucking Lamau. I know. It sucks. Yeah, anyway, let's go back to this. If I want to put this on YouTube, I got to remain relatively focused here. I'm going to have a lot of fucking editing and cuts to do, but yeah, here we go. Thank you very much, Taro. Appreciate you.
With little taste for the Rommath was a rule-abiding model student with little taste for the extemporaneous. But Umbric saw, too, the glitter of interest in Rommath's eyes. As prudish as Rommath could be at times, he wouldn't have found such success in Dalaran without a sharp intellect and the curiosity to go with it. Thus, it was time for Umbric to fulfill his usual role as the bridge between two brilliant mages, whose personalities were nearly opposite, which nicely served his own now piqued curiosity.
I would know what the book wishes to tell me. And Darkhan has never found a prize the three of us couldn't handle together.
Dude, this could be a fractal as well. I love thinking about this aspect. Maybe a little Norganon Amenthul Sargeras fractal going on here. Anyway, just something to think about.
Oh, come on, Rommath. Darkhan hasn't managed to kill us yet, despite his best efforts. Umbric detected victory in the shift of his tone from irritated to put upon. He didn't quite grin at Darkhan. Well, how do we start? Together, they shoved Rommath's furniture against the walls, rolled up the carpet to reveal a scarred wooden floor that could have done with a thorough sanding, and used a stub of chalk to outline a warding circle. Darkhan went over the circle after, adding a symbol here and there to focus and direct arcane currents. Rommath, you ward the north, Darkhan said, waving toward an appropriate bit of the circle. Umbric, you go... He consulted the book. South. Umbric took his place, careful not to smudge the chalk. This felt quite ordinary. He and Rommath would support Darkhan while he did all the exciting work of weaving the spell together. It was the sort of thing they'd learned as apprentices, and the role Umbric occupied often these days, as Rommath, Darkhan, and quite a few of the other students identified their specialties and excelled. Umbric could hardly resent their focus as he dabbled at the edges, searching for and not finding anything to fully capture his interest. Even the lecturers had begun to remark that he was in danger of becoming a dilettante, yet none could quite object when he chose to spend part of his term reading in their area.
What the fuck is a dilettante? Dilettante? A person who cultivates an area of interest such as the arts without real commitment or knowledge. A person with an amateur interest in the arts. Like a wiki warrior.
Whether it was evocations or illusions, conjuring or divining, he found everything captivating and dove deep until something compelled his attention toward another subject.
Motherfucker has ADHD.
Darkhan kept the book in one hand, gesturing with the other to gather threads of arcane energy into the shape he willed. The words he recited, glancing down at the pages, were entirely unfamiliar, yet Umbric understood them all the same. The feeling of routine shattered as Darkhan's spell formed a torus that twisted into an infinite shape and collapsed inward, becoming a pinpoint deeper than darkness. The form of it captivated Umbric, the flux of energies unlike anything he'd seen before. Is that? Rommath's words came slowly, horror building in each syllable. You wouldn't. Darkhan smirked. I knew it. I present to you the Void. The Void? Rommath hissed. A forbidden... Don't be such a boring stick, Rommath. It's perfectly... Darkhan was interrupted by a hand of inky black energy oozing from the tiny portal. Darkhan yelled something Umbric didn't quite catch as the hand was joined by another to stretch the portal wider, revealing glowing eyes. Close it, Rommath bellowed at Darkhan.
And then she stuck her foot through and wiggled her toes. It was that moment they knew they had met the Harbinger.
All the triumph had drained from Darkhan's face, replaced by a clenched jaw and a pallor even more pronounced than usual. Right. His ready agreement with Rommath stood testament to a fear that evolved quickly to terror as he tried one gesture, then another, then a third before shouting, "It's not obeying me!" More of the creature squeezed through, bringing with it a wave of yawning emptiness. Rommath built a swirl of bright fire over his hands and flung it at the monster, which only seemed to snag its attention.
Uh-oh.
Umbric's skill at offensive magic had never matched Rommath's, nor Darkhan's. I'll handle it, he said to Darkhan. But... Darkhan ducked a bolt of shadow. Now, help Rommath. Shadow sizzled through the air as the being fully emerged on their plane in a wave of searing cold. Darkhan stumbled over the beginning of a familiar ice spell before he steadied himself. Umbric turned his attention to the magic that had created the gate, now a self-sustaining gyre that drew ambient energy into itself from the planes it bridged. He'd never seen a construction quite like it, and had no time to study its intricacies. Sparks of bright fire and shards of ice danced across the edge of his perception as his friends battled the creature.
They're so young
But his
in this.
mind
Oh
was
my
occupied
god.
with the gate's shape.
Look at how fucking young they are. Oh my god.
And how it might best be taken apart. Two problems faced him now.
They look like they're like 20 years old, man. I know that elves age differently and shit, but like Sylvanas is like not that old, for instance. Like I even made the mistake of thinking that Sylvanas was like thousands of years old. She's not. Like a lot of these Blood Elven characters are not as old as we might think.
With little time to solve either, the escaped void creature, and what to do with all the energy the gate had begun to build into a howling nimbus. If I could but link the two together, fuel the banishment with that excess of energy. Working half on instinct, Umbric began to weave a second spell into the one holding the gate open. He found the tight knot that closed the sheer ontological distance between this void-imbued location and Azeroth, a delicate thing, easy to unravel. He reached for it with his will and... How strange, for something called void to seethe and roil with energy and potential.
That's because the void is not empty. Common misconception. The name gives you the wrong impression of what it is. It is not empty. And it is not entirely bereft of energy nor light. Ontological. Relating to the branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. Showing the relations between the concepts and categories in a subject area or domain. What is ontology in simple terms? It means relating to the nature of being, existence, or reality. Asking questions like, what exists? What does it mean for something to be real? Let me hear this again.
The tight banishment escaped void. His mind was occupied intricacy, self-sustaining Darkhan. Now, help Rommath.
Let me hear this again.
Shadows sizzled through the air as the being fully emerged on their plane in a wave of searing cold.
So cold.
Darkhan stumbled over the beginning of a familiar ice spell before he steadied himself.
So it's not hard to take things like order and ice and relate them to void as well. Interesting. The cold. I mean, that's not surprising. It's almost entirely bereft of energy. Almost. Or at least a negative form of energy. That feels like cold instead of heat.
Umbric
But it's so cold, it's hot.
His attention to the magic that had created the gate. Now a self-sustaining gyre that drew ambient energy into itself from the planes it bridged. He'd never seen a construction quite like it, and had no time to study its intricacies. Sparks of bright fire and shards of ice danced across the edge of his perception as his friends battled the creature. But his mind was occupied with the gate's shape and how it might best be taken apart. Two problems faced him now, with little time to solve either.
And this just seems like a little bit of a microcosm, because what is Xal'atath doing? She's opening a giant fucking gateway through the void, right? So I feel like this knowledge is going to be really important for us in order to stop what she's going to do. Ice, fire, and arcane. Yeah, but that's because these guys are casting ice and fire spells at the creature. It's not, ice and fire is not coming out of the portal. Like they're he's seeing it on the edge of his vision because they're casting spells at it, is what that's saying.
The escaped void creature, and what to do with all the energy the gate had begun to build into a howling nimbus. If I could but link the two together, fuel the banishment with that excess of energy.
And it took a shitload of energy to accomplish that gate, apparently. Well, I think the reason why is because if we look at multiversal energy dynamics, you need a massive input of energy to move things from a lower energy plane to a higher energy plane. And considering that reality where Azeroth exists is alleged to be neutral, it exists at a significantly higher energy state than the void. So in order to bridge those realms, to go from the lower state to the higher state, a massive input of energy is required. And I think that, you know, especially if we're talking about void entities that may or may not qualify as untethered souls, basically things that, like, you're basically in order to go from that low state to high state, you don't just, it's not done. There's typically excess energy and energy dispersion when you go from a high state to a low state. So it is technically easier. Less energy is required for spells and things for untethered souls and energy in general to go from high states to low states. But when you're going from low to high, there has to be input. So yes, I would think that that's the reason why. She needed a fuckload of energy because you can't just use a small amount of energy to open a giant gateway from the void into reality. So the PDF of the story highlights some specific sentences, by the way. If narrative weight from the perspective of the author is interesting for you, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Sure is. But I'll probably take a look at that separate.
Working half on instinct, the howling nimbus. If I could but link the two together, fuel the banishment with that excess of energy. Working half on instinct, Umbric began to weave a second spell into the one holding the gate open. He found the tight knot that closed the sheer ontological distance between this void-imbued location and Azeroth.
Ontological distance. Interesting use of the word. So taken apart by an ontological method, i.e. taken apart via the nature of itself. Linked it to itself? He made the portal consume itself, basically? I don't know. I don't know. Ask our resident fucking wordsmith and scholar Olwyn. He could probably help bring clarity to the use of the word here. A soul of a void god fueled the portal like the dark portal required thousands of Draenei souls to open. Sure, and that was from reality to reality.
A delicate thing, easy to unravel.
Well, it went through the nether, though, but still.
For it with his will, and... How strange, for something called void to seethe and roil with energy and potential.
Yeah, the word potential, the void is so much about potentials, possibilities. It feels, honestly, it feels like there's such a level of, like, you know, obviously I would think about potential, literally potential energy. But also something about it feels so quantum.
It was not cold nothingness. It was the compacted heart of a star, impossibly dense with everything.
Yep. Little black hole action. I still believe Azeroth is the 5th old god. Bro, what are you talking about? No one is talking about that right now. Like...
Such knowledge, waiting to be known. Why choose one path? The void will give me what Dalaran cannot. What I want the most. The chance to take all roads, and never have to wonder what might have been. It was so tempting, to fully explore all the unbound possibility he sensed in that roiling darkness beyond. Rommath and Darkhan would never abide being so overshadowed. They would keep me small and limited, but if I kill them first...
Bro, it's already affecting him. Holy shit, it's already, like, pushing maddening thoughts into his mind. Holy fucking shit. Ontological distance might refer to the degree of separation between modes of being. Like you're saying, Taro, between what kinds of things are, how they exist, or how reality is structured for different entities, phenomena, worlds, or perspectives. Right? So it's not just a matter of physical distance. It's a matter of state of existence. Right? So it's not just like from point A to point B. It's from... It is in a sense, but point A exists and point B does not. Like... Is it what is it, right? Using Frozen Throne ambiance music here is a nice touch. The devouring greed of knowledge is no joke.
A chill shuddered down Umbric's spine at the tickle of that thought, so seamlessly flowing from the one before it. The concept of murdering anyone, let alone friends so dear to him, was abhorrent.
I love how the void has been made out to be representing this type of thing. Dark thoughts. Even if you recognize that you would never act on them, the void in many ways is not just our anxiety and our fear. It's like thoughts of madness. Even if they are in passing. It's like those thoughts that you would never say out loud, that you don't mean, that you would never do, right? Your conscious mind is able to recognize, like, that's obviously wrong. I would never do that. But those, like, fucked up thoughts that you don't say out loud. The void is very much that. And it's kind of showing that here with, yeah, almost like intrusive thoughts. Yeah, those things that like the conscious mind and the moral mind look at and they're like, no, what the fuck? It's like the potential to do anything. Yes, but and that potential includes things that you would not normally do, right? It's that, I mean, it's all the dark parts that you don't want, that you wouldn't, and that you don't want to, consider. It's like that. It's like that. Yeah, it's like, it's just that like darkness within people.
Yet he could almost taste the channel of dark power it teased. The probabilities dancing at fingertips, still sticky with blood. No. He severed the bridge that linked void and apartment. The spell he'd created on the fly seemed to work perfectly.
It's interesting too, because I feel like you can create a contrast with light, where light is so rigid that it becomes dangerous in a different way. Like the void is so free flowing and maddening that anything is possible, down to the point where like you can do bad, insane things. But the light is so rigid and unmoving, inflexible, that the same thing can happen, where like you seek no alternative. You have no flexibility. And so as a result, that singular vision of what could be can also be a bad thing. Right? I think that like both have a negative side to them, right? So like, that's why I feel like there's a duality with light and void that is supposed to exist where they're balanced, where like you're supposed to be able to like have belief systems and things that you follow, but also not restrict yourself to alternatives. You're also not supposed to just have no, sense of ideal or direction and be mad and in all directions simultaneously. Like you're supposed to have both things. So I feel like they've been illustrating that for a while, that like light and void are not antithetical to one another. They complement one another. But the eternal conflict is all about why they can't come together, why they're split apart, and why they fight. It's because they're inherently opposite of one another in nature, but they're not. They're two parts of one thing, two sides of the same coin, as you guys like to say, but they're looked at as two completely opposite things, which in a way they are, but they're also not. Like, the truth of light and void lies in one another. What the light is missing, the void has. What the void is missing, the light has. So it's actually kind of tragic when you think like getting to the point where we understand, if we ever can, why they are like this, why they are inherently in conflict yet inseparable, I feel like is so important into understanding the truth of like why this eternal conflict exists. Like, is this the design of Azeroth? Was there something that originally existed that was ordered into two different pieces? Why is it like this? Why is and it's a question. I mean, that's like, you have to think about what you're asking in the context of WoW. You're basically asking about the nature of the universe. Like, especially if you believe in the concepts of like light and void clashing to create everything, you're asking like, why is what is, and why is that which does not exist, why does that which does not exist, and why is it built this way, like down to the fundamental forces of the cosmos? Why is it like this? And in a sense, like that pursuit, I think is like a scientific, it's in a lot of ways, I think that's like a scientific pursuit of the divine. Like you're basically trying to understand not only the nature of the universe, but potentially the nature of creation and conflict and destruction. Like, so Shadowflame is an attempt to replicate the original union? Maybe, because when you clash light and void together, it allegedly leads to explosions. So how do we bring it back together? How do we unite that which resists each other? How do we do that? And I think that's a fundamental question that you can ask about like literally any conflict. Like, how do we take two sides that appear to be diametrically opposed to one another, even though they share more than they realize? And how do we stop that conflict? How do we bring unity once again? And is it even possible? There are those that would say it's not possible. So Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I love that shit.
The bright flash of energy as the gate began to collapse, becoming a net that snared the monster. The creature, unprepared for this sort of assault while it held Darkhan and Rommath at bay, let loose a reverberating shriek as it was pulled back through the now pinhole-sized gate, stretched and warped like taffy. An instant later, the portal collapsed, and Umbric realized he'd miscalculated how...
What I think is super interesting about this as well is it describes the darkness, the core of it, like being a collapsed star. And I mean, obviously, at some point or another, stars put out light. They put out warmth. So it's I just love it because I really think it's trying to hint at the fact that like the void is not just the void and has always been the void. Like even Chronicle tells us, if true, that the void came from the light. Now, whether or not that's true, you know, maybe there's supposed to be a cycle that's supposed to happen that isn't happening. But ultimately, like the void isn't in a state of permanence as it has always been. I think it's meant to imply that like at one point that which is void was once light. And that's one of the inherent kind of flaws and fears that I tried to point out about the void years ago, that like if you spread the light, you are effectively spreading the void. Because if what is true about that light fading to void occurs inevitably, and especially is accelerated as a result of the interaction of mortals, as I think hinted at by Locust Walker in Legion on Argus, then like when we spread the light with the army of the light, and this is one of the things Zira did not want Turalyon to know. Like it's one of the things she kept from him, that they do fade to the void. The Naru will become void. And you would keep this from him because if he knew the truth, he probably wouldn't follow you so blindly, and especially in terms of how Zira treated Illyria. Right? Turalyon looks at the void as like abhorrent and, you know, almost like blasphemous, right? So, you know, Zira was keeping Illyria imprisoned and basically demanding that she renounce the void after Turalyon begged her not to kill Illyria for dabbling in the void, because that's what Zira was going to do. So it's just like, it seems like Zira is, and I'm assuming the other Naru, as Xal'atath says, I know the void, the Naru consider us horrors to be resisted. We do not share this view. They are simply beloved brethren who've lost the true path. They will return to their masters in time. So Xal'atath has the perception that like, yeah, we don't see them as monsters. They're going to come back to us eventually, whether they like it or not. They're coming back no matter what. But they do see us as horrors, and they will lie, and they will resist, and they will do anything they can to basically blot out that fact and erase that fact, even from their most devoted of followers like Turalyon, because that truth getting out effectively like stifles their intent to like basically live in this what appears to be some kind of delusion that like they're not going to fall to the void. And so it's just, yeah, but it doesn't make the void just good. That's not the case either. But it begs the question, like, is the nature and relationship between these two things as black and white as it's made out to be? Or is this all meant to blur together a whole hell of a lot more? What is the true nature of the relationship between these two powers? And why do they resist one another? So we come back to that question. So yeah, I feel like they've pretty well established this over the years.
Little energy trapping the monster would actually expend, as the backlash flung him face first into the floor.
Sorry, 1 second. Only the largest stars collapse into black holes. And if that's the case, then maybe there's a bit of a sub-narrative concept there where like the brightest lights cast the darkest shadows. So maybe if there's lights in the universe that are too bright, they end up collapsing and leading to the darkest of darknesses. Kind of shit, right? Consuming darknesses or whatever. But I think, and I'm not an astrophysicist, so I don't fucking know. But isn't there like a concept or like a theory or something where like I don't know, something if so I know black holes have like accretion disks and stuff like that. But something about like if a black hole consumes enough, what will happen? Will it like, what is it like? I don't remember what it is. Like, can they implode or I would just like if they took a fantasy spin on it and basically said like, if the void consumes enough light, if it consumes enough energy, it can actually return back to a state of light. From darkness can be forged new light, provided that the cycle works properly. But I like to think, and this is just my headcanon theory, kind of speculation, that something about the cycle is broken, and so darkness is not returning to light for whatever reason. Light is converting to darkness, but it's not going back. And so something about that cycle is broken. Kind of like the Naru, right? And we've seen instances where the darkness returns to light, but almost invariably, those situations incur some level of sacrifice or massive energy input, right? So, like in the case of the Light Eater being turned back into a Naru, Velen sacrificing himself to turn Kara, I think that's the Naru, back into a light Naru, right? What has to happen in order to accomplish that? It doesn't seem like a natural cycle. Black holes just decay over time. They don't implode, I think. Yeah, I think it's something about like they'll eventually sputter out or something like that. I don't remember. I remember listening to fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about it, but I don't remember the details of it. So, yeah. They will just evaporate. Yeah, I think that's the word that was used, like if an evaporation, so to speak. Hawking radiation, they eventually emit enough radiation. Right, because what they basically figured out is that they're not only consuming and continuing to grow, they're putting out energy as well. Right? And so like there's not a permanently equal exchange of energy such that they will permanently grow or remain forever. They effectively will end up radiating out more energy than they bring in, and therefore they will dissipate and evaporate, I think is what's supposed to happen there. But again, I don't really know what I'm talking about. That's the theory anyway as well. So yeah, I don't really know. But yeah, I love stuff. I mean, we're only 13 minutes in, but I love this shit because yeah, there's so many questions about the nature of light and void that can be asked. And yeah, I love this stuff. I love it. Some of the best stuff to speculate about in World of Warcraft.
Stretched and warped like taffy. An instant later, the portal collapsed, and Umbric realized he'd miscalculated how little energy trapping the monster would actually expend, as the backlash flung him face first into the floor. He tasted blood and lightning, and his ears popped several times before he could properly hear again. Umbric! He felt, rather than heard, the thump of Rommath going down on one knee next to him. Nothing broken, Umbric mumbled against the floor. I don't think. With a slow care that belied his outward brusqueness.
So a ton of energy was required to basically cast it out and neutralize the gateway. Probably just speaking to the negative energy state of the gateway and the nature of the void itself, such that to like close it, to counter it, you have to fucking put a lot of energy in. Seemingly almost regardless of the situation. Like to nullify negative energy, a bunch of positive energy has to be added to it, or at least a bunch of energy at a higher energy state. Black holes have two parts, the event horizon and the singularity. The singularity is the actual matter. The event horizon is the point of no return for matter falling in. Right. I know that. Everything between is falling into the singularity and added to it. The more mass the singularity has, the larger the diameter of the event horizon. Okay, yeah, I mean, I hear that. I'm not sure that necessarily relates to what we were saying before, but still good details to point out. Didn't they say the opposite? He said he thought it would take more, not less. I may have misheard. Let me hear it again. This is the problem when I'm trying to read chat and listen at the same time. I pay half as much attention to this.
And Umbric realized he'd miscalculated how little energy trapping the monster would actually expend, as the backlash flung
so he needed less energy. He overestimated. Okay.
face first into the floor. He tasted blood and lightning, and his ears popped several times before he could properly hear again.
They took his recycle bin again? No, they fucking put mail in a parcel locker for us and then didn't give us the fucking key. So we can't get the fucking mail out of the box, and there's a good chance that the parcel locker key is in someone else's mailbox, and they will open the mailbox and then end up taking our packages.
Umbric. He felt.
But we should spend $850 billion on the defense budget, right? Our fucking underfunded, shitty-ass fucking mail system. Give me a fucking break, dude.
Rather than heard the thump of Rommath going down on one knee next to him. Nothing broken, Umbric mumbled against the floor. I don't think. With a slow care that belied his outward brusqueness, Rommath levered him to his feet, at which point Umbric became aware of the blood flowing freely from his aching nose. Well, almost nothing broken. Rommath rounded furiously on Darkhan. You could have killed us all, you fool. Darkhan grinned unabashedly. Do you know what this discovery means? A void gate. It will mean your exile, Rommath snarled. Of all the idiotic, you are the idiot if you cannot see. This was only going to get worse, Umbric realized. Darkhan was overexcited by both the discovery and a narrow escape from death. And Rommath, it was so easy to read the utter terror beneath his blustering. Maybe they could have a reasoned discussion about what had just happened. Someday.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Greek philosopher Heraclitus claimed in the unity of opposites, claiming in fragment God is day, light, and night darkness, winter and summer, war and peace, satiety and hunger. But he assumes different forms, just as when incense is mingled with incense, everyone gives him the name he pleases. He doesn't consider God as a deity, but a cosmic force of divine order throughout his works. Heraclitus.
Now, it was edging perilously close to a fight. Rommath, your handkerchief, please. Umbric interrupted. What? Oh. Rommath looked toward him, his expression closing off into a cold sternness as he dug the white linen square out of the sleeve of his robe. Umbric took advantage of the pause his freely bleeding nose had bought. Darkhan, run to the alchemist and fetch me a health potion, please. She likes you best of the three of us. Darkhan swallowed whatever he'd been about to say. Right. Grumbling, he departed, the moldering tome that had incited the whole unfortunate incident tucked under one arm. Keeping the handkerchief against his throbbing nose, Umbric turned his attention to the remains of Rommath's furniture and animated the pieces to begin putting themselves back together. Sit. It's my furniture, Rommath said. I will, once there is a chair in one piece. Besides,
nothing to sit
I
on.
had a part in making this mess. Rommath huffed, then pulled a broom out of the closet and enchanted it to begin sweeping the chalk from the floor. If I had known that was Darkhan's delightful surprise, you would have missed out on the fun, Umbric said. Fun? One of the chairs looked stable enough to bear weight. Umbric dragged it over to the small room's generous window, which obligingly opened itself at a gesture. He sat gingerly, leaning out over the daytime bustle of Dalaran, the babble of voices distant but still too great to be entirely dampened by magic. Had it really been so little time since Darkhan had dragged them both from their sleep? Umbric looked over a large group of chattering apprentices having lessons out on a wide expanse of lawn, at a trio of gangly teenagers testing freezing spells,
Gangly.
at a grand procession of some visiting dignitary or other winding through the streets. What had once seemed so impossibly bustling and noisy looked simple now, ordered and legible. Rommath drew up a still wobbly chair next to him, though he was far too dignified to lean out the window. He gave Umbric an expectant look, one eyebrow raised. Umbric returned his gaze. Even you must admit it was a learning experience. The words felt unforgivably tepid as they left his lips, but he was nowhere close to sorting out anything in his own head just yet. Rommath snorted. It seems I alone am listening when the priests speak of the void. Hunger without end that twists the weak and foolish into madmen and murderers. This was not the confirmation I required. Was that all you saw? Should I have seen more than that monster trying to kill me? For a moment, Umbric considered telling him about what he'd felt as he touched the void. Not insatiable darkness, but potential. Though he considered, too...
Needs guidance, though. Otherwise, by itself, it's chaotic. It's really interesting, though, how after this ordeal, he looks out and what he once considered chaos is very orderly and almost more simple to him. Like exposure to this energy gave him perspective that helped him find more clarity in how things are outside the void. That's really interesting to me.
The strange thought that had inserted itself into his mind. Would Rommath consider that a point for discussion? Or a reason to haul Umbric in front of the aforementioned priests? No, of course not. At the suspicious narrowing of Rommath's eyes, Umbric hastened to add, I merely hoped there might be something more. Rommath waved the topic away like it was an annoying fly. I ought to tell the Council of Six what Darkhan did. Umbric didn't want to lose one or both of his friends over this. I will have a talk with him. Not good enough. You will have him exiled from Dalaran, Umbric pointed out. He would have gotten himself exiled. If the Council takes that much exception to an experimental void gate, I don't think they will look too kindly on our part in it either. They would be fairer than that, Rommath said, though he sounded doubtful. Let us not put it to the test.
So in Council of Six, pull this up again. There's no way that's the first mention of the council. Because they were the Council of Tirisfal before they were known as the Council of Six. Post Aladai's first guardian, then. Yeah, that doesn't narrow the timeline very much. Yeah.
Rommath seemed to sigh out the last of his anger, leaving only remnants of his fear behind. Do you think he will actually listen to you? Telling him yes would be a lie neither of them could believe. I will do my best, or at least convince him to leave you out of it. Rommath's eyes narrowed. Just me? Us. Umbric shook his head. I have other things I would rather study. Things less detrimental to my good looks. The unwed ladies and gentlemen of Silvermoon will mourn this day.
Oh.
Rommath said dryly. Umbric. Yes? Promise me you will not suffer Darkhan's nonsense again. Rommath took in what remained of the broken furniture with a...
Isn't Aladai the guardian before Medivh's mom? So that put us somewhere around a bit before Warcraft 1? I mean... That's 2,600 years before the Dark Portal. So there's a bunch of different guardians. They hold it for 100 years before passing it to the next apprentice. So we don't know. We don't know that this is like when Aladai is the guardian. We don't know that. We don't know when in this it is. This could be fucking 2,500 years ago. This could be 1,000 years ago. Humans know magic by this point. Troll Wars isn't on here? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Anyway.
sweep of his hand. Umbric considered once more the fathomless depths of possibility he'd sensed. There was so much more, an infinity that invited him to broaden his reach rather than narrow his focus. They would keep me small and limited. Then he recalled the feeling of blood cooling, thick on his fingers. Not for the first time, he wished desperately that he had some measure of Darkon's burning desire to learn and damn any consequences.
Yikes.
Or Rommath's unwavering conviction that not only drove him to excel, but afforded him such certainty.
It's interesting. Again, yeah, if I were to make some comparisons here, Umbric is like Amenthul, Darkon Drathir is like Norganon, and Rommath is like Sargeras, the one with such certainty and devotion, valuing the light. The other one who, you know, consequences be damned. It's all about learning and broadening your, you know, your expertise, and even if it's delving in magics you're not supposed to fuck with. And then you have the one in the middle who's kind of trying to be balanced, but being tempted by darkness.
He lacked this drive within himself, still confused and reeling and struggling to think around the sharp throb of his nose. The potential consequences, expulsion, exile, or worse.
Yeah, the triumvirate fractal could be made, honestly, with Kil'jaeden, Velen, and Archimonde as well. Archimonde would be the one dabbling in magic, pretty much not concerned with the consequences. He wasn't even against the use of demons. He only even brought it up because he wanted to usurp Thalkiel. You have Kil'jaeden, who I think, I mean, you could look at him as like the very devoted, or even the one that's more balanced, and then you could put Velen as the more devoted one. But yeah, I think that you could draw some similarities between them as well.
Were far clearer than those already fading impressions of the infinite. What good could such uncharted possibilities bring, at any rate? Silvermoon needed pillars of strength like Rommath, and sharp minds like Darkon's to guide the course of her future, not an offering of uncertainty born on a sea of questions that might never be answered. Remember why you are here. The thrill of learning, yes, but the ideal of service first and foremost. One day soon, he would serve his home as a magister, side by side with his dearest friends. That was the treasured and tangible vision of the future they'd all built together, over many a night deep in their cups, and he wished no other. He met Rommath's gaze, his best friend's usual sternness still shocked through with concern, and said the words that should have come far more easily and quickly. I promise.
The void speaks like the light speaks to the wielders in a certain way. Yeah, the void would be more like paranoia. I think that's the best word to use. Paranoia, fear, maybe even like jealousy. A level of uncertainty is kind of what it inflicts upon those who wield it. Hunger, maybe even like desire to some degree, but yeah.
Umbric cursed as he caught his foot on a broken paving stone. His body, weakened by lack of food, sleep, but most of all, the energy of the Sunwell, had not the strength and coordination he might have once employed to save himself. He went sprawling, his knees and hands stinging from the impact. But he had eyes only for the cracked leather valise that had partially cushioned his fall. It seemed undamaged as he scrambled to pick it back up. A scan of the street revealed it to be deserted, half choked with debris. The only sounds were a distant, desultory weeping, and the unsteady clatter of unfastened shutters being thrown about by the wind.
The void speaks in sins while the light speaks in virtues? I wouldn't even make it that simple, because those virtues can become bad if channeled the wrong way. And the void, given that it has like fear and paranoia, like those are things that can help you survive. So I would highly recommend not trying to just paint it black and white like that. I don't believe that's the case. One is not just simply virtuous while the other is sinful. I don't think that's really how you're supposed to look at it, in my opinion. because that's like acting like, oh, the light doesn't have any negative qualities and the void doesn't have any positive ones. That's not true. Whether you want to attribute them to classical virtue or sin, that's I guess you can try and do that, but I don't think that you're really going to get an accurate picture by doing that, because you're then going to look at light as inherently benevolent and void as inherently malevolent. I don't believe that's the case.
Umbric fought the hysterical urge to laugh.
So post-Arthas invasion with Scourge, this sounds like, yeah, so was that basically saying that there was no Sunwell?
As he caught his foot on a... Umbric cursed as he caught his foot on a broken paving stone. His body, weakened by lack of food, sleep, but most of all, the energy of the Sunwell.
That's a little confusing because it sounds like the energy of the Sunwell is weakening him. How about the missing energy of the Sunwell, the lacking energy of the Sunwell, the, you know, like, it sounds like, oh, his lack of food, sleep, and energy of the Sunwell. But is that because he hasn't been around it? Because he's been in Dalaran? This doesn't just indicate that the Sunwell is desecrated at this point. Maybe because he was exposed to the void. I think it's distance from the Sunwell too. That's how I would take that. It's not a confirmation. We'll see.
Had not the strength and coordination he might have once employed to save himself. He went sprawling, his knees and hands stinging from the impact. But he had eyes only for the cracked leather valise that had partially cushioned his fall. It seemed undamaged as he scrambled to pick it back up.
Also, wasn't Dalaran besieged in Warcraft 3? So if this was post-Arthas ruining the sun... No, this cannot be possible. Post-Arthas, guys, they were literally just with Darkon Drathyr. He's like, no, this cannot be post-Arthas invasion with the Scourge. It's not possible. It's not possible. Dalaran would be in ruin, and Darkon Drathyr would have turned to the side of the Lich King. This absolutely has to be before Warcraft 3. Unless there's a time... No, I don't believe so. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't believe so. This looks like they jumped forward in time to me. I mean, I get that. I get the impression, but it sounds more like he was just going back to Silvermoon. Like, I mean, this is a lot of events to skip over, don't you think?
Scan of the street revealed it to be deserted, half choked with debris.
After Dark Portal, but before Warcraft 3? No, I don't see how you're getting after Dark Portal either. What indicates in this story that this is ADP? What in this indicates that at all? There's no mention of orcs. There's no mention of invaders. There's no mention of militarizing of the mages of Dalaran. There's nothing. There's nothing like that. I mean, I know that it was like rumors and whispers for a while. It's not like everyone immediately knew. But what here indicates that this is ADP? I don't think that there has been anything yet.
The only sounds were a distant, desultory weeping, and the unsteady clatter of unfastened shutters being thrown about by the wind.
This could be years before the Dark Portal. This could be fucking 500 years before the Dark Portal. It's kind of frustrating that we can't fucking tell yet, but...
Umbric fought the hysterical urge to laugh. Silvermoon was a battered shell of a city, still smeared with filth from the Scourge's invasion.
Okay, well then there's that. So maybe this is a fucking huge time. I'm a little confused now. So this is absolutely post-Scourge invasion. I mean, it fucking says it right there. So then maybe this is a pretty big fucking jump in time. I mean, maybe it's just bigger than I thought. Because, yeah, so they just jump from one scene to the next. So this is before, because Darkon Drathyr is on their side, but I'm sure meddling in the void is leading to the whole Scourge thing, right? So then this is definitely post-Scourge, as they literally just prove right there. So these are in two completely different sets of time. This is like a pretty fucking gigantic time skip. I took a guess based off the idea of ruins in Silvermoon and weeping, but they hadn't said that yet. Yeah, so it's a time skip. It is a time skip that happens there.
Had not the strength and coordination and hand least able to pick, half choked with debris. The only sounds were a distant, desultory weeping, and
there's a lack of energy because the Sunwell is destroyed. Yes.
unsteady clatter of unfastened shutters being thrown about by the wind.
Maybe they said it and I just hadn't listened.
Umbric fought the hysterical urge to laugh. Silvermoon was a battered shell of a city, still smeared with filth from the Scourge's invasion. And her people, withering without the steady magic of the Sunwell, lingered, ghosts in waiting. Of course, there was no one to see him hurry away like a thief. Still, he could not help the furtive glances he threw over his shoulder as...
This is not going to go to YouTube. There's no chance. We're fucking 23 minutes and I've paused a million fucking times. There's just no way. This is why I don't react to League stuff on stream anymore, because it's fucking impossible.
Of course, there was no one to see him hurry away like a thief. Still, he could not help the furtive glances he threw over his shoulder as he staggered toward his apartment, dizzy with the clawing pangs of withdrawal. He didn't stop until he had slammed his door shut behind him and locked it. Exhausted, he dropped his package on one of the end tables and sagged onto the settee near it. While he waited for his heartbeat to slow, he stared at the valise, eyes aching. "I am going to burn you once I catch my breath," he informed it. He imagined it uttering a sharp, mocking laugh in answer. "Withdrawal has finally thrown me into madness." A fever dream had carried him back to better days in Dalaran, when he and Rommath had spent long afternoons studying in a succession of coffee shops, and Darkhan would come find them with some new, idiotic experiment he wished to conduct. But it had brought other memories rising into his disordered thoughts when he woke, ones that had sent him halfway across the city to what had once been a cheese shop, but was now a ruin, and within, a hidden study Darkhan had shown him years ago. Umbric put his face in his hands. What did I think I would find there, other than pain, guilt, and horror? Darkhan had always considered Dalaran's rules minor but annoying, though his behavior in those days was a far cry from tearing down the wards of Quell Thalas in service of the Lich King. It ached, like pressing a finger against a bone-deep bruise, to consider Darkhan's part in setting the Scourge loose in Silvermoon, in opening the Sunwell to incurable corruption, as it was used to sentence his own people to corrupt madness or slow, wasting death. Darkhan's hidden study had been a mass of wreckage, though it was impossible to tell if that had been at the hands of the Scourge, Darkhan himself, or the furious magisters who had sought to destroy every blackened trace of him. Umbric should have left then, when he found himself ankle-deep in drifts of shredded, charred paper. There was still enough of Darkhan's script on those remnants for a few words at a time to be legible, and what he read made his skin crawl. But then he found the valise, the only intact thing left in the room. Or perhaps he'd been meant to find the valise. Perhaps this was a trap that had been laid for him.
Prior to Envina Teague sacrificing herself to reignite the well? Yeah, I mean, sort of. I'm being pedantic, but I wouldn't really use that terminology considering that Envina Teague is quite literally the manifestation of the Hidden Well's energy. So she didn't really, like, sacrifice herself. I mean, I get what you're saying, but, like, the well of the energy returned from whence it came. So yeah, it's not, when you put it that way, it might sound like Envina Teague was like a person who sacrificed herself similar to Velen reigniting the well. That's not exactly what happened. Like, Envina did become aware of what she was, but yeah, anyway, I'm being pedantic.
If only Rommath were here, he thought. And of all things, that made him laugh. Rommath was gone in Outland, Dead for all Umbric knew. If Rommath were here, they would have been working together to solve the Blood Elves' great and deadly problem. And Umbric never would have ended up in that cursed cellar, or brought the no doubt equally cursed Valise into his rooms. Rommath would tell me to burn you too, he rasped, and he would be right. Umbric pulled himself to his feet, holding on to the back of the couch while a wave of vertigo passed over him. He carried the valise to his fireplace, intent on throwing it in. But then he noticed its flap was loose. The lock must have broken when he fell. Doesn't matter. Burn it.
What the fuck is a valise? A small traveling bag or suitcase. Gotcha.
If only he had Rommath's strength of conviction, he would have already cast the thing into the flames. Instead, he found himself wondering what was inside. It was the same sort of curiosity that had driven him to take his schooling in Dalaran, had set him on the path of the Magister. And now, stripped down to his bones by the loss of so many friends and the withdrawal of the Sunwell, the marrow that remained wanted only to know. Are knowledge and power tools that we wield, or masters that wield us? Was Darkhan the victim of forbidden powers, corrupted to monstrosity by a foolish decision to take one step down that dark path? Or did he choose each day to become a monster, to care for his own ambitions above all else?
Bingo. It's a good question, but I think ultimately it comes down to the way that he is, more so than the power. The power might exacerbate or give you the means to accomplish that which you desire, but ultimately that which you desire is your own.
The former was a much more comforting thought, making that great evil an inevitability like an earthquake.
Sure.
It was painful to set aside, to open himself to more guilt. Perhaps if I hadn't chosen Rommath over Darkhan, if I'd found a way to keep us all together as friends. No. Perhaps I could have helped him find a better path, but neither did I choose his course for him. Umbric leaned his forehead against the mantle, which felt cool against his skin, despite the fire that crackled merrily beneath it, and pushed back the flap of the valise. He would at least know what he burned before he cast it into the flames. The corner of a tome poked out from the depths of the valise. Umbric's heart fluttered unsteadily in his chest as he pulled out the book. For all that he had seen the cover once, pushed practically against his nose many years before when he'd been desperately hung over, the sight was seared into his mind's eye. Of all the relics Darkhan would have kept from his schooling days, Umbric had never expected this. The memory of what he had felt upon touching the void, that infinite possibility and power, crashed over him like a wave of cold water, and his breath caught. Was not the lack of such omnipresent power what was killing them all by inches now? Promise me you will never suffer Darkhan's nonsense again. And he had sworn to Rommath back then. Umbric's fingers tightened against the tome's cover, the leather flaking against the ragged crescents of his nails. Yet who does such a promise serve, as we all waste away? Umbric hurried to his desk and dumped the contents of the valise. Stray coins, half a deck of dog-eared playing cards, broken quills, the ancient crumbs of what might have once been a biscuit. The only item of interest was the tome itself, and he tore into it. It was strange that Darkhan had kept the book, when his interests had obviously been fixed upon necromancy. Umbric might have convinced himself that the volume had only been kept as a memento of better days, but for the sparse and cryptic notations in Darkhan's familiar, crabbed handwriting he kept catching himself upon in the margins. A half-finished equation concluded to nothing. A few passages about a place called Telegris, underlined with dark intensity. Perhaps there are more notes if he continued to dabble in this topic. But they're not here. And if they were in his study, they're no longer intact. It was not a useful line of thought, and Umbric dismissed it for now. Better to see where the book might take him before setting off on a potentially fruitless search. Umbric turned back to the beginning of the tome and began to read it in earnest, the words eagerly arranging themselves before his eyes into a nearly musical flow of information that led inexorably to the principle of constructing a void gate. Gates were meant to provide passage from one place to another. If the void was to be the salvation of the Blood Elves, what needed to flow was energy, not monsters.
Right.
He needed a conduit, not a gate. Umbric fetched his chalk and began to draw a new arcane circle on the floor, modifying glyphs and adding equations as he worked. He slept now and then, perhaps, his cheek resting on the book, and woke with his lips tasting of ink and chalk. After days, weeks, he traced a diagram, retraced it, and found no gaps in his theory. He clawed strands of magic from distant ley lines and spoke his spell without truly hearing his own words, operating on desperate instinct. This time, there was no Taurus, nothing visible to the naked eye. It was something entirely felt rather than seen, like he had touched his fingertips to the fathomless, dark ocean an infinite space away. With a roar that resonated in his bones, it rushed through him, filling his blood and marrow and rising up through his lungs and heart to crash into his brain in the span of a breath. For a moment, Umbric saw everything. Not the mere breadth of Azeroth, or even the great dark beyond in which he sat, but something that lurked within the gaps of reality. A kaleidoscope of creation beside a vast, unending nothingness that rebounded and contradicted. Something dark and deliberate moved between him and the everything, like the moons eclipsing the sun. Part of him was grateful for the ebb of that overwhelming flow, and then he was frightened at the knowledge that something could throttle the rushing surge of a force so primal and unending as the void. Possibilities still flowed over him, but he could understand them fully now. Visions of futures that could be his if only he were bold enough, clever enough, sly enough. He could rule over Silvermoon as a god magister, beloved by those he had saved with the gift of the void. The people sought solace in him, as they once had the Sunwell, singing praise upon their knees as he nursed them on a controlled drip of the void's energy.
It's what I want, isn't it? To save us all?
But this future felt like slipping on shoes that weren't his. He wanted to free his people from their desperate hunger, not enslave them with it.
This is more Darkon's stream than mine. And thank the Sunwell he chose death as an easier route to power. Had he known, who would choose death when they could possess even one crumb of the infinite?
Another possibility eased
Holy fucking fractals, dog. Holy fucking fractals. My brain. Hold on here.
past the occlusion of the shadow. Umbric at the ear of Kael'thas Sunstrider, a respected chief advisor, a power behind the throne as the prince presided over a cool, dark well of void energy. This was more to his liking, but where was Rommath?
Dead, of course. He'd never stand to see me overshadow him or bear the presence of a power he could not control.
No, that didn't seem at all like the Rommath he knew.
So he's able to recognize the lies of the void that are being told to him. Similar what Locust Walker was trying to teach Illyria Windrunner, what he did teach her. That the void lies a lot, and that it shows you paths that will never be. You have to sear it into your mind that both the light and the void are blind. And they will show you shit that's not really true because they are missing the other part of the equation. The way that it gives him visions of what he could do with it reminds me a lot of what Sylvanas felt when she held Azerite. But Azerite has the other aspect in it too, so it had creative and destructive thoughts. It's really interesting comparing the effects of certain substances upon those who hold them or tap into them. especially considering the blue color of void now, and the blue in azurite. Just thinking more and more and more that the soul is in fact crafted somehow from a balance of light and void, and that Azeroth may be light and void together, how they're supposed to be, even if they're divided right now, in conflict with one another. They're supposed to be one whole thing, the blue and the gold, the light and the void, each with their own effects on the other opposite end of the spectrum of one another, but inexorably bound as one thing. And we see what it's supposed to look like when they come together as one. It's white. We see that with Uther. But there's shadow in there too. It looks like almost like purple hints on him as well. Maybe not just white, but primarily white. But they're divided. A cosmos divided will not survive. What is to come? The child of light and shadow.
Cranky and unbending at times, but always acting from a core of loyalty and duty. No. This voice he thought was his own was in fact the shadow presence, Umbric realized. In one way, it had saved his sanity by standing between him and the raw everything they had foolishly named void. But what possibility he touched now filtered through it. This was its offer. The void tamed and measured out, and yes, he could of course use it to save the Blood Elves, but he could do so much more. No. The next thought that filtered into his mind spoke with Darkon's voice, each word lilting with mocking logic. You were eager enough to see me, your dear friend, sacrificed for the good of Silvermoon. What's one more death compared to the survival of all Blood Elves? And you know Rommath would agree with me, grinding his teeth to powder even as he did. Umbric could not tell if that thought came from the shadow presence, from within his own mind, or from some shade of Darkon. It did not matter. Umbric had never been interested in moral philosophy, and would have been hard-pressed to argue the logic, even on a good day. His dislike of conflict had kept him away from Dalaran's ubiquitous and spirited debates. Yet justification was not necessary if he did not accept the point as worth arguing in the first place. No, I refuse such bloody expedience. If possibility is a truly infinite force, then there must be a world in which I can save my people without sacrificing everything I love. Umbric sucked in a breath, his throat raw from screaming, awareness of his body and all its pains coming back. I will find it for myself, he croaked. His hands felt numb and distant, still tangled in the fraying threads of the arcane. He moved them with a clumsiness he hadn't known since the day he had become an apprentice, and cut the spell off. The shadowy presence vanished, but so too did the torrent of potential. Utterly bereft, Umbric fell to his knees and wept. A moment, an hour, a lifetime passed. But then, a damp cloth settled on his brow, its cool softness at odds with the sharp command that followed. Wake, Umbric. I have no time for your dramatics. He'd know the voice of his dearest friend, and the affection and humor hidden in that harsh tone, even if he were 100 years dead. With a heroic effort, Umbric dragged his eyes open to see Rommath leaning over him. He wondered if this might be a dying hallucination. Rommath looked far healthier than any of the Sin'dorei had in months, though his eyes flared an unnatural green. Am I dead? Rommath snorted, If my reprobation is to be your reward after death, that speaks ill of the life you've led. Umbric remembered, struck with sudden hectic energy, what he'd been doing. He tried to sit up. How did I come to be on the settee? But Rommath pushed him firmly back down with a hand against his chest. I found it, Rommath. The solution. Rommath glanced at the rest of the room, eyes widening as he took in the state of it. What did you do? The energy. Knowledge. It's infinite. It would save us. A conduit, you see? Not like Darkon's gate. Rommath looked toward the arcane circle, the smudged chalk equations, then the tome still lying open on the floor, his expression going stiff and cold as he recognized it. He turned his attention back to Umbric, his tone rising to an angry growl. You gave me your word. We are dying. I trusted you, Rommath shouted. I slept more easily because I knew you were here, watching over Quel'Thalas, and yet I find you... His expression twisted with anger and disgust as he swept a hand to take in the mess of paper and chalk that had overtaken Umbric's sitting room. How many laws did you break to obtain this filth? To read it? This... He snatched up the book and brandished it, annotated by a man who betrayed me, you, everyone, and welcomed the dead in to slaughter us all, who enabled the defilement of the Sunwell and sentenced our people to starvation and madness. The successive shocks of fear, anger, and horror, as Rommath's words struck him like blows, helped Umbric pull his thoughts into some kind of order. I will not turn on our people as Darkon did, Umbric pled. You know me, Rommath. Better than anyone, I have no interest in acclaim or power. No matter.
Yeah, I mean, he is messing with fel magic, but at the same time, it's also from their like their king, their leader. You know, the one who gets to basically like decide the law. So I think that's ultimately, like, culturally, there's a reason why that was more accepted than what the Void was, you know?
No matter how the Void has tried to tempt me, I only want to save us from extinction. Rommath took a deep breath and seemed to master his anger. The madness of the Sunwell's loss has touched us all greatly. He glanced at the book still clutched in his hand and cast it into the fireplace. Umbric flinched at the sound of it hitting the logs, the crackle as it caught fire.
But torturing a being of light? I mean, Rommath, Kettleman, isn't this before that?
He knew, somehow, that he had learned all the book had to tell him. Rommath continued, It will not come to that. Quel'Thalas has sent me home because he found a solution, and I am to teach the first part of it. There is a method to let us siphon the energy we need. From where? For now, artifacts. Objects no longer in use, that manner of thing. That is no permanent solution, Umbric pointed out. I never said it was. But while we regain our strength, Quel'Thalas is acquiring a greater source of power that we will be able to use. Thus, there is no need for you to take such drastic action. Our prince will bring us our salvation. Trust in him. Rommath's invocation of Quel'Thas's name should have been more comfort. Umbric had known the man only peripherally when they'd all been students in Dalaran. But he was King Anastarion's son. He could not help but think of how they had all counted on the Sunwell as an immovable pillar upon which to balance their lives without a second thought, and how unprepared they had all been for its destruction. And he thought, too, I once trusted Darkon. I no longer think it wise to trust one's fate to a single savior, be it the Sunwell or Quel'Thas. Rommath's lips formed in a thin, displeased line.
There can be no chosen one. Only we can save ourselves.
Had you journeyed with us, you would understand. He reached out and briefly rested the back of his hand against Umbric's cheek. You are feverish. Set aside this madness, Umbric, while I can still excuse it. Odd. How clear my thoughts feel. Clear enough to see the favor Rommath offered unasked for. If he let the matter drop, Rommath would chalk it up to withdrawal and sickness, and all would be forgotten. Continue to push the issue, and Rommath, who believed in the law above all things, who did not compromise, whose heart still bled in the aftermath of Darkon's betrayal, would set the spellbreakers on him. Umbric squeezed his eyes closed against the ache in his head. He was too tired to argue a wall like Rommath into bending right now. His knowledge too shallow. His understanding of the void too nascent. I will learn, and when I have mastered this study, Rommath will listen to me. This time, Rommath did not stop him from sitting up. He took the cloth from his brow. All right, Umbric said. I will hear what solution you have brought.
Probably another jump in time here, I would imagine.
It is my birthday soon. Perhaps I'm walking into a surprise party, Umbric thought with grim humor.
And honestly, I think that they kind of leave the exact timeline relatively vague in order to allow themselves room to flex. Pretty sure that's why they're doing it this way. Because once you start defining things with specific years and stuff, it becomes very rigid. And then you get these giga nerd fucking people who will just like rage anytime there is a fucking inconsistency in the timeline. And they probably just don't want to have to deal with that. So as long as you have like main events that happen at the right, like us, no, I'm just trying to understand when it happened. I'm not going to like fucking lose my mind if, like what I'm saying is you put up specific numbers here and then things happen later and then people will come back and check it. Just being like more ambiguous about the exact time just allows them more breathing room. Yeah, I can be flexible with timelines. I like having rough ideas versus exact day time moments, right? And I think that the most kind of uncertain time we have, the biggest like questionable time gap is the beginning, where they're like young. We don't know. We have an idea of when this exists because they're obviously in Dalaran, and it's before Darkon turns, but that's a pretty big amount of time where that could have happened. That's where it's the most ambiguous. This second set is pretty specific. So before the reignition of the Sunwell and Darkon showing up again, while Kael'thas is dicking around in Outland and they've discovered how to harness different energies. And yeah, obviously after the events of Warcraft 3.
He rapped his knuckles against the door of the council chamber. He would take any spark of levity to keep at bay the sure knowledge that something was very, very wrong. He had only just been turned away from the Sunwell's chamber by the guards there, a strange occurrence in itself. With the Sunwell now healed and stable, there was no reason for a magister of their people to be denied entrance, let alone one of Umbric's standing.
And so that would have, of course, been after the events of the Sunwell, which we literally play through as players. Which I'm pretty sure the desecration of that Muru, only happened a little bit before the events of. So if I'm not mistaken, at the time when they were actually showing Muru, I don't think that had happened yet. But I could be wrong about that. Pretty sure that was a more recent event. Like that happened like a little bit before we actually assault the Sunwell. But I need to brush up on that and make sure I get that right.
He'd been puzzling who best to speak to about this mistake. Lorthamar, perhaps? When a messenger had halted in front of him and handed over a summons to the full Council of Magisters. a full council about which no one had bothered to inform Umbric.
Is the audio of the mic fading? Is it? Am I fading in and out? Almost like you have active. It's my noise gate. A little here and there. Yeah, tell me sooner next time. I'm fucking 4 hours into my stream. It's all right though. Let me know if it happens again, or if it's happening right now. There's a moment where you spoke a word or two were quiet, but I was looking away and assumed you were just facing away. Yeah, it's because I changed settings on my mic last night and apparently fucked it up. Microphone issues are fucking forever, dude. I'm like, I have to get it loud enough to where it picks me up, but not pick up the fucking echo in the room. Like, to not where it's clipping. I've just been having fucking audio. I'm always having technical issues, bro. Anyway.
The doors opened, and he took in the scene before him. Nearly every magister currently residing in Silvermoon City, each looking more censorious than the last. Mela, her hands bound before her, looking strange and small without her spellbreaker armor. Rommath, standing with his arms crossed, his expression cold and his gaze fixed on Umbric. Umbric welcomed the surge of anger at seeing Mela being treated like a criminal. Plainly the surprise they'd planned for him. "I received your summons." "This woman," Magister Duskwither said, "was caught practicing dark magic and faces judgment." "And has already been judged guilty, if she is not being given the courtesy of her name." "What manner of dark magic?" Umbric asked, though he already knew the answer. "A ritual of the void," Rommath said. Umbric saw the choice before him clearly. Pretend he did not recognize Mela and let her face punishment alone? Or do his best to shield her by giving his fellow magisters the prize they were truly after? Mela would understand if he chose the former. They all knew what risks they took, continuing to study what the magisters had interdicted over his protests after the rekindling of the Sunwell. Fatigue replaced the fear in his heart. He was tired of lying, of hiding, of acting as if the necessary pursuit of knowledge was wrong. He was tired, too, of the hypocrisy of each magister who proclaimed the sanctity of the Sunwell, this second chance they had been served on the tormented heart of Inaru.
You know what also what this reminds me of? This reminds me a bit of the Locust Walker situation. You know, Void Sorcerer and all that, and how the others treated him as a result, even though he's actually the one who found the solution for them.
Umbric folded his hands into his sleeves to hide their trembling. "Then I suppose I had best face your judgment as well, seeing as I am the one who taught her." The gathered magisters erupted into shouting, though Umbric looked only at Rommath. His expression was grim, but not surprised.
Yo, Lightstyle, thanks for the 17-month resub, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It was Rommath's voice that cut through the babble, his words cold and precise. And what purpose could such a ritual have, with the Sunwell restored? Umbric had prepared for this day, imagining arguments, clever turns of phrase, ironclad logic that would finally convince the magisters of what they seemed so determined to ignore. Meeting Rommath's eyes, all the careful words were ash in his mouth. "You know the facts as well as I do. The Sunwell has been corrupted twice, destroyed once, and required the heart of the Naru we once tortured at the behest of Kael'thas to be restored. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is madness. Doing the same thing over and over again." Rommath bit out each word, such as nurturing a viper in the heart of our city. Dar Khan nearly destroyed us. Kael'thas nearly destroyed us. One of the other magisters, Umbric did not see who, since he could not look away from Rommath, from the fury and despair that warred in his eyes, added, We would be fools to let you become even a footnote on that list of would-be tyrants.
I have no interest in political influence or general acclaim, and you know that.
Umbric snapped. He read the acceptance of that statement in the slight tilt of Rommath's chin.
Why are they showing Windrunner Spire? I don't really understand why this is being shown. Like, feels like they ran out of like stock footage that they wanted to use. Now they're just showing random shit.
I would ensure we cannot be cornered like desperate beasts again. We Magisters know better than most that power is but a tool. And like any tool, it can be turned to build or harm. Let us create many paths our people can walk, so that the loss of one will not be a disaster.
Diversify.
It was the best argument that he had. And
Gotta diversify your portfolio. If you invest all your money into just one option, one stock option, then if it ever crashes, you're fucked. Gotta diversify.
Would have worked. It would have worked on the Rommath he'd known when they were students. It could have worked on the Rommath who had returned bearing Prince Kael'thas's message of false hope, if only Umbric had been able to coherently make it at the time.
So this would be around the time when Umbric is teaching, before Void Elves, I think, are created, but around that time, I think. I mean, the amount of years collapses into, you know, a few decades as opposed to hundreds of years in the first section.
But from the icy stillness of Rommath's expression, he knew that his words had found no traction. Your research must already influence you, that you cannot see the Sunwell is the best path, the only path we have forward. Instead, you would open it to corruption again.
My research does not touch the Sunwell, nor do I intend to place it in any danger. But I fear the longer we rely only on its stasis and stability, the more close-minded and zealous we will become.
Umbric knew those words were a mistake the moment they left his mouth. While a few of the Magisters, and he did his best to note their faces, looked thoughtful, the outrage was palpable in the room.
Oof.
None were more furious than Rommath. The Sunwell has protected us for millennia, he said, enunciating each word like a slap. And our greatest suffering came from its loss. He took a careful breath. You will destroy your research, disband your followers, and swear before every Magister that you will not speak of this again. His lips formed a bitter line. Perhaps then you will keep your word. Umbric could feel the love that had bound them together as friends for so long, like an overstretched thread, ready to snap. He knew how much pain Rommath had felt at the betrayal of Darkhan, and then Kael'thas. Many thought his friend dour or unfeeling, but Umbric had seen every time his heart had been broken. He did not want to be the cause of more pain for someone who had cared for him so much, who cared for their people so much.
And yet...
No, he said firmly.
I will promise no such thing.
Rommath took a step back as if struck. Ignoring the shouts of the Magisters, Umbric said for Rommath alone,
I am sorry, old friend. Truly. If I'd been strong enough to say that before now, things might have gone differently.
The rest was a foregone conclusion that Umbric paid only the barest attention to, shocked by his own decision. He was bound with arcane shackles, formally stripped of his Magister title, and then ungently taken by guards to a prison cell suitable for mages, while the matter was brought before the Regent Lord. Rommath refused to so much as look at him as he was led away.
Imprisoned! Now we get another
In the
time
stark
skip.
quiet of his cell,
Oh, never mind.
Umbric wondered if this would be his end. Dead, and with his students in hiding, a martyrdom that would achieve nothing. It was no doubt possible. The Void had thus far shown him that all things were. But that meant, too, there were possibilities that did not lead toward his death. Perhaps fewer than he would like, since it had taken him so long to find the conviction of his cause. Umbric was saved from further self-reflection by Rommath, flanked by guards that he waved away. We will speak privately. He cannot hurt me.
Not more than I have already.
Umbric thought miserably. Bringing news of my death? Rommath shook his head. I talked Lord Thamar out of it. Take it as a favor that you will be banished, you and your followers. I will not be able to shield anyone else after this, nor would I want to.
The last gift of a broken friendship, then.
I will see it done. Rommath stared at him, mouth working as if he was sorting words between his teeth. You have changed, Umbric. I used to be able to trust you. That hurt. But so did every word now. And you have changed, not a whit. After all we have seen and done and learned, with every triumph and disaster that had set their world trembling, Rommath had responded always by planting himself more firmly. A tower built and rebuilt to weather any assault.
This is a, I think, pretty obvious and intentional comparison to Illyria and Turalyon. Illyria recognizes the same thing in one of her short stories, I think it is, that Turalyon has just grown more, you know, dug in, more rigid, unwavering, and that she has gone through immense change, and their alignments in power and philosophy reflect this pretty obviously. So they're doing the same thing here with Rommath and Umbric to kind of show the opposing philosophies and why it's so difficult for the light and void to reconcile with one another, because the philosophies associated with each are inherently like antithetical to one another. One is, again, very rigid, dogmatic, single-minded. The other one is flowing, more chaotic, you know, potentially maddening. So they have an extremely, extremely hard time finding any common ground. And that's exactly what's happened here with Rommath and Umbric.
It was his greatest strength and greatest weakness.
Yep.
Umbric did not need
inflexible to a fault.
To sort through the infinite possibilities within the void to know that eventually every tower met a storm it could not match.
Would the Sunwell's influence over the Blood Elves be akin to how the light makes things rigid in mindset? Yes, and that's what Umbric is talking about. Like, we're just going to hold ourselves up here, and the longer that we stay here, around the Sunwell, the more rigid we will become, and we will never be able to change our minds again. Basically, like, we'll become zealots. We'll become far too zealous, and we can't go that route, because the Sunwell has already failed us before. So we just anchor ourselves to that once again. Like, it's not going to be fruitful for us.
There is still time, if you are not too proud, Rommath said.
The irony, because
there was a tilt to his lips, so slight that Umbric almost might have imagined it, that spoke of a deep well of sorrow. Lord Thamar has a far greater capacity for mercy than I. No, Umbric said as gently as he could. Why? Rommath demanded.
Why indeed?
The answer came to him unbidden, a conclusion he had long known but never voiced.
I understand my path at last. Though it takes me far from you, old friend, from our people, from all I have known. The universe is too great, and we are fools not to see how small we are in comparison. How much we need each other's strengths.
Huh. A path to the void, Rommath sneered. Umbric shook his head.
You have walked away from Quel'Thalas before yourself.
For our home, our people. Is it so difficult for you to understand that my reasons are the same?
Yep.
I did not happily turn my back on everything that was right in pursuit of a corrupt power, nor lie about it. Rommath's lip curled. We are not the same.
I have never been more miserable in my life, Rommath.
Umbric laughed with no humor. There are forces far stronger than magic or the void, and far more fragile. Friendship, love, connection.
That is what will save us from the next disaster, and the next, and the next. Don't you see? Oh, could he? It is only now, as I speak these words, that I begin to understand. I will wield every drop of power at my disposal to protect Silvermoon, to protect you. I did not ask for that. You have always done what you believed you must for our people, even when you despised it, even when it hurt you. Take pride that I have finally learned something from you. Rommath bowed his head briefly in acceptance. When he looked up, he might as well have been considering the fate of a stranger for all the warmth he showed. You will have one day. After that, you will be expelled by force. Then you had best let me out. Rommath stood aside, and Umbric began the long walk away from his home. He did not look back, but he knew Rommath stood there, watching.
To Telegris we go.
You looked less nervous the last time you were in battle, Mela said, casually leaning against a boulder. It was a stance Umbric had seen her take often in Silvermoon City, while they discussed some point of ritual or another, only now she wore the armor of the Riftblade and had the purple cast skin of the Rendorai. Do you think that is what this will become? Umbric asked, glancing away from the void gate being built in front of him. His hand itched with the desire to take charge of the delicate work. Building a passage from Telegris Rift to Azeroth was no simple proposition, but he had promised to let his fellow Rendorai have the practice. The broad expanse of sky over Telegris Rift swirled with eddying currents of energy and possibility that shone brightly to his eyes. When they had all first come here, before the void had changed him utterly inside and out, the sky had seemed dark, oppressive, and empty. How the world seems to shift when one has eyes to see. Don't you? The tilt of Mela's eyebrows over the lilac flare of her eyes indicated the depths of her skepticism. No, or I hope not. We have a much larger mutual concern than old grievances. I'll be sure to note old grievances on your funeral wreath if you're wrong. As a mercy to keep Mela from winding up his anxiety further, the gate swirled with dark energy and opened. I trust you to keep everyone safe while we are gone. Of course, just try not to get yourself burned. Umbric pretended not to hear that final admonishment, as he signaled to the waiting mages and riftwalkers to follow him. He did not like that he was taking most of Telegris Rift's defenders with him, but if he was right, they would be needed elsewhere. Traveling by Voidgate felt distinct from the many times he'd used their arcane equivalent. It brought the sensation of being propelled through a roiling ocean of possibilities to inexplicably wash ashore at the correct one. That irresistible magic tide deposited him on a broken stone path overgrown with grass. Windrunner Village. It looked as it had for years, a broken shell, left as a legacy of the Horde and later the Scourge invasion. At least now freed of the undead and at peace. Movement to the left, one of the Riftwalkers said quietly in Umbric's ear. A sentry, I think. That was the plan. Now we wait. Rommath will call this another broken promise, and he will not be entirely wrong. But Umbric could see no other course of action, quite literally. The void was no soothsayer's scrying orb. The potentiality was about the now, with branching futures splitting into even larger infinities. Yet when he learned of Orisa Windrunner's vision, the void reaching out to swallow Silvermoon, it matched with the ragged borders of his own observations.
Some truth.
There was a snarl in the fabric of possibility, one that threatened to consume all Azeroth, and it was near. They were not kept waiting long. Umbric soon after detected the shift in ambient energy that heralded a portal, followed by the growing thunder of many Hawkstriders approaching. Behind him, one of the mages murmured about the honor of being such a threat
that they warranted an immediate response. Umbric wished that he could laugh about it, but it was all he could do to stay outwardly calm as his stomach churned with nerves and tension. As he had both hoped and feared, it was Rommath who led the column, back stiff and straight as a poker as he sat on his mount.
He looks tired,
Umbric thought, though a far more important observation would have been the sheer number of spellbreakers and blood knights who followed at his back.
Has he made no new friends to bully him into taking care of himself?
Any fondness he felt at the sight of his old friend was summarily squashed by the expression on Rommath's face. Anger, disapproval, censure, all of those he had expected. But what he caught in the man's expression was disgust.
And I'd finally gotten used to how we look.
That, of all the stupid jokes he could have made to himself, broke the inner tension, even if it did nothing for the air between the groups that seethed with hostility. Rommath halted his force, an order of magnitude larger than the number of Rendori Umbric had brought with him, and made one gesture with his hand. The air filled with the hiss of metal as weapons were drawn. "I am no longer surprised when you break your word to me," Rommath said.
"We are not here to demand a return to Silvermoon, though I hope I someday might. Rather to address a threat she faces."
"You and your kind are the only threat I see."
"Have you been told of the vision given to Verisa Windrunner?"
Umbric asked, ignoring the obvious bait. There was a slight curl of Rommath's lip at the mention of the name, but no other sign of recognition. Umbric quickly explained all that he knew of it, and his own observations within the void that comported with her words. "You creatures of the void bring me a warning that it will swallow Silvermoon?" Rommath asked, his disbelief plain.
"I am no more a creature of the void than you are of the Sunwell,"
Umbric answered coolly.
"We wield power. We are not wielded by it."
"And yet I see no other encroachment of the darkness here. Even if you do not knowingly lie, Xal'atath remains free. You could be unwitting pawns in her corruption." Rommath bared his teeth. "You have set foot on our soil again. Remain here and your lives are forfeit. Leave." He
Damn.
cupped one hand, a mote of fire sparking there that flared and rapidly grew, as the spellbreakers and blood knights began to slowly advance, not charging, not yet. But the intention to force the Rendori into flight was plain. Umbric held one hand out to keep his own people still and desperately sought some path forward in the unforgiving plains of Rommath's face. He saw his former friend's furrowed brow, read the words he could not hear.
"Don't make me do this."
Umbric exhaled air and drew in the potential of the void. There were so many possibilities, and most of them ended with him dead, or Rommath dead, or both of them in stupid mutual destruction. He could not even be angry with Rommath. He understood too well every step that had led them to this place. With no answer easily apparent, Umbric seized on the single slim possibility that cried out to his heart. He breathed the void out and turned to the long-ingrained magics of the arcane, uttering one word of command to set his will against Rommath's spell. For a moment they struggled, Rommath trying to weave the fireball to its end with a surge of desperation as he sensed Umbric working to unravel it. Umbric
Mage fight.
had always excelled at counterspells, but Rommath had on more than one occasion foiled him with sheer will. Their gazes locked as they fought silently. And then Umbric felt Rommath yield. The abrupt collapse of the spell emitted a soundless boom that caught his hair in a burst of wind. One of the Rendori mages uttered a sound between a sob and a hiccuping laugh. Umbric took a step toward Rommath, holding his gaze.
"I could never make you do anything, Rommath, any more than you could force me to do something that wasn't in my heart. I know you don't trust the void, and with good reason. What I ask is that this one time, you trust me."
"Huh," Rommath said, doing the same thing over and over again. Umbric grimaced.
but took another step forward. Tell me what harm I have offered the Sunwell. Tell me what harm I have done to Silvermoon, other than walking away when I was sentenced to do so. I have broken so many promises to you, and perhaps I will never fully pay for the damage I did to both of us. But there is one charge I have never violated and never will. Trusting you again may well be what damns Silvermoon. It would be a difficult thing to ask of anyone, let alone someone who had been betrayed thrice over. That may be. But I wouldn't be here if I had any doubt that my leaving would make that destruction a certainty. Rommath did not answer, his jaw working. Umbric took a careful step, and another, until he was even with the first of the Blood Knights who had moved to protect Rommath, until their sword rested lightly against his neck. There he paused, raising one eyebrow at Rommath. So many think you have no heart, old friend. But we both know better. You may have the greatest heart of all, to have been wounded so deeply and lived. Show me that strength once more. Please. Perhaps Rommath felt his silent prayer. His shoulders sagged, almost imperceptibly, and he raised one hand. The Blood Knight before Umbric sheathed their sword and moved slowly back. This heralded another wave of sound, far less crisp and eager than the first, of weapons being sheathed. Do not give me cause to regret this, Rommath said. Thank you, Umbric said. Rommath squared his shoulders. If any of you are seen within the bounds of Silvermoon City, or near the Sunwell, you will be executed on sight. The sudden relief that flowed through Umbric compelled him one more step forward, though he did not reach for Rommath. I miss you. I'm sorry. We have much to discuss. Perhaps, Rommath said. His lips tightened into a frown for a moment, and he reached into his sleeve to draw out the white linen square of a handkerchief. Wordlessly, he handed it down to Umbric, who, utterly baffled, took it. Rommath huffed a small, deeply annoyed snort, a sound Umbric had quickly become familiar with during their friendship, and lightly tapped the side of his own neck with one finger before turning to leave. Stick to the village. Umbric pressed the handkerchief against his neck, and only then felt the thin, sharp pain of where the Blood Knight's well-honed sword must have parted his skin. He pulled the handkerchief briefly away to confirm the bright line of blood against the linen. Thank you, he said to Rommath's slowly retreating form. The man gave no sign of having heard, and perhaps he hadn't over the noise of so many Hawkstriders on the move. Umbric's people rushed up to crowd around him, voices rising in a babble that was half suspicion and half near hysterical relief. Did he hurt you? One Riftwalker asked. What did he give you? Umbric ignored the first question. Only the second mattered. A possibility. And in every possibility lives hope. We have overcome much. I hope you will join me and the Blood Elves in World of Warcraft Midnight. The Sunwell must be protected.
Pretty fucking good, dude. Pretty fucking good. Hope remains. Hope is what you have when all other things have failed you. Where hope exists, you make room for healing. For all things that are possible. And some that are not. That was good. It was long. I wish I had more energy for commentary and extrapolation. But yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like I touched on the key points. The contrast between light and void, the opposing perspectives and ideologies that exist there, the reason why they have such a hard time reconciling with one another, but the necessity for them to find a middle ground somehow, some way. And like Rommath said, you know, it's through the friendship, the allies, you know, love that we can bridge those gaps. You know, the story's a lot about betrayal, a lack of trust, loss, pain, reflection upon their youth, and how they were betrayed by one of their own. it's hard to get past that stuff. You know, I can totally understand why Rommath wouldn't have really any trust, especially powers that were gleaned from the studies of Darkon Drathir of all people. Why should he? The guy was the ultimate betrayer. So, I mean, who can blame him? But Umbric sees all of that. He sees that pain. He understands the hesitance and the doubt. He understands the way it looks, but also, of course, in the end, is pretty fearful of what will happen if they don't find some kind of way to come together. Because if it's kind of seeming like if Umbric is right, that Silvermoon will end up being lost. So it's also nice that like Umbric doesn't know. You know, he calls to the void to see the path or whatever, but he can't see it. And ultimately, the right path, the one where neither dies, is the one that came from his heart. Something from within himself that the void could not see. That's just like, that's one of the core principles of the void and the light, is that it does not have the whole picture. There's something within us, something that comes from a place where perhaps both light and void mingle with one another, where truth lies, something beyond the perception of fate, beyond the perception of a power tied to possibility or prophecy, something that can turn the tide, that can change fate, something that is otherwise unseen, imperceptible, that cannot be measured, that cannot be calculated, that cannot be predicted. The same place hope comes from, and tied to the power of free will. Something that cosmic powers cannot comprehend. We're going to be in for a wild fucking ride, dude. We are going to be in for a wild fucking ride. I can't wait. I can't wait. See where it goes with Illyria and Turalyon, Rommath and Umbric. I feel like I have a better standing of certain events now after this audio drama. You know, concerned less with the timeline of things as it became more clear as the story progressed. Ultimately, it's about where we are now. Not that those past events don't matter. They help set the stage for what is, but where we find ourselves now is the most important thing. I think it's mostly also just to try to figure out how old Rommath and Umbric are, but that's really not that important. And again, I think they leave that relatively ambiguous for the sake of not having to be so rigid. Fucking 4.5 weeks from now, chat. They literally need each other to have all the possibilities. Yes, to see the truth. And they told us that in 1,000 Years of War with Illyria Windrunner fucking almost 10 years ago. They told us that. When light and void collide is where the truth exists. Not in one path nor the other, but at their intersection. It's something that I have preached over and over and over and over and over again. That in their individual ways, they are limited. Just like the Horde and the Alliance. They must reconcile their existence with one another. That audio drama started it all. Such a good medium. Yeah, yup. And that still remains, in my opinion, the best one. And that was a great narration. That was really fucking nice, dude. I enjoyed that a lot. That was nice. I don't think that this will end up going on YouTube because there's just way too much. The first half, so much pausing. And it's not your guys' fault, but it's the discussion, you know. I enjoy that discussion, but I also, it does make it hard to to stay focused. So it's one of the trade-offs of live streaming, you know. I asked AI what Pyromancer would say about the audio drama, and it said, "Do you understand what that means for the cosmic chart? The light is a single blinding path of truth. Order disguised as destiny. The void is the chaos of infinite possibility. It's not just a power source. It's a temporal and existential override of reality." To a degree, I think that's sort of accurate, but ultimately, it has no contextual acknowledgement of free will or The nature of light and void contrasted to one another. It doesn't really respect the relationship between them. Fucking clankers. Yeah. That was good. Clank wank nonsense. It can never compare to the real. Happy to main a Void Elf Devourer DH now. As soon as I heard the video talk about the nature of the Void's energy, I went, fuck, Pyro's probably watching this right now. I have to see what he says. Yeah, there's a couple really interesting portions there, specifically when Rommath is acknowledging the power of the Void. The way it, I think he said something about it expanding and retracting and all sorts of shit in the cracks of reality. Yeah, there was some good stuff in there. Apparently Ariel was just approached by a stranger outside the fucking grocery store asking if she's single. She said, what kind of world do we live in where men try to pick up women at the grocery store? And I said, a desperate one. I mean, she is beautiful and approachable. If she wasn't, I wouldn't have ever approached her when we met. But I mean, shit, I was also at a bar, you know, where some people go to meet other people. Like, I don't know of a lot of people who go to the grocery store to get hit on. I think that's her point. Tell her I'm sorry. I didn't know she was your lady. Shut the fuck up. And yet they'll get mad at her for saying go away. Well, I mean, there are probably more polite ways of declining someone. Someone asks you if you're single, you can just say, no, I'm not, sorry. Have a nice day. And then you walk away. If someone says, are you single? And you go away. Yeah, I mean, you can respond however you want, but like, it doesn't require being rude to people either necessarily. Sometimes de-escalation is the better choice. I don't assume she won't be polite about it. It's just the general vibe is, no, please go away. Yeah, I understand. I think it's also cultural. I'm from Balkans and folks are open, really open here. My best friend met his wife in the store. Yeah, and I mean, everyone's different, right? And yeah, there can certainly be cultural differences. But you know, it's not like we're in a different country. We're, you know, so it's the culture that we live in. So what you experience is not really that relevant to here. My GF had that, yeah, happen a few weeks ago. Knowing her, I'd have expected a cringe. As long as it's I want to get to know you and not I think you're hot. Let's get off this topic just right now. I'll be right back. Yeah, you know, could always be worse. She could have been like, yeah, I am single. Yeah, let's talk about Arthas instead. Arthas pretty famously a creepy guy. Yeah. Was a very interesting person in terms of how he interacted with Jaina. Take another Prime. You can't
Take
fucking
another
make
Prime.
me. Oh shit, you did. Thanks for the 40-month resub, Nathan. Kale was too. Oh, you mean these Nepo baby princes that have never been checked in their entire life? Who are taught from a young age that they're basically superior to everyone around them? Oh, what a concept, yeah. That they would treat women in a cringe, creepy way is no surprise. That's why Aragorn's the best king. Thank goodness Anduin exists. Wait, I didn't know you were married, Grats. Shut the fuck up, you definitely knew that. I was corrupted, babe. Yeah, Arthas is pretty weird to Jaina even before any of that. But I hope that you guys enjoyed that audio drama as well. Pretty long. And again, sorry for all the pausing. Ultimately, I don't think that the timeline matters that much because the whole thing ends up being the progression of Umbric's storyline, not just the, beginning. Can't wait for VOD. We have to be subbed for the VOD. Nice to see some side slices throughout time. Yeah, that was good. And I feel like that was really nice extrapolation on the relationship between Rommath and Umbric. That was nice. I feel like I learned a lot about both of them. It's good. Felt sorry for Umbric. I felt sorry for both of them. Like I know that Rommath on the outside is curt and stoic for the most part, but it's really hard not to be when you've been betrayed like that. And it's interesting because Umbric is like, yeah, the void utterly changed me inside and outside. I don't really agree with that. To be honest, I don't really agree. And there's actually a quest from Dragonflight where you talk to a void elf woman, and she basically says like, the more that I have reflected upon my relationship with the void, the more that I realize that maybe I haven't changed at all. I thought that the void, would change me a ton, but I'm actually basically still the same person. Maybe we all have a bit of void inside of us. And I think that they're right. Especially if it turns out that souls, especially immortal souls, are made up of a combination of light and void. Which, as allegedly cosmic primordial powers, would basically encompass everything. So, yeah. I have a feeling that one might die. I hope not. I think what they're going for is pushing for a future where neither of them die. I guess we'll see, because what I'm expecting them to do is to contrast what those two are going through versus what Illyria and Turalyon are going through, and to show how one situation can lead one way and the other can lead to a different one. You have the same contrast, effectively, but maybe we'll get to see what happens when it works out and what happens when it doesn't work out. Maybe a bit of a lesson to show what both sides can lead to, or what two different options, not necessarily that there's only two sides. The vision showed them fighting each other. Was it this fight or a future one? Well, they didn't really fight in this story. It's, again, I think it's just, that was more like a world soul vision. So I'm even starting to wonder if the visions granted by the world soul are concrete either. Or if we are able to basically, like, surmount even that type of thing. Because it could be that the world soul, you know, the radiant visions given to Verisa, you know, aren't necessarily true or don't have to be. Yeah, perhaps it's just a vision of fate that we can break. Like all visions of fate. You know, maybe it's less of a certainty and more of a challenge. Does that make sense? Almost like Azeroth sending a vision of what might be, but what you can also avoid, kind of thing. Because we have to interpret why we're getting the visions, why they're being sent, what they mean, you know? Like, inaction leads to this? Maybe. Not necessarily, and that's the thing, is I wouldn't even necessarily say it's only inaction. I would say that it could be multiple reasons why this could occur. Fate is like an unshapen sword that has yet to be placed into the furnace and beat into shape by the hammer of our willpower. It's not defined. It's not honed and sharpened to a point yet. It's still ambiguous. It can become anything. A dagger, a sword, whatever you want it to be. But ultimately it will not take shape until you smith it. On the subject of paths and vision, did we not see a vision where Illyria goes crazy and we defeat her, and the same thing for Turalyon? And since we believe neither of that will truly happen, what do you think will happen instead? I mean, yes, we have seen those visions, which I don't think are true. What do I think will happen? Well, based on context clues potentially given to us by the raid journals, it doesn't appear that Illyria and Turalyon are present for the final raid. That Lura somehow comes out of Illyria, is unbound from within Illyria, and there's a chance that Illyria dies. I mean, and I don't know what's going to happen to Turalyon. They might both fucking die. I mean, that's why I'm saying we need to use this Rommath and Umbric thing as an example of comparison, an opportunity to compare against what's happening with Illyria and Turalyon. So, again, Umbric and Rommath might turn out to be like neither of them die. Illyria and Turalyon might turn out to be like both of them die. It's really hard to say right now, but I didn't see anything indicating in the final raid or any of its journal entries that Illyria or Turalyon are present. And that doesn't mean that they're dead, but I'm not at the end of the Voidspire raid. Illyria seems to be like succumbing to the void, and then in the final raid, we're fighting the Naru that was inside of her. So that does not necessarily mean that she dies, but it would leave the question of what the fuck happens to her. And I think that, you know, there's an opportunity for them to both, Illyria and Turalyon, to both learn from the light forging and the void, and to give up those powers eventually. Yep, like what you're saying in YouTube chat, maybe abandoning those powers or being released of them in a way like Magni was, kind of by Azeroth. Or there's a situation maybe where, you know, paladins are known for sacrifice. It's a big thing. It's a big part of what paladins stand for. So it's, you know, Turalyon is the last remaining original member of the Silver Hand. That doesn't exist in any state of undeath or anything, at least as far as we understand it. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Turalyon like sacrifice himself to try to save Illyria or something like that. Could also be a situation where both Illyria and Tyrallion sacrifice themselves to save their son. It's hard to say. Like, this is what you guys are asking me, and I understand why you're asking me. I'm happy to try to explain what could happen here. But by the nature, blood ties, well, I haven't finished it yet, so I'm not sure what that means exactly. If you're just commenting on the idea of blood ties or what that means, but again, I haven't finished. I need to finish it. But basically, you're asking me to try to figure out, if I were to take light and void and put them together for the truth, what would it be? Wow, that's a really fucking hard question to answer when you can't practically do it, right? Because I have to sit here and think about, what are all the possibilities of what could happen? What is perhaps most likely, or the path that Blizzard is most likely to take, ergo light and void, and reconcile those with one another to try to predict what's going to happen. You know how difficult that is? It's very difficult. So the means by which I do this is by trying to identify repeating patterns throughout the story. Repeating patterns and themes and concepts, right? You have to basically use fractals to try to figure out what's the repeating pattern. And what are the details of the generically repeating pattern that diverge from one another? Where are their differences? Sargeras raises an army of demons. Odin raises an army of angels. What is the implication of that difference? Right? One is bound to a throne with ice. One is bound to a throne with the power of domination. What does that mean, right? How can one story's ending give us information that may inform how another story also concludes? Right? When you see one thing come to its end, you basically witness one of the potential fates, if you will. And you have to then take that and go, okay, could that apply to this situation? Right? And so you begin cross-referencing all sorts of shit, but basically you're cross-referencing like the paths of the void and the ultimate end. And so, I mean, that's like one of the best ways, I guess, to explain what I'm really doing, is I'm not just sitting here making guesses and taking shots in the dark on things. I'm trying to identify a pattern, because through patterns we can I think that, I mean, that's how you look at the past, and you look at the patterns and how they repeat themselves, and that's how you, through identifying that and recognizing how malleable that can be, you can either divert or ensure that pattern repeating itself in the future. Is it a pattern you want to break? Is it a pattern you want to continue? What are the positives and negatives of each of those things? And what is it that you desire? And how can you use your free will? How can these characters use their free will to either impede upon, or impose a continuation of those fractals and cycles, right? So like I think a good example of this would be like Saurfang. His whole like shtick at the end was like breaking the cycle. Like, this war, we cannot allow the Horde and the Alliance in this moment here at the gates of Orgrimmar. This war cannot happen. You know, that's why Thrall is basically saying like many lives will be lost, and Saurfang responds, or perhaps just one, because he knows that the only way to divert this fate is to break the cycle and not only sacrifice himself in good faith in front of everyone who is watching, and show some of the members of the Alliance that there is honor amongst the orcs, and their very king is literally walking side by side with him, and also exposing Sylvanas for what she was really doing. And therefore was able to break that cycle in a moment when that should have been a catastrophic battle with just devastating losses on both sides. He was able to basically divert that. So how might that play out for characters that we have focused on in Midnight? Well, gotta look at the cycles. Are they gonna be like Rommath? Will Illyria and Tyrallion be like Rommath and Umbric, where even though their philosophical and power alignment differences have gotten in the way, where their past friendship and their shared desire to keep Silvermoon safe, like Tyrallion and Illyria and their son Eretor, will they be able to come together in order to make that happen? And that does not mean that they won't lose their lives whilst doing so. That's the key thing. Like, sometimes lives are lost. but it doesn't always have to be as many as it could be. So will they sacrifice themselves? Will they die? Good question. Will they come together, you know, and overcome their differences, and the way that they've been distant as a couple, and they're not technically married. They're married by word, but they're not really married. But they've stuck with each other over 1,000 fucking years, right? Their love is an interesting one, where they're so bound by duty that it has always kept them united, and moments of intimacy have been brief and sparse. But ultimately, they do love each other, and more than that, they love their son, both of them very much. And Turalyon wants his son to be a specific thing, and Illyria is more open to the possibilities, both of which have their positives and negatives. But how do they come together to find a middle ground, and how do they consider their son's will and what he wants and what he stands for, much of which is the product of their own actions, and of course the way that he was raised by Varisa Windrunner, to make it work out. It's complex. It's not easily accomplished. These are complicated family dynamics that make finding the best solution difficult, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. And so, while I haven't finished Blood Ties, what I hope to see is that Illyria can gain a better sense of direction and confidence and not bury herself in her duty and her work, and that Turalyon can learn to be a little less rigid and understanding and compassionate. Understand that the rules, while meant to be followed, are not always the best guidelines for how we should conduct ourselves. Sometimes we need to do what we know is right, rather than following a rigid law, because that's what the order demands, right? And that's what Erator's really pushing against his father in Blood Ties, is like, he wants to be part of the Silver Hand, but also is continuously denied induction because he's rebellious. And his father is basically a little bit disappointed in him and wants to instill within him this following of the code of conduct. But Erator, although there could be some naivete and some ignorance involved, especially due to his age, his parents aren't really ones to say because they haven't even been around. What the fuck do they know? Ultimately, they know some things. It's not as though they aren't wise in their own ways, but Erator has very strongly pushed back against Turalyon to basically like, my relationship with the light does not necessarily look like your relationship with the light. And yours is dictated by very strict doctrine and orders and ways of conducting yourself, and mine is not. And basically, you know, Father, if you can't respect that and you can't see my connection with the light as valuable, even though it's different from yours, then we're gonna have problems. Like, I'm not always gonna follow the rules just because they're there. Like, sometimes Erator, and he's got that young ambition, right? He's more intent on doing what he believes is right and improvising than following code of conduct. Which, and I can't blame Turalyon because he survived this long doing it, right? So you can't just look at Turalyon and be like, well, this guy's wrong, he's an asshole. No. This motherfucker fought the Legion for 1,000 years. Following code, following the rule of the order has kept him alive. It has kept Illyria alive. It has kept their people safe. So there's value in both. But Erator needs to learn a little discipline, and Turalyon needs to learn a little flexibility. And what does that mirror? The light and the void. They literally have what each other lacks. And they have differences in perspective and philosophy that keep them from finding the middle ground. And it's complicated. It's not easy to get there, but they can. They both have to want it, though. They both genuinely have to want it. The layered storytelling of World of Warcraft is very good. When you dive into it, it's very, very good. So, yeah, that's ultimately why I love this stuff. The light versus the sacred flame, almost, in the Anduin Faerun arc there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd say it's a little different. That's more about rekindling hope. Faerun is definitely rebellious, much more like Eretor, do what is right. I think that story has primarily been focused on forgiving yourself, recognizing that the people around you trust you more than you trust yourself, that you do have value even if you can't see it, and that sometimes that darkness within you can protect you and other people, and that you shouldn't give up faith in yourself or lose sight of what is possible because your own mind has led you down that path, right? The domination that Anduin endured was extremely detrimental to his psyche. It has left him, it's so similar to Aragorn recognizing his past lineage and the fall of Isildur to the corruption of the One Ring and doubting himself. You know, I'm not really fit to be king. We already fell to the corruption before. How can I be any better? Except instead of Anduin, it's so interesting because in a way, Arthas almost kind of represents Isildur in this situation, that fall to darkness, that temptation of power, even if for a good reason, right? It's the same way Boromir was tempted by the ring, but in order to save man, right? To save their people. The intention is always good, but what the One Ring and what Morgoth was so good at doing was perverting that intention to evil. That's why it was so sinister, because it's about taking the will to do right and twisting it into evil. Yeah, Sauron is a middleman, but Sauron is a pawn of Morgoth, so I don't separate them at all. They're one and the same to me. Sauron is just an extension of Morgoth, as his most obedient of servants. So in a way, Arthas kind of represents that fall to the temptation, even if from a good place, right? So the way that Arthas was then kind of imprinted on Anduin, even though as far as we understand, they're not related really in any way. It's not like a grandfather or grand-grandfather or whatever and the lineage comes down. It's more like they're almost mirrors to one another. This is what happens when you fall to the temptation of power. And Anduin has the opportunity to not do the same thing. But what's super interesting is when you start to consider the possibility that Anduin will continue and properly execute on that concept only because he was exposed to the torment via the Soul Crystal and Kingsmorn Blade that had Arthas in it. It's so fucking interesting when you get into that, because it's like the torment fucked him up, but it might also end up being the reason why he doesn't become Arthas. And that is fucking awesome. Like, I think that's fucking awesome. Like, you take the influence of someone who fell prey to that temptation, and almost in a way, whether by intention of Zoval or not, use it as a way to like imprint upon the other person the very reason to not go down that path. But it has also, rightfully so, left Anduin with a lot of inner turmoil and lack of trust, lack of confidence, lack of faith in himself. And ultimately, that's why Anduin, I think, lost his connection to the light, was because he lost faith in himself. He lost hope, is really what happened. It broke him. But unlike Arthas, who obviously ended up wielding Frostmourne of his own will, even though deceived and misled by Mal'Ganis, he will, I think, of course, end up overcoming that. And so, yeah, we're shown, I think a big thing that WoW does a lot is they show you the dark path first, and then they show you what could have been. And that's one of the things I like about Arcane a lot, the show for League of Legends, is they do a very similar thing. Here's where we are. Here's where we end up if we follow this path. Here is the idyllic way. Where do we land? What is the truth? And it's usually somewhere in the middle. But Eretor and Turalyon sort of remind me of Anduin and Varian, and they're absolutely meant to. When they discuss certain topics, what do you think Turalyon will develop into in Midnight? I think Turalyon is a very powerful potential vessel for a story, especially for war veterans and duty-bound men and women, especially those who are parents who maybe went away even and served, and came back and followed a very rigid order. It's not always easy to grow up in the household of a military veteran. And I think that there's a lot of reasons for that, but a lot of times it's because of what people have seen, especially if they've seen combat. So they come back carrying extra weight, following a very rigid way. They're exposed to more violence. This can lead to a lot of issues in families where I know the way, you follow orders. Fucking period. Like, that's an order, right? That's something that you see as kind of a trope in movies and media about military parents. I think Turalyon can serve as an incredible vessel and potentially almost like a therapeutic icon of, not even icon, but you could call it that, representation of a different way. How can one who's gone through that, in Illyria, the same thing, detaching herself from the personal aspects because she's hunting Xalatath, because she's hunting demons, because she's always squarely focused on her goal. I think that what I think would be the most meaningful would be to show how Illyria can open herself up to her family again and be honest and be open and not distract herself with her duty, and how Turalyon can soften and recognize that, like, there are times where we're not at war. We're not in a state where everything needs to be a rigid order or someone is going to die. Like, there is room for flexibility. There is room for other opinions. There is room for not always following the strict commands that exist. So I think Turalyon can end up being a great example of how I think especially men can, for their children and for their loved one, their wife, can let their guard down a little bit, because there is strength in vulnerability. And I think that that's something that a lot of men, especially a lot of young men, would benefit from seeing. That being vulnerable does not mean being weak. It's not that they're not equivalent. They are not synonymous. Oftentimes, being vulnerable makes you stronger, right? When we bring our guard down and bare our soul to those who need to see it, we can bring about actual lasting change to who we are in positive ways. We don't always have to have this rigid, stoic image that is what everyone else sees. And sure, there can be times for that. Sure, it's not to say that it's negative, but all the time, maybe not so much. Because ultimately, your son needs to know who you are, not just the soldier that you've become. Your son needs to see who you are, not just the huntress that you were and that you continue to be, to a more extreme sense. They need to come together as a family, because right now they find little ways to connect. They find little ways to find common ground, but there is a lot of friction. There's a lot of friction. And again, no one is to blame. It's no one's fault. Illyria and Turalyon did exactly what they believed they needed to, and perhaps what truly needed to be done to protect their world and to protect their son. Eretor was raised in the way which he was under the guidance of people like Varisa. It's not his fault, right? He has developed his ideals, these images, these legends of who his parents were and are, right? They're treated as celebrities. I mean, these are world rift nether walking fucking heroes. Like, we have statues of these people outside the capital of the Alliance. Like, they're a big fucking deal. But all of this adds complication. So I think that, what they're gonna do here, I think, is a lot less, how do I put this? Calic Ghost Disney-esque extrapolation on deep and meaningful familial complication. That's what their intention is here, I think. Is to show us, you know what, motherfuckers, it was too Disney for you? Fine. We'll fucking write, you know what, because dead parents and sacrifices and fucking war, that's all soft shit? Yeah, that's what you fucking think? All right then, buckle the fuck up. Right? So instead of having them all come together and Caligos give a cringy little fucking monologue about coming together as a family, even though it's true, it's still a little, it's tonally, it's not great. I think this time around, their intention is to basically give a similar story, but more directly familially tied in father and mother and son, and show the stakes that exist there. I don't know, I feel like Turalyon has to go. I feel so bored every time I see that character. Kill him off. Wow. What plain and uninteresting input to a deep and complicated topic and conversation that you just added. Thanks so much for that. You really opened the door on some new stuff for us there. I like how there are those truly stoic and way masculine characters like veterans, yet so many people scream that WoW is so feminine, etc. today. Yeah, we don't need to get into all that, but I agree. Do you think if they died without resolving their issues would be good for the story and Erator's development? It depends on how they die and the context of what goes on there. Because ultimately, Erator has lived the majority of his life without his parents anyways. So it's not like it would be that different, but it could be a very tragic story of, again, what could have been. Being so close to being a family and having that ripped away from you. And the impact that can have on someone, and seeing how Erator handles that would be interesting. I don't think it's a simple black and white situation where it would be either good or bad. I think it mostly comes down to, like, execution. This relationship is very complicated. Kill him off. Yeah, just brain dead fucking remark. Turalyon has so many hidden scars. I really enjoy that. Also, the contrast to Illidan's very open scars. Yep, Turalyon suppresses a lot of that which he's been through. I mean, Turalyon's an orphan, for those that don't know, who was brought into the church at a pretty young age and became a paladin of the Silver Hand, and that's pretty much all he's ever been. So Turalyon is duty-bound from his youth. I mean, it is literally his life. And it was through that duty and journey to Draenor as a part of the Alliance expedition that he and Illyria met and fell in love through their duty. So, yeah, Turalyon is interesting, especially because he embodies a lot of masculine traits without being outrageous. Specifically in the way he is definitely he's definitely prejudiced. There's no question about that. And again, there's reason for it. But he's not like angry in the way that a lot of the other prototypical male characters are expressed. He's not blinded by rage typically. We've only really seen Turalyon like really angry like one time. And that, I mean, I think that was relatively understandable considering his position. So yeah, I feel like part of being a paladin is temperance. And he definitely has that. But I think what Erator would have him consider is that, to a degree, that can also kind of be a downside. Like, sometimes it's good to get fired up. Sometimes it's good to, like, let that passion flow and, you know, draw outside the lines a little bit, you know? And sometimes that can be risky. Sometimes you risk yourself or the people around you, so you have to always consider that. But ultimately, like, there's a benefit to the order and the chaos. That's, again, it comes back to this. World of Warcraft is heavily about duality, right? So it's really meant to show through these character storylines and grand overarching cosmic themes that light and void have their positives and negatives. That order and chaos have their positives and negatives. That life and death have their positives and negatives, and those negatives generally exist in the extreme polarized versions of them, right? So, like, think of it as a cosmic chart. The further, the middle is where it all intersects, right? And these opposing philosophies can reconcile with one another and find a new way. The ends of it, it's like a bunch of poles crossing each other. And when they do, they can find new ways forward. When they're at their extremes, their monopolar extremes, they are unmoving. They're rigid. They're extreme, right? So a lot of what we see in World of Warcraft is expressions of the extreme with lessons inherently baked into the story for years now, maybe forever, since its inception, that are meant to illustrate how, when we cross at the intersection, we can make something new that isn't just bound by the extreme polarized ideological views of cosmic forces and entities. So they've been doing this with the Horde and the Alliance forever. Like, I get it, people have their faction, like, that they like and all that, and there's reasons for it. But ultimately, you have to be able to accept that if we didn't come together for the different threats that our world faced, we would have been probably dusted a long time ago. Like, ultimately, we need each other, right? Just like the light and void need each other. They seem antithetical, but they are inherently and inexorably bound as one. You cannot get around it. Through the history of the Horde and the Alliance, it's the same thing. So again, have that faction alignment, have that that loyalty. There's nothing wrong with that. But learning not to demonize the other side is pretty important, because at this point, without that other side, we're all fucking dead. Do you have a video about, or can you share your thought on what Sylvanas meant by "I've seen true death"? I think I talk about it when I play through the 1127 storyline. But I am curious about what she means. If she's seen something beyond, if she's referring to the void. I'm maybe it's something from her novel. Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure what that means. That she has seen true death. Cosmic death, in a sense. I mean, you can come up with whatever you want, but I'm trying to tie it to an instance of when that actually occurred. Like, when did Sylvanas see cosmic death? What does that mean? What does that mean? Because when she jumped off ICC, she saw the Maw, right? She was shown Revendreth by the Valkyr, right? Like, these are places she's seen, but if that's part of orderly death, what does that true death actually mean? I don't think that anyone knows the answer to that question. I don't know what that means. I don't know what she's referring to when she says that. Charter neighborhoods are back up? Good. I do like viewing Turalyon under the knowledge that he's a Ret Paladin, at least from our eyes. And Retribution is about vengeance. I wouldn't doubt he's literally meant to mirror Illidan, as that other person said. I'm not sure about that. It says here, day and night, the holy warriors of the Silver Hand were trained vigorously by Foul, who taught them how to use the light to comfort their allies and smite their enemies, and also how to lead by example. They would be more than just weapons, as no matter how dire times became, the Paladins would serve as lights in the darkness, as beacons of hope to guide the Alliance. He instructed them to live simple lives, as they would seek no fortune or glory in war. Until the end of their days, they would put the needs of others above their own. As training progressed, Foul presented them with a set of enchanted librams, which are basically holy books, which he saw as a core trait of the Order, and challenged his students to become living embodiments of their holy tomes. The libram of Protection for Turalyon, Justice for Uther, Retribution for Tyrion, Holiness for Satan, and Compassion for Gavinrad. Thus, the Order of the Silver Hand was born. So, I understand class-wise why you would see Turalyon as Retribution, but that would actually align more with Tyrion. Turalyon is more aligned, at least with his Libram, to Protection. And this is available on the wiki. You don't have to read any books to find that out. The wiki is full of information. Good stuff. My first thought is maybe Zoval showed her the absence of everything in order to recruit her. Perhaps, I have no idea. Yeah, I gotta read Sylvanas. I'm sure it's something in there. I'm sure it's a reference to something in there. Tyrion was such an embodiment of retribution. I mean, basically his final act, calling upon, well, not final, at the top of ICC, calling upon and basically fulfilling his oath to the light and embodying retribution itself was to, you know, break free from that ice and smite Arthas. I mean, that's, I don't think you get more on the nose when it comes to retribution. And that was pretty direct. He always tempered his vengeance with justice. Yeah, because without justice, vengeance is just blind. I mean, look at Uther. He wasn't even able to tell the difference anymore when his soul was split. So, I mean, he just lost sight of it. Couldn't recognize anymore. So, yeah, the paladins in WoW are fucking awesome. Farside, thanks for the 6-month resub, bro. What's going on? Not much. Just finished the short story about Rommath and Umbric a little bit ago. They're increasing the price of Spotify Premium again from $11.99 to $12.99. Every single subscription just keeps going up, no matter what it is. Besides World of Warcraft. Tyrion was a Chad at Lights Hope Chapel. Fuck yeah, dude. Spotify's almost WoW priced, yep. It's insane. I've already done the Pandaren Heritage questline. Some nice potential fractals in that questline. I'd like to see more of Lord Maxwell. Always liked him in his VA, of course. Sure. Maxwell Tyrosus. He's actually in Blood Ties. He's actually the one that tells Eretor that he's not going to become a member of the Silver Hand yet. It's like at the very beginning of the book. That's how it starts. I'm halfway done with the book. I'd like to see... Yeah. How do you like it? Love the longbow tribute, etc. I thought the whole thing was nice. I thought it was good. The going back to the grave site, the little forest was rough. That was nice. Are you going to be putting it on YouTube? I don't know. It's going to be a pretty heavy editing job for me. I'm mostly... There's sometimes where I pause and give commentary, but towards the second half, I'm mostly just trying to listen and not be distracted. The first half, I'm very distracted a lot of the time, and I'm pausing and talking with my chat. So it's a lot of editing. So maybe. I'm undecided. Losing Tyrion and Varian in one patch was rough. Yeah, it seems like the light might have preserved Tyrion, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing him again. If the light were to basically claim the souls of all the most devoted of the paladins and basically bring them back for the final battle between light and shadow, that would be pretty interesting. Super excited about the musical score of Midnight. The War Within score released 4 weeks before launch, so it should be soon. Yeah, I'm excited for that too. DK's tried to res Tyrion in the Order Hall campaign, and the light was like, don't you fucking dare. Yeah, yep. Yeah. It literally protected his body and didn't allow them to do that. But, at this point, I'm just kind of thinking about what I want to do next. I want to log in and sort out more of my characters.
what I would rather do. There might be other stuff in the React channel. I guess there's stuff that I haven't looked at yet. So that was the Void Between, and a nice name because it, you know, commentary on the void between, literally between Rommath and Umbric. We then instead, for the mount, going over to the Ruby Sanctum and massacre the entire sanctum. But you don't have to. He tells you to, but I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to obey that. Midnight's 8 new dungeons. I don't really want to see. If you do, there's an NPC on the Dragon Isles that literally calls you out for it. A nice touch, to be honest. Yeah, I like when they do stuff like that. Pre-expansion update survival guide. What is this?
Welcome to the World of Warcraft Midnight Pre-Expansion Patch Survival Guide. I'm Community Manager Linksy.
And I'm Community Manager Kyvax. And we're here to take you through the exciting updates coming in the Midnight Pre-Expansion Patch.
First up, it's a lot of love for Demon Hunters. The long-awaited Devourer specialization has arrived. Devourers channel the power of the Nether to consume enemy life force and convert it into brutal, volatile burst damage.
Why do they always say the Nether? What the fuck is the Void versus the Nether? Channel the power of the Nether.
Devourers play
Needs a little more love, to be honest, yeah.
differently than Havoc and Vengeance Demon Hunters. They're a mid-range intellect user with a hybrid damage and survivability style that rewards aggressive resource management and precise timing. New abilities like Collapsing Star and Void Metamorphosis lets you tear through enemies while rapidly regaining health through absorption. Devourer Demon Hunters and their Vengeance counterparts now have a new hero talent set, Annihilator. Annihilator Demon Hunters use questionable methods to draw upon the most fundamental forces of reality and eradicate their enemies from existence. We can't wait for you to jump in and try it out. You might just have your new favorite spec here.
Alongside the new spec, it's finally happening. Void Elves can now become Demon Hunters. Embrace the darkness, and then add even more darkness. Void Elves and Demon Hunters are a great match, thanks to the unique Void Elf trait, Spatial Rift, where you rip open space itself and then teleport through. So, if that's what you've always wanted, this is your moment. To make your Void Elf Demon Hunter, take a level 80 or higher Void Elf to Koresh, and complete Magister Umbric's questline that starts with a common cause. And then return to Dornegal or Silvermoon and look for him to offer you the quest called The Pursuit Continues.
Next up, every class in World of Warcraft is receiving
Still nothing for Nightborn? I mean, they've already said multiple times. I'm so tired of this. They already said multiple times that they're going to be looking at adding more class and race combinations. And considering that the Nightborn are going to be present for what happens in Silvermoon, I wouldn't be too surprised if we end up getting Nightborn Demon Hunters as well. Blood Elf Druids, something along those lines. Like they're gonna do more. They're gonna do more, but we'll have to see like what that actually ends up being.
Major combat design updates. This means new rotations, stronger class identities, and fresh talent choices. Across all of the classes, talent trees have been rebuilt to provide you with more paths that support specific playstyles, letting you tailor your character to the gameplay that you enjoy the most. It's worth noting that Midnight includes a stat and item level squish. Numbers across the game are being reduced to improve clarity and readability. As always, your power level relative to that of your enemies will remain the same. We highly recommend taking some time with your main character to try out the revitalized specs. Maybe a talent build you haven't tried before. Check it out.
The user interface has been rebuilt from the ground up with powerful new features, improved customization options, cleaner raid frames, expanded display scaling controls, and new accessibility features. You can now configure how information and damage meters appear during and following encounters in the base UI, with no add-ons required. And yes, all of this config is available to you in the Options menu. Once you've gotten your feet under you in this update, dig in and make the UI look however you like it.
Fashionistas rejoice.
But still need more customization.
Transmog updates are here, and they are big. You can now unlock and save full outfit sets across characters, preview the looks, apply them directly from the system, and you can now choose the situations that you want your character to automatically change into that saved outfit. Get this, you can set yourself to enjoy as many situation-based outfit changes as you can imagine, with no gold cost when you automatically switch outfits. You go to town, boom! You're now wearing your snazzy in-town outfit. You step into a dungeon, boom! You're now looking like a stone-cold killer. Don't forget, when you unlock a new outfit slot, that's Warbound wide for all of your characters.
Are they allowed to remove the griffins without an add-on yet? I think a long time ago. Yeah. I've been playing with base UI without griffins for like 2 years.
You'll be looking good.
Speaking of stone-cold killers, you can now put your blades to the test in the new Training Grounds PvP mode. In Training Grounds, you'll join up with other players to take on non-player enemies and work your way through the maps and the gameplay of WoW PvP. This might be a great way for you to experience PvP for a long time to come.
Just S-keying. I know that this is maybe a hot take to some people, but I think that some of these battlegrounds like desperately need visual updates. Like badly.
And by the way, there are a bunch of achievements in there waiting for you.
And finally, it's the feature that has recently delighted so many players. Housing has arrived. With the pre-expansion patch, all you need to do is to upgrade to Midnight if you haven't already, and you can immediately join a neighborhood, pick out your plot, place your house, and get started decorating. You're going to have furniture to arrange, exterior design to figure out, and a world of decor to obtain and enjoy. You can view the available items within the new housing dashboard in the Decor Catalog tab. And there you can see decor sources, how much they cost, and any additional requirements to add them to your collection. In the Midnight pre-expansion patch, Endeavors are coming to your neighborhood. Endeavors are monthly, neighborhood-wide activities to unlock special vendors, decorations, and community coupons that you can spend to beautify your area. Furthermore, Alliance players can now design their houses with iconic Night Elf, moonlit stonework, and purple-hued wooden structures, and Horde players can add the elegant Silver Moon-inspired options of golden trim and red crystal accents to their homes. Houses can now be upgraded to level 9, unlocking additional features and customization options, with medium-sized exteriors unlocking at level 8. If you haven't already checked out Midnight Housing Early Access, the time has come for you to make your very own home sweet home in Azeroth. You live here now.
These updates are only a part of what's coming to Midnight with the pre-expansion patch on the week of January 20th.
That's true. The following week, the pre-expansion event gets underway. It's called Twilight Ascension, and it's going to be a great time to try out the class changes, as well as gear up to get ready for Midnight. You'll also see the Winds of Mysterious Fortune increasing XP and reputation gains at the same time. Thanks for watching our Midnight pre-expansion survival guide.
Be sure to check out the official patch notes for full details, and we'll see you round the neighborhood, your neighborhood, in Azeroth.
Cool. The warrior backpedaling and spamming Whirlwind was hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, they should add blue eyes and blue tattoos for Void Demon Hunter. Look at this. It's like all the comments. Yeah, I don't know why they have fell green eyes. That seems weird. Tattoos have a blue variant, at least on Void Elves? Okay. When you lose the momentum, it's down to filler spam to build up Void Beam and build shards for new meta. Sadly, not the eyes. All anybody has been asking for regarding Devourer DHs the entire time is Void Eyes for Devourer. I can't imagine that that would be particularly difficult to accomplish either. This is the new Warlock Death Beams.
Cataclysm. Look for like red right there. That ember shooting there. That's one of the embers of Sargeras or whatever. That like red beam that shot in there. That big crashing beam right there. That's it. And there's 5-second mayhem right there. Yeah, so there's 4 of them right there. That's just what the was that? Dude, like what is going on? Like you see what I'm saying? Dude, in AoE it gets insane. Like dude, like in AoE it gets so wild. Yeah, it's insane, dude. It's insane. Like what is happening? That big explosion? That's a literal Sargeras death beam. Yeah, that's sick. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Super sick. Destro Warlock is cooking, boys. We're cooking. Is my game crashing? Yeah. Hopefully you got a 50 series.
That's Apex talent stuff. It's pretty cool though. I like that. DK's still got the Domination Blue, even with the Undead Elf skin having red eyes. Would love for different eyes, but at the moment they seem locked to class. Yeah, I just want them to add more character customization just across the board. Like, just in general, just for everything. Just expand that again. Just do more. They can just add an option when making your character to have the void eyes, like how now you can either have fell green or a bunch of different blindfolds where the fell green is add void blue. Yeah. Yeah, just add another color. We need the green fire quest, but for everything? Nah, you'll never be able to replicate that. That shit was awesome. In some places they allow it, in some places they don't. It's random. Like you can glyph AMS into all spec colors as Death Knight. Well, yeah, I mean, I think a glyph altering a spell is different than character customization, right? Like, they're not really the same thing. They're not the same thing. Two different systems, one of which can be altered with, you know. I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that, like, it's not exactly those things aren't exactly equivalent to one another. Yo, Silly Panda, thanks for subbing for 17 months. Thank you. Meanwhile, Shadow Priests have been asking for ages to have shadowy glyph alternatives for their shield, etc. Real. I want glowing jade eyes on my monk. Yeah, that'd be dope. I would like that. Do WoW dungeons really fit the map? Part 1? You have to have multiple parts for this? 16 minutes here. Spoiler alert. No, they don't. I would imagine that they do not. Why would they? They're in an instance. I guess it's just an, I don't know, just an interesting question. We're going through all classic ones.
Today we're going to look at every single WoW Classic dungeon and if or how its model would fit into the real world like continent map. And I've done this a couple of times with the Dead Mines here, and then more recently with the Deep Run Tram and Ironforge, and to my surprise this little like Tetris exercise has been one of the more well-received aspects of those videos.
Wow.
So here we go, we're going to go in order by level, so this might also be a cool trip through all the classic dungeons and a way to see their models. So first
I'm already surprised.
Here we are in Durotar. We're heading north toward Orgrimmar to look at Ragefire Chasm, and the Orgrimmar model is just laid over this big empty area behind the gates with two deeper sections in the terrain where RFC's entrance would be. And when we get close enough, the model pops into view, and down below in the center is this area called the Cleft of Shadow, under these yellow awning things. And if we go down in there, the dungeon entrance is here. And once inside, you can see why this model isn't even referred to as Ragefire Chasm in the game files. It's called Lava Dungeon. And so I'm going to use the WoW model viewer here to look at the models, and then we're going to do a side-by-side with the maps. So here is Durotar here. The 1.12 map file I have is weird. It doesn't have a portion of Orgrimmar, but we'll fill it out here with the real model here on the right. And such an awesome city. Here is the front gate. And if we get overhead, you can see the yellow canopies I mentioned over the RFC entrance area. And we can go down into there. And there's this gray entrance. And so the way this will work is I'll back out and get a snapshot of the model from overhead like this. And I can temporarily move it out of the way like this. And now we'll look at the lava dungeon model. So this is RFC. The gray areas are all of the tunnels, the main areas where you'd fight. Quick peek inside. And you for sure notice right away the same yellow canopied area is on this one too. And this type of overlap with the models is very common, and it's really what's going to allow me to link this stuff together on many of these dungeons. So
I'm assuming this is like a lava channel from like Mount Hyjal or something. This is like a lava flow tube or some shit.
We get an overhead snapshot like this, and there's our two common areas, and putting them into the right spot. Of course, from a story perspective, it's underneath, but there is where RFC would be relative to Orgrimmar. And again, looking for common areas or features like this front tower here lets us slide the model into place. And there is how RFC would sit on the Durotar map. Nice. Everything seems to fit pretty well. This one was practice. Let's move on to Dungeon 2.
Okay. All right, I guess they do fit. At least that one does. It'd be cool if they all actually do. That'd be fucking crazy. I assumed that they wouldn't.
This big hill with a skull entrance, and of course inside is Wailing Caverns. And if we clip inside, you can actually see the real world or uninstanced portion of the dungeon, which is going to be one of the models. And going down in, the entrance is here.
Also interesting, looking at the water. I mean, I know water brings life, but a lot of growth around the water. Very green as well. And you see that continue on down into the dungeon. I wonder if this is like magical, connected to the dream, just extremely fertile because of where it is. But yeah, I like to look at like visual storytelling a lot. Like, yeah, because you have mycelial growth down here. I don't know, just interesting to me.
Going down in, the entrance is here. And inside are the instance caverns, which will be a separate model. So same sort of side-by-side view. Here is the hill on the map. And
yeah, it's like little oases throughout the zone. But it's much more arid when you're not around those areas. It's just interesting. And especially because this place used to, as I understand it, all be jungle. So you have these like pockets of jungle around water, but pretty much anywhere else, it's like savanna. It's very interesting.
On the right is the exterior or pre-instance model, and the green area is the stuff inside the hill. And as you can tell, it includes the skull entrance piece. And same thing, we get our overhead view snapshot. Slide that over. And then we look at the instance model. And right away you can see it also includes the same big green areas from the other model. And of course, I love rotating these things around. You peek inside, and there is the cavern area where you first zone in. So same thing, we zoom back out for a good overhead view.
In Kata, we see a lot more green areas popping up all over the Barrens. Well, that's also because there's a night elf, whose name escapes me right now, who does a ritual to like link that place to the Emerald Dream, which allows this dream energy, which I think is actually referred to as nightmare energy at the time, to like flow through, leading to this like crazy growth. Naralax, that's right, Naralex. Yeah, so yeah, you can thank him for that as well.
Then we orient like that, take our snapshot. And now the two common green areas is what lets us link these together. And there's what the entire Wailing Caverns model would look like. Exterior here, and the instance piece here. And our common link is, of course, the skull model entrance, which lets us line this up with the map. And you can see that a lot of the caverns would wind up around far outside of the hill area. And for perspective, here is the entire thing, continent view. Okay, moving on, here is done.
So, I mean, it still fits. Like, it doesn't all have to be under the hill, right? And, like, even the part that's green is close to this.
Here is the entire thing, continent view. Okay, moving on, here is dungeon number 3, and maybe I even look at this one a little too much, so I'll try to keep this one quick. But here, in the town of Moonbrook, is the farmhouse with the big round grain silo. And so Dead Mines is beneath, from a story perspective, these hills, and then back here is the big door where the ship would exit. And if we clip into the mountain and adjust our camera a bit, you can see the pre-instance portion of the mines pop in there.
Yeah.
And on the map view, we zoom into the area in Westfall. And for reference, there's the big door. And here's the farmhouse and the grain silo. And there it is on the model. And over here is where you would zone in. You can peek inside quickly. And then back outside. Again, we get a good overhead snapshot. So then here is the instance model. And this is that same like starting area or zone in area in the model that will be common between these two models.
Seems like there's a lot of bridging areas like that,
snapshot.
especially in these older dungeons.
This broken off spot heads back toward the farmhouse on the other model. And this little room here is where you are right after you zone in. And like I said, it's on both models, which lets us line up the two models like this. And there is the entire Dead Mines as a single unit. Real world uninstance portion here, and the instance piece here. And I know it's obvious, our common feature is the farmhouse, which lets us line things up like this. And you can see what I've mentioned in my Dead Mines is backwards video.
Damn.
When you come out of the cavern here and are walking along this first bridge toward the ship, the big door here would be on your left-hand side or the north side.
Oh, it is
But
backwards.
it should have been on the right side.
Should have been on
or
the
south
right.
side
Yeah.
to line up with the world here. So there you go. There is Dead Mines in Westfall. All right, next we are up north, passing here the unfinished area behind the Grey Main Wall, and onto one of the best dungeons and overall coolest early game experiences.
Shadowfang Keep.
Shadowfang Keep.
Banger.
It's got like awesome exterior
This is like my
sections while you're
first dungeon in WoW, I think. One of them. It might have been my first dungeon.
in the dungeon. And then a couple big interior sections like the living quarters here. And on the map, Northern Eastern Kingdoms, here is Silverpine Forest. And you can see the top of the keep here in the center. And there are two instance models for this dungeon, the Eastern Kingdoms version here, but I won't spend much time on this one because it's already here on the map.
Yeah, it would have been, because my first character, well, after I played the trial and made a paladin, my first character was a... No, actually, no, that's not true. It wouldn't have been. Well, it might have still been my first dungeon because I probably queued into it, even if I was in Silvermoon. But, yeah.
And so here is the instance version. And you can see it's a little bit bigger. They've added some areas for the interior sections that I mentioned that are bigger than the outside, like, supposed spots in the keep.
Sure.
And this is the living quarters I mentioned. And over here, the round things are where you would spiral up the stairs in the final section. And this square room with a broken corner is where you'd fight Aragol, the final boss. Okay, so overhead snapshot like before. And then lining that up with our map looks like this. And yeah, that one was a little more simple. But next up is an interesting one, I think. So now we're moving along the western coast of Ashenvale. This is called the Zoram Strand, I think. And this little temple is the only indicator of the dungeon below. And like Wailing Caverns and Dead Mines, you can clip below the terrain and see the pre-instance model portion. And inside are a lot more caves and enemies. So over to Kalimdor on the map. We zoom in on the temple here. And then
watching all these dungeons gives me big nostalgia. It gives me nostalgia, and I started in fucking Mists of Pandaria. Like, you don't even have to play like vanilla to have nostalgia for this stuff. Like, I remember yeah, you're the same. I remember questing in this area too. Like, eventually being led to the dungeon. Like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. How many people did still experience that at the time?
First model is that same temple and those first exterior sets of tunnels. And over in this area is where you would zone in. And I can actually pop in a little gray ring to show you where you'd zone in on the model. There it is. And we've got our rhythm down now, so we orient to the top-down view for a good snapshot. We slide that out of the way. And then onto the real instance dungeon model here. This is a big one. And this sort of lower left 3 or 4 prong section is where you'd start. There's the same zone in ring there. And way over here is the final big cavern where you'd fight the final 3-headed dragon boss, or maybe it's a Hydra, I guess. But we do our standard snapshot from the top view.
Yeah, it's a Hydra. It's also interesting. People ask me about that Hydra all the time. Akumai is its name, I think. Yeah, I remember reading about it again in Exploring Azeroth Kalimdor, and just thinking about the nature of the temple and why it was worshipped, and people wondering if it connects with Yasharaj or anything like that.
And my orientation is off here, but here are the 2 common areas of these 2 models. And they combine like this. And so here's our entire BFD instance, and we can use the temple to place it on the map. Like this, and this is a cool one. You can see how much more
underwater
of the tunnels go beyond sort of the hills where you start off by the temple, and that the caverns beneath the ground would actually be going out toward the ocean and not under the land. And I'm very aware that the developers simply weren't concerned with how stuff was laid out because it didn't matter. But if they had thought about it, or if the dungeons weren't instanced and were part of the main world, it would have made a lot more sense for this one to bend the other direction, like to the east toward the inlet.
Would it? I mean, they're worshiping a deity of the water. Is it so hard to believe that there's like subterranean caverns that can maybe run underneath there in a cave system or in the rock? I don't understand. Why would it make more sense to go the other direction? Because the way to the ocean or something? I don't fucking know. Why? I don't understand the logic.
Main world, it would have made a lot more sense for this one to bend the other direction, like to the east toward the inlet. All right, next up, we're going to be doing 2 dungeons here technically. So the Stockades is like the Alliance counterpart to RFC. It starts off in...
It seems he isn't considering that the dungeon is very far down. It would be below the seafloor. Right. I understand why, but I won't explain it. Oh, shut the fuck up. I remember running around in Classic Beta when there was only landscape. No NPCs or gear, and you spawned in Menethil Harbor and had to run everywhere. My 5th grade teacher's husband worked at Blizzard, and I'd bring Warcraft 3 and StarCraft manuals into class to read. I got into beta because of that. That's fucking crazy. That's awesome.
And like Orgrimmar, Stormwind is just a model that's laid on top of the terrain, and in some spots you can see through it to the terrain below. And inside this sort of clock tower area is the entrance to the Stockades, which is full of escape Defias prisoners. So I'm lucky that the Eastern Kingdoms map has a really good version of the overhead view of Stormwind, but we'll look at it anyway. So there is the left tower thing here, and it has the entrance to Stockades. And if we go underneath the model, you can see the entrance is sort of like this clover-shaped room with the stairway coming down, and that stairway aims toward the back of the Stormwind model. And if we go back up top and over to the other tower thing on the other side, this one is blocked off in-game, but inside is another stairway. This time it goes to the left, like toward the center of the city. And down underneath the model, there's that second stairway going toward the center. And back over there is the Stockade starting pathway that we looked at. So there is the...
It's all good, Rathios. Don't worry about it, man. It's all good, man. I appreciate it, but it's all good, man. Don't worry about it.
view, and I won't place this model since it's already on the map.
I was being an ass too. I was being confrontational and bitchy, so it's not all on you, brother. Don't worry about it.
But here is the Stockades model. And you know, it's a pretty simple model. It's what you'd expect when you run this dungeon. It's simple hallways and rooms branching off them with that clover-shaped entrance. And if we take our usual snapshot, this model would line up with Stormwind, like this. And I make these maps a bit darker so we can see.
Interesting.
And now for the other side, this model is called Stormwind Prison. And incidentally, Stockades is called Stormwind Jail. And this is Stormwind Prison. It was intended to be a raid dungeon starting in the other tower area. Here's the entrance clover room.
This
again,
is unused?
stairs. And it's quite a bit bigger than the Stockades, but as far as design, it looks pretty much identical. Which might be why they decided not to have it in the game. It was so similar.
Yeah.
And this model would line up with Stormwind like this. And what the heck, here is the full city model. Dungeons in the right spot.
Nice.
Stockades. And the prison raid. Okay, moving along. This will be the last dungeon for this episode. I was originally thinking I was going to do 20.
I mean, this turned out to be a really cool video. I was like kind of doubting at first, like, what? I mean, of course they're not going to fit. What are like, why even like, this video's fucking sick. Like, yeah, don't judge things, man. Don't judge things before you fucking check them out.
8 different dungeons and city models in a single video, but I'm way too long-winded and the editing takes a bit more than I anticipated, so I'm going to break this into 4 episodes, I think. This is the current plan. Anyway, here we are.
Oh, shit.
Over
Damn.
snowy
It's like kind of seeing under the hood a little bit, you know?
And we arrive at the entrance
Shut
for
up, Taro.
Nomergon.
Sounds just like you.
And if we again clip inside the terrain, you can see the pre-instance tunnels, including the big elevator that still seems to kill people. And if we go down over here, this sort of twisted tunnel is where you would zone in. And of course, inside our
Nice
trogs and gnomes
transition.
doing their
That was
So,
clean.
Zooming in
Very nice.
on the entrance, that little bit of like sprocket type entryway is visible on the map, which is what we're going to use for lining things up. And here's the pre-instance model with that sprocket and the elevator section. And then this twisting tunnel here is where you would zone in. And we snapshot that. Here is the instance model. And the entry tunnel actually leads to this big octagon-shaped starting room. And you can see on the pre-instance model, there's a small section of that room, and they're not quite the same. But on our instance model, the lowest round room here is where you would fight Thermoplug. And one more look inside. And then back out, we can snapshot this model. And again, using that kind of twisting entryway tunnel, we line these up.
Nice.
For the full Nomergon instance model.
Dude, it honestly fits together so much better than I thought it would. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. Here's a link to this video. And I'll put it in YouTube chat as well. It's like, I figured that they would fit in terms of, like, size. I did not expect that they would piece together like Legos like this well. I'm a little bit fucking surprised.
Using that metal sprocket entry thing as a
Pretty
guide,
awesome, dude.
we can see finally how Nomergon would fit beneath the snowy hills here.
Nice.
And that is our full look at the first 7 dungeons. Thanks again to Marleman and Karunya for the tools to pull together these maps and models.
That's
And
a
if you want
dope
to shoot me
video.
a sub to make sure you catch the next episode, I really appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
It's pretty sick, man. The fuck? That's cool. You got laid off? Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, man. No, Rathius, that means shit, dude. How do you not have an attitude, have a shitty day after that? Don't worry about it, man. That sucks, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is a fucking bummer, dude. Well, I wasn't sure if you were gonna come back, to be honest with you. So I'm glad to see you here. And you know, like I said, I'm sorry for being such a jerk about it too. I should, you know, you never know when someone's got shit going on. And that's a good example of it. So yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, yeah. You guys want to watch another one? You want to fucking watch another one or what? It's a cool video. Next one's 17 minutes. I'll watch another. I like this.
My friends, welcome to episode 2 of our series where we're checking out how or if WoW Classic dungeon models would fit or align to the real world continent maps. And this should be a good one. We're going to do the next 7 dungeons, and we're starting off with a really interesting one, Scarlet Monastery here. We're going to keep the same split screen view as before, with the WoW export model viewer here on the right and the map on the left. And Scarlet Monastery is here in Tirisfal Glades. And this first model is the monastery that we come upon before zoning in. And inside you can see it has this sort of figure 8 shaped room that you fight through before choosing one of the 4 wings that you're going to zone into. And this room really is the key to linking all of these models together. So we're going to go in order through the instance models. First up is the graveyard, or the cemetery as it's called in the game files. It's got this big spire in the distance that from within the model just looks like the spire of a distant building behind the buildings lining the graveyard. And like all 4 instance models, it includes the common figure 8 entry room. So same process as last episode. We're going to get a good overhead view, take a snapshot like this, and then we're going to save it off to the side. And we're on to model 2, which is the cathedral. And you can tell I'm not going in the order that you would run these. I'm going in the order that they connect to that common entry room. So here we go. We get our overhead snapshot.
Scarlet Monastery to me is also super fucking iconic, dude. It's so iconic, especially because I started in MoP. One of the challenge modes was Scarlet Monastery and Scarlet Halls. You actually, both of those were challenge mode dungeons in MoP, for those who don't know. And so I was really familiar with them because of that. And that's just like burned into my memory. The first time I ever tried to tank a dungeon, I was tanking a fucking challenge mode fucking Scarlet Halls or Scarlet Monastery on a death knight. And I was a clicker and I just got fucking obliterated. It was just bad. It was so bad. I was like fucking 17 years old. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. There was maybe even 16. It was bad. It was horrible. And the person that I was friends with that was doing it with me was making fun of me the whole fucking time. And then afterwards, he said something to me that I'll never forget. And I say it to you guys sometimes because I'm an asshole. He said, I said, I don't think I'm good enough to tank this. And he goes, it's okay, man. We can't all be astronauts. This motherfucker, dude. And I don't think I really understood what he meant by that at the time, but yeah, I'll remember that guy. I remember his name. I remember who was in the call with us at the time, and she was just laughing about it too, and it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. It was at that point I was like, I think I'm gonna make a warlock. You didn't start until MoP? No. Yeah, no, I started in a patch 5.2. I just came back. Quick comment on that growth in Wailing Caverns. You actually do have quests from a druid taking samples of each pool in the Barrens because the fungal growth feels unnatural. Interesting. Yeah, I bet you it's because of some kind of connection to the dream or the nightmare or something. And back then they might not have called it the night. I mean, I think they called it the nightmare. They even didn't kata, but the energy is green, not red. Like I'm almost certain that the Neralex quest from Cataclysm, he's calling it nightmare energy. Like I'm 99% sure, but it's all green. So I just thought that was interesting. It's like, did they really have, but it's also funny because you run Dire Maul and the nightmare stuff there is explicitly red. So yeah, I don't know. It's very weird. Also the name of my dog that was Olive. Yeah, you can tell because she has the darker brindle pattern. She's more brindle than white. My other dog is Clover, and she's more white with a light tan brindle color. So, Xavius is working on corrupting it for years. For sure. Which, and for those that don't know, Xavius was turned into the first satyr, handcrafted, allegedly, by Sargeras himself. That makes your Mulgore theory make even more sense. Well, I mean, I think about it this way. Is it possible that a wellspring connected to some kind of font that has been covered up could link the realm to the Emerald Dream? Or is it possible that water inundated with the energies of the Emerald Dream, even if it traveled from somewhere else, could basically cause growth or an innate link to the Emerald Dream in those places, right? So if Freya came by at some point in ancient history and had made a link through water with nature and growth energies to the Emerald Dream, is that why you have that spiritual cave down beneath Mulgore that allows them to commune with their ancestors and spirits and stuff? Because effectively someone with a lot more capacity for magical energy of the dream and ordering came and basically crafted a link through the pools and through the water. Or is it possible that water
originates from that place in the first place. Like, I love thinking about stuff like that. Like, how did we actually get here? Like, this is what it looks like now, but is there a story behind how it got like that? It's one of my, and I think ultimately, like, that's fucking archaeology. Like, that's archaeology, that's geology. Like, I think it's fascinating. Like, what clues and what, you know, and even if it's like loose speculation, what can we propose as a reason for which it is the way that it is now? So I love that stuff. You take those samples, which leads you to that alchemist, which sends you to Mulgore to compare samples from the pools in that cave in Thunderbluff. Do you get a conclusion? Do they come to a conclusion about them having a similar origin? So does Clover ever go Olive you to Clover, and does Olive respond with I Clover you too? Olive oh my god, dude. Can't say that has happened, but I see what you're doing there. What was the story with the destroyed Thunderbluff and EN anyway? Well, I mean, I make the assumption that is pretty blatantly indicative of the fact that Mulgore has a connection to the Emerald Dream. Because if you see a reflection of Mulgore corrupted by the nightmare, there had to have been a dream there in the first place to corrupt. That's how I see it, right? So this is the corruption of something that already exists. And what I thought would be really cool, yeah, so they're on top of mesas. Let's read about mesas are formed by water and wind erosion. With Thunderbluff being so tall, I doubt that wind was 100% wind erosion. Otherwise, it would have to be ancient, is basically what you're saying. So Mulgore maybe at one point was filled with water, maybe had a river running through it, was a reservoir of some kind. Another one of my favorite things to think about in World of Warcraft, what areas likely were submerged in water at one point. Another place that I think this could have been true is Ungoro Crater. And yeah, Mulgore, it would be very similar to 1,000 Peaks at that point, which ended up being flooded after the Cataclysm. But ultimately, like, how do you get those pillars of stone like that without having some kind of presence of water in the first place? There's no way that that's all just from wind erosion. I agree with you. I love that. I love that. And there's people that hear that and they're like, oh, I don't think Blizzard thinks about it that deep. And it's like, no, I think you just don't think about it that deep. But considering we're sitting here watching how Blizzard is paying enough attention to make sure dungeons line up and are fucking accurate to the world for the most part, I think it's not that far, it's not a stretch of the imagination to think that, like, geological stuff is relevant in World of Warcraft. Like, especially when we look at volcanic regions and the fertility of those regions, like, that is very much in play. Think about the Lost Isles, think about Mount Magumbala and Zul'Dazar. Like, these are areas that effectively, think about Ungoro Crater. These are places that effectively prove that the concepts of fertile lands due to geological and volcanic, geological is a broad term, but volcanic activity, that's a real thing in World of Warcraft. Now, can we take it additional steps further and make links to the Dream and, connections to the deeper elemental energies of Azeroth or something? Absolutely. But ultimately, like, World of Warcraft is not just a game strictly crafted out of fantasy and fiction, which is awesome, but it's also not strictly crafted out of science and law either, which is what makes it fun. It's like a conglomeration of all of that, which I think is fucking fascinating. Like, you get both. You get the science and you get the fantasy, and I think that's just fucking awesome. I wish more and I think part of that is because otherwise you're crafting something alien, right? Like, we have to use a point of reference to some degree. Like, if we're going to build a mountain in the region, volcanic activity in the region around it, we're going to reference that to what we understand from real life, generally speaking, right? You can include, magical influence and stuff to get to that point, but ultimately, once you get to a certain level of, like, science and WoW, science and magic can start to bleed together pretty fucking heavily. So I just think it's super fun to think about the science aspects of it. It's really cool. So yeah, I wish more players thought about it still. These debates were always the best part of this game. Yeah, I think people just kind of lost their some people lost their curiosity at some point. They became more cynical. They stopped caring. They stopped wanting to learn and discover and be curious about things. Do we have any real idea of the landscape of Azeroth before the Sundering? Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I would say the pre-sundering maps of Azeroth from Chronicle are the best that you're gonna get. It's funny to me because I saw comments on a video, I can't remember what it was. Um, and people were basically saying like, oh, you know, Northrend is believable, Pandaria is believable, Kalimdor, Eastern Kingdoms, like they're not realizing that this is a sundered Pangeal continent and that there has been since 2015 indications in canon lore sources like Chronicle that Kalimdor, ancient Kalimdor, was not the only continent. Like people don't seem to comprehend that like even like post sundering Kalimdor does not cover the entire world. Like it's not like Eastern Kingdoms is on one side and Kalimdor's on the other. Like they do share a relative like face of Azeroth. Like it's not the whole fucking thing. And who knows, if we were to cross something like the Storming Sea, we might end up in a totally different fucking world. Like we don't know that there isn't some kind of like interdimensional phasing that's happening where we literally sail into another world. Like Avaloran could have technically been on a completely different world, but we don't have proof of that concept, right? It's more so that like there are areas beyond the waves. No one sails through the Storming Sea. Like that's not new. So yeah, there are continents, at least in the case of Avaloran, that have not been ordered, presumably based on the clues that we've been given, and that we don't know about. Like, yes, like it's like acting like fucking Europe was the only place. Like, no, like they had to get in ships and fucking literally sail into nothing to come and find the Americas. Like they didn't really know it was there. They just fucking YOLO'd it. They were like, all right then, like we gonna find out. Like, so yeah, it's just some people, they just kind of like lose that sense of like wonder or curiosity, or like they just think, I don't know what people think. I can't align with I don't understand it, but yeah. Anyway, even in League, they already gave hints about the other side of the world. I find this normal in fantasy worlds. Yeah, especially if it's a game that's going to continue on, you know. I just looked at the WoW wiki, and it quotes Neralex as saying, to be pulled from the dreaded nightmare. That's when you free him. Right. I mean, I'm talking about the Cataclysm quests in the Barrens. That's what you're referring to? Those undead basically give you potions as a reward and tells you something along those lines, that those samples are very potent. They basically use it against Ventrico in Stone Talon, but doesn't comment too much on it besides it's an odd growth. Those are Serpent Bloom, which are green and red and resemble the growth in Gorgrond a lot. The presence of Eonar, goddess of growth. I'm telling you, a lot of this stuff comes down to her influence, man. But it's not just growth, it's rot. It's what he says inside the dungeon after Muyo's finished the Wakening ritual. Right, but you're, is this Cataclysm Wailing Caverns? Is this Vanilla Wave? I don't know, so that's why I'm asking. The overall conclusion is that they don't understand why there's so much spirit around Mulgore and the Barrens and Stone Talon. But there might be still active roots of a world tree there. I mean, just look at the thorns in Southern Barrens. A lot of quests show that Mulgore in particular has a lot of spirit energy there. Right, and again, the Barrens and Durotar used to literally be a fucking jungle, you know? And as I've said before, there used to be a potent connection between the spiritual and elemental creatures that live there, just like you see in Dornogal. Like, that's one of the big things that they're highlighting in Khazalgar, is that the relationship between what some might consider wild gods or even Loa in the two Ramoliths and stuff, that's pretty inherently, like, related to the spiritual connection and balance of nature in the surrounding areas. So I would assume, and I'm pretty sure that there's lore on this, that like that balance, even before the Horde ever arrived, was disrupted. And something, and I don't remember what exactly it was, if they say, but like the jungle started to waste away. Like things are not balanced as they once were. So the western area used to be like very spiritual. And so there's probably a lot of residual spirit, but the question is, where did it come from? Was it as a result of tribal peoples and their connections with Loa and the land itself, the elements? Was it the influence of a world tree? Was it some type of channel or bridge to the Emerald Dream that was spread through water? what is it exactly? So is it a rupture that came from Azeroth that brought volcanic activity that made the land very fertile, infused it with magic, something? I don't know. When you start the questline in Thunderbluff, Tonga Rune Totem senses that below the Barrens are something that feels like sudden growth and leaking with power. Imagine if Herondar hints at that Mulgore area. That would be crazy. Like you're saying Herondar links to Mulgore, basically? Like the way it kind of links to other places? Maybe implying that there was once a world tree in Mulgore? I fuck with that so hard, dude. I fuck with that so hard. I would love that. Have you felt the tremors? Something has cleaved this land in two. But we druids can sense other tremors as well. Life is stirring in lands once dry and lifeless. The oases around the crossroads are suddenly blooming. I can sense a power leaking its way to the surface, but from where? Is it related to the disaster that shattered the Barrens? So this is Cataclysm. So basically, the Cataclysm shook loose something under the ground that caused spontaneous growth in areas around the oases. And they don't know what it was. What did Deathwing shake loose? What the fuck is down there? Barrens literally had Gorgron growth in the middle. The Heronir racial teleport takes them to world trees, right? If they got a teleport to Mulgore, that would prove it. I wonder if this storyline ties into Desolus, which became super green after Cata changes. I'm sure it does. Basically, I was saying that Neralex and the other druids dreaming are used as a conduit for the dream to start manifesting into the world. Right, okay, they serve as a conduit for that spiritual energy to pass through, but that doesn't explain the spontaneous growth in the Barrens. Like it split open a root of a world tree? I'm thinking that or some kind of subterranean aquifer? Maybe subterranean lake? I mean, think about it like this. One of the most prominent connections to the Emerald Dream is through what? Lake Elunara, right? So a body of water served as a conduit and basically linked to the Emerald Dream. That's an Ashen Vale, I think, right? So if a lake can do that, then how do we know there's not some type of subterranean spring or lake or aquifer or something that could have done the same thing? Maybe even from ancient times. Moonglade, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know, just what I'm thinking about. Neralex's nightmare was causing the weird growth to manifest through the water. The oases were affected. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but we also have this other thing here talking about tremors. Power leaking its way to the surface, but from where? Maybe I'm not understanding the connection that they're trying to make there. It sounds like is it related to the disaster that shattered the Barrens? I feel like that's a pretty direct implication that it is, right? So what I'm saying is that Neralex may have, I'm not sure if Neralex is literally the reason or if he's just exacerbating what did cause it. Like, is he accelerating it by acting as a conduit to the dream, helping bring it through more quickly? That part is called the overgrowth, and there were things and plants trying to open some kind of portals. I mean, it literally sounds like to me that like some kind of untamed area of the dream, like almost like the barrier between the ephemeral spiritual realm of the dream and reality had been broken down a little bit. And so I'm trying to figure out, is it literally just one realm phasing into the other? Or is there a conduit through which that occurred, similar to it moving through Neralex? Did it move through water or something like that? Or is it just more compatible with water? Is water more free-flowing, more chaotic in some way that allows it to do that? Is it because life and water are inherently connected? So yeah, that's just kind of because I don't know. If the realm in question was once part of Azeroth, the water might have a memory of Azeroth in it and thus be capable of facilitating transportation. Yeah, I understand what you're. Yeah, memories in the elements and in the flora and fauna that you wouldn't otherwise recognize were there, but Hollowfall pretty explicitly let us know that plants have memory, And effectively, I assume that's how all of the World Tree Network works as well. Like it's all connected through plant-based memory. It's almost like fucking Awa from like Avatar. To me, it felt like primitive botany stuff going on. I wanted to level the troll anyway. I'm gonna do those quests. Yeah, you should. And let me know what you find. I mean, that might be a fun project for me. Anyway, back to Scarlet fucking Monastery, because we got on a bit of a little bit of a tangent there. Question, is the maelstrom above the sea that particular fish in Hollowfall spoke about? No. I saw or read some theories about the Titans creating a layer of Earth to bury Azeroth, so I'm trying to piece it all together. I mean, that's absolutely possible. Azeroth is likely a layered world with multiple different levels that we can go down into. I mean, that's kind of like what the core way in the War Within is trying to show us. Did the Titans terraform that upper layer to cover what was beneath? Very possible. It's very fucking possible. But is the Maelstrom above Hollowfall? No, they're not. They're not close to each other. The Maelstrom is much further northeast. I just got here and I was wondering what the Barons had to do with Scarlet Monastery. Yeah, sorry about that. Back to this.
Next up is the Armory. And real quick, this is Herod's room. And remember this little spot on the wall because we're going to look at it again. Okay, there's our Armory model. And last is the library. Arcanist Stone's room is here.
Now, the Titans might have unironically swept it under the rug.
And I'll correct the orientation on these and line them up. Here are the 4 wings. And all together, lining them up using the figure 8 shaped room at the bottom of each, the entire Scarlet Monastery would have looked like this. And it would line up on the map like this. And of course, it's far bigger than the single building shown on the main map. And while this is how it should be laid out, this is actually the way the 4 wings are actually laid out when you zone into the instance. And you might know that when you zone in, regardless of which wing you pick, you're always in the same instance as your party, which is why if you zoned into different wings, you'd still see like your little party members' arrows on the mini-map, but you wouldn't be able to interact with them because all 4 wings are spread out like this. Okay, last thing about Scarlet Monastery is that the game files also include this model, which is an early unused version of the dungeon from before they split it into 4 wings. And
Does that mean if you enter one wing of SM, it loads the whole thing? Even though you're not near it? That sounds very inefficient.
It does include elements of the final dungeon that we got, like here is Herod's room, again, but that spot that I mentioned before is now a door because in this version you actually pass through Herod's room after you defeat him and then continue on. And looking at these side by side, you can see the common elements, like this is Houndmaster's courtyard here, and that's Herod's room that we looked at. And of course, this is the cathedral, which is what was always intended to be the end. So if they'd stuck with this, this would have been the SM dungeon on the map.
Ah.
Okay, so moving along
That
to
didn't fit
Dungeon
as
2,
well.
we're again speeding south over the Barrens. You reach the Razorfen dungeons. And on the Kalimdor map, these areas below the thorn canopies are just these empty, flat pieces of terrain. And you'd zone into Razorfen Crawl here. And it's full of quillboars that you fight.
And this shit screams Emerald Nightmare or Emerald Dream. And they're in here worshipping a wild god, you know?
And a cool view of the canopy overhead. And so on the map, we're here in Southern Barrens. And on the RFK model, you can see the tunnels from underneath. And I can actually remove the canopy so that we can get a good look at the partial tunnels. Take our snapshot, which lines up with the map, like this.
I think the Lich is in the newer version. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, from there we move over to Razorfen Downs, which you access only after a series of pathways or tunnels leading to this big snout-shaped entrance.
I hope so too, Barrels. Or Quillbor.
A few more tunnels, and then you'd zone in here and fight through this spiral hill.
Oh no, it is in the old
Menar
version.
at the top. And on the map, we'll just slide over.
There.
On the model, this is actually the Kalimdor model that we're looking at first with the snout entrance, but not much else under the canopy. And I'm not going to take the time to do the snapshot of this one because the actual instance model, which is here, includes enough of the entrance tunnel for us to line it up with the map. And again, removing the canopy, we can see the whole place. Snapshot that. And if we slide that one into its spot on the map, just like RFK, RFD fits really nice
That is
into the map, and you can tell which of these early dungeons that they planned, or at least thought it might be a possibility that the dungeons would exist uninstanced or out in the main maps.
That'd be sick.
All right, moving right along, we are back to Eastern Kingdom.
You could treat that like
and here,
Delves,
just south of Loch Modan,
where you just like walk up to it and it just phases you. That'd be sick.
And peeking under the terrain, you can see that the pre-instance entrance tunnels are here. And over here is the entrance with a portion of the first rectangular-shaped hallways that are inside the dungeon. And once you zone in, you see all kinds of trogs and dwarves and huge doors. So on the map, we would be here. And this first model is the entrance model that we just looked at beneath the Eastern Kingdom's terrain. Here's those first entry hallways that I mentioned, and you can see this dark gray little ring is where we would zone in. So same snapshot view, save that one off to the side. And then here we go with a main instance model. And this place is big. This is a huge model, and you can see it includes one room of the pre-instance cave portion.
I'm certain that we're going to see Arcadis again, because it says in Exploring Azeroth, Eastern Kingdoms, that he's just like deactivated. He's not gone. It'd be sick if we could find a backup of Arcadis and like restore him or something. That'd be so fucking sick. There's also so much of Uldaman that we've never seen, like buried and we don't have access to. Myrtle, you know, that's the way it goes.
In here, and there's this same little dark ring that shows where we zone in. And then over here is a little cave for the back entrance that I'm going to talk about in a second. And this larger round green room is a double layer area that you actually pass through twice. And the bottom layer is where you would fight Arcades at the end. Okay, so same overhead snapshot. And you can see the common features here, which lets us line up the two models like this. An instance here on the bottom and the instance version on top. And finally, we have the tiny little bit of cave entrance on the map is what lets us scale this and line it up. So there is the placed full Uldaman dungeon. And after me saying the last few dungeons, you know, looked like, yeah, pretty good. And it looks like it would work pretty well. This one is a bit of a mess. You can see it extends far into southern Loch Modan. And the first of two things I'll point out is this here. So here we are back at the main
There's
cave
an alternate entrance that's like way to the southwest.
We're now moving south through the Badlands.
Yeah.
And we reach this cave, which is the back entrance, and it links to this little tunnel underneath with the second entrance portal here.
Doesn't make any sense.
And if we zoom out the map just a little bit, at the bottom of the screen, you can see that little cave here. But when you zone in, you're up here in the main dungeon model. So, you know, if you ever ran this dungeon and you asked yourself, hey, I wonder if the back entrance really lines up, the answer is no freaking way. It's not even close. And in fact, it almost is like the whole thing is backward or was intended to be like a mirror image, and maybe you would progress southeast instead of northwest. Anyway, the second thing I want to mention about this one, back to the comments on part one, a bunch of you pointed out, like very fairly and correctly, that, you know, I'm only showing a top-down footprint view, and I'm not exploring the 3D height or the Z-axis. And you were saying, you know, what's up? I thought this was going to show me if these instance models would actually fit or if they would pop out of the top of the terrain. And it's a really great point. And this one's a good example of, you know, would this round final boss room here actually fit below this pathway that you take south from Loch Modan into the Badlands here? And checking that stuff the right way or accurately would mean exporting these models and their maps into something like Blender and then lining them up. And to be very honest with you, that's a skill issue for me, but it's something that I'm working on showing. So for now, if we go to this spot, but under the map, you can sort of approximate it by looking at the models in the game. So here we are again at the pre-instance model where you'd zone in.
Go pretty deep.
And you can see we're below the Loch Modan Badlands border here. And if I head over to that pathway from Loch Modan into Badlands that I mentioned, clip back underneath the terrain, I can tell that I'm a bit higher in elevation than where I would have been when I zone in down there.
Yeah.
And if we move over to the actual instance model, same spot here, way over here is the final round boss room I'm talking about. And I can tell it's just a bit higher than the entrance area. So it certainly would be close as to whether or not that would pop out of the terrain. And so I know that's not real scientific, but I am looking at it and hope to show proper 3D alignment soon.
Okay.
Next up is Zul'Farrak, the completely open air desert dungeon. It's full of trolls and other enemies. And I'm not going to spend as much time on this one because it is frankly the very best aligned dungeon in the game from a standpoint of the differences between the instanced and uninstanced versions.
Literally just
but we will look at the maps. And so when you zone in, you're moving from map 1 Kalimdor on the left to map 209 Zul'Farrak on the right, which you can tell is just a carbon copy of 21 chunks from the Kalimdor map, with a few chunks missing, which ends up being an interesting thing on the actual ZF map. And so here is a side-by-side comparison, as best as I could sort of sync up. And by the way, this is a, zero AI, full manual, clunky, amateur editing situation here.
Classic have so much good dungeons. I mean, every expand. I think what you mean to say is World of Warcraft has so many good dungeons. That's the whole thing does.
But I have a lot of fun with it, of course. So anyway, you can see that the dungeon portions are pretty much exactly the same. And the only differences really are
But yes, Classic has a lot of bangers too. Vanilla has a lot of bangers.
cutoff situations at the border of the Zul'Farrak map. And in Zul'Farrak, even on the Classic Era build, which is where this map is from, Ungoro and Shimmering Flats are flooded
it's so
like they do in
weird.
the Kata version. But again, otherwise, the dungeon portions are pretty much identical. But again, otherwise, the
Why? Why? Why is Ungoro flooded? It's interesting. It's one of the places that that I thought might have had water in it at one point, but the right side is the after. Is it water or is it fog? I mean, does it look? I mean, look from one frame to the next. It sure looks like water. Could just be a glitch or something.
dungeon portion.
I think it's flooded because the Gazrilla pool. Maybe the Gazrilla pool doesn't really. It's not the same color though. You can't just locally make a little water pool. You know what I mean? I guess it's possible because this isn't the after. This isn't like Cataclysm. So maybe you're right. Maybe that is why it's like that, right? This is just outside the instance, and this is inside the instance. And it's flooded now. But wouldn't that mean that basically in the design of the instance from vanilla, they had already flooded Thousand Peaks? And technically you can see the same thing in Ungoro Crater? It's just interesting to me that it's like that. Map 01, map 209. Huh. Weird. I don't know. Probably doesn't mean anything, but it's just interesting to me.
Are pretty much identical. And on the right, I'll zoom over to the white square that was in the top corner of the map, just because I think it's so interesting how these shaved off or missing sections of the instance map actually exist in the game files. Okay, this next one's going to be a good one, I promise. In fact, this is probably the dungeon that really prompted me to want to look at this situation of where places were supposed to be on the map or in the real world in the first place. So this is Western Desolace, and we come upon this big section of mountains, and inside is the statue entrance to Maradon. And again, beneath the terrain, we have the long entrance tunnels to both sides, purple and orange. And once inside, you have these giant cliffs, and it's open to the sky.
I mean, yeah, look at this shit. Like, you literally have, like, the Rodris, fucking daughter of the... Isn't this like the daughter of, Therazane?
And orange. And once inside, you have...
And this shit is just, like, juiced with fucking spirit energy.
These giant cliffs, and it's open to the sky, and you have these epic
Primordial.
waterfalls that I always wondered, like, where the hell are we supposed to be when we're in here? So that's what we'll look at here. Zooming in first on Desolus, you can see the little entry statue from the top, and our first model also includes that same statue, in addition to...
She drained all life from the area. Yeah, wasn't she, like, doing it to get revenge? She was pissed off. She, like, took it all. Didn't she have some fucked up relationship with Cenarius? I think it was, like, Remulos or something. I don't remember. Isn't it Remulos and Therodris? Maybe I'm making that up. Zaltar, that's right. Yeah, not Remulos. Zatar. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. One of Cenarius' sons. Yeah, her story's interesting. Kind of fucked up. And I think it's a fractal with like ENR potentially or
the
something.
two entry areas, purple side, and over here
I
is
remember
orange
reading
side.
about it.
So we again save our overhead view of that one, and onto the instance model here.
Isn't that an Elune Malorn fractal? Perhaps, yeah.
That's Inner Maradon, the princess area at the bottom here, and the midway open trench area.
Yeah, I mean, didn't the Centaur kill Zatar or something like that? She was like fucking pissed at the Centaur. Am I fucking making that up? Isn't it something like that? You just pull up the wiki. Just fucking pull up the wiki. I don't need the tactics. Princess Therodris was an enormous earth elemental and the only daughter of Therazane the Stone Mother. After mating with Zatar, son of Cenarius, Therodris became the mother of the Centaur and Kalimdor. She was aligned with the old gods, and Zatar's relatives considered her to be a creature of evil and chaos. Yeah, I really feel like this is a fucking ENR fractal, but hey, what do I know, man? Though most of the elementals were sequestered in the elemental plane by the Titan Force, Therodris, daughter of Therazane, evaded capture and hid below the earth, eventually falling into a long slumber. Many millennia later, 1100 years before the First War, Tauren shaman accidentally awakened Therodris, having mistaken her faint whisperings for their voice of their benevolent deity, the Earth Mother. The years of slumber had awakened Therodris' form, and she reached out to the verdant lands around her, draining their life energies to restore their power. Restore her power. In that moment, the fertile grassland of Mashanshe, which means loom of the Earth Mother, was transformed into a barren desert, which would later be renamed Desolus by the horrified Tauren. I'm like so fucking sure that the creation of the fucking Shuhalo is ENR making them, or even Freya. But yeah, anyway, ENR looks so much like the Earth Mother. In that moment, the fertile grassland of Mashanshe was transformed into a barren desert, which would later be renamed Desolus by the horrified Tauren. The monumental loss of life sent ripples throughout Azeroth and even the Emerald Dream. Zatar, the first son of Cenarius, emerged from the dream to investigate and eventually discovered Therodris in her lair. However, instead of imprisoning the elemental, he became enticed by her stolen life energies and fell in love with her. Therodris realized the influence she had over the half-stag being. So that I can definitely understand the Elune Malorn fractal here that you're saying. But then again, Elune, ENR, fuck man. As she found Zatar beautiful as well, claimed that together the two could restore the land's beauty. From their forbidden union, the Centaur race was born. The first Centaur were Kulk, Gelk, Magra, Morados, and Veng, who became the first 5 Khans. The Centaur saw the disgust in their father's eyes and brutally killed Zatar, but the Rodgers harshly chastised them for their actions. Realizing that they had broken their beloved mother's heart, the Centaur begged for forgiveness and promised to honor Zatar's memory. Fearful of Cenarius' wrath, the Rodgers entombed Zatar's spirit in her lair, which the Centaur would later name Maradon and treat as holy ground, and sequestered herself with her dead lover's body in her secret sanctuary, the crystal caverns of Terramok. Influenced by the old gods, she used the energies of Zatar's spirit to transform her home into a den of corruption and suffering. There is a definite fractal here, dude. What the fuck? I remember thinking that when I first read this, too. Huh. The League X Warcraft Fractal. The four Titans, Frost, Water, Sand, and Darkness, which is basically Chaos Green, which funnily also came out during Legion. Ever since they used Malorn for the tarot cards, I've been noticing him more and more. Which tarot card was he? I'm sorry to hear that, Dragon Slayer. I hope it doesn't cause that. A lot of Blizz employees went over to Riot during that time. He's the tarot card box art for Life Corner. Right, just like he is in Chronicle, among like a couple other wild gods. I think why can't I remember the name? Goldrin.
Here is where Celebrus would be, the druid or the keeper of the grove guy would be here. And then again, the entrance areas that will connect with that first model are over here. So we snapshot that one, and I'll slide the first model over just a little bit. And even though the orientation is off, you can see the common areas here and here. And then here is the entrance statue that I'll line up the first model with like this. And so I'm going to line up these two instance models using this bottom room here, which is the orange entrance. But as I do, watch this spot, which is near the purple side. So there it goes. So yeah, this means that the two models, instanced and uninstanced, again, don't line up perfectly when there's two entrances. But at least this one is much, much closer than Nomergon or the Uldaman backdoor thing that we looked at.
Right.
And by the way, I'm very aware that the way I'm grabbing these snapshots introduced a perspective issue, right? Because of the way that these are 3D models instead of a true flattened, or I think it's called orthogonal view, where everything would show its exact size. But I also proved this disconnect out with the flattened Maradon models separately. And in this case, it certainly does not line up. And I think it makes more sense to align these models using the purple side, the top section instead. And so when you do that...
Didn't Torin have a different name for Desolus? Yeah, I read it earlier. It's called Mashanche, which means loom of the Earth Mother. Since she was killed, that means Desolus will become Mashanche? I mean, not necessarily. It depends on if the life energy returns to the area, but I don't think it will.
Alignment, which I think looks pretty close and actually makes a lot of sense from a map perspective, because you'd have the inner Maradon princess areas in these hills north of the entrance.
Basically, I think Eonar was, and maybe through Freya, but she was fucking around a lot in the west. That's what I think. Like, these areas I think are pretty explicitly touched by Eonar. There's so much like jungles and like forests, even if some of them have been kind of wiped out in order to kind of like I think dissuade you from realizing it. I think that the Tauren were probably created by her and maybe even like ordered from something else, like the Yongal. I just, yeah, I think that a lot of it's been erased, but I think there's a shitload of influence of her around here. It seems like life went too far in a few places in this corner of the world. Yeah, I don't feel this way about Eastern Kingdoms. I feel maybe like Stranglethorn Vale. But besides that, like fucking where else? Zulaman, maybe. Places where fucking trolls moved in and worship Loa, which are inextricably connected to the Emerald Dream in some fashion, I think. So maybe the Hinterlands, another place where the trolls were worshipping. So yeah, I mean, there are pockets, but I feel like Kalimdor has maybe more. Unguro, the Barrens, Desolus, fucking... I mean, Mulgor's not jungle, per se, but... Uldum, yep. Silithis. Yep, yeah, there's a lot of them. Kalimdor has a lot of random lush jungles and deserts. Something does not add up. Well, there's areas, Hyjal, while not necessarily jungle in the way that we would perceive it. You know? There's a dream portal in the Hinterlands. Yeah, but it's connected to a great tree. That's why, I mean, so yes, there's a connection there. Yes. I mean, there's also one in like Duskwood, for instance, but it doesn't connections to the Emerald Dream, because like the Emerald Dream is supposed to represent all life, not just like jungle life. So you could have boreal forests and stuff like that with connections to the Emerald Dream. You could have more like coniferous forests and stuff like that. You could have more like subtropical and tropical jungles, all that stuff. So it doesn't have to all just be one note. It seems weird that Sholazar Basin, it seems weird that plants grow so strong in certain areas. That can't be a coincidence. Just like you're saying, that they all have to have something in common. Yes, that's what I think. And I think that sometimes you can find commonality through the presence of volcanoes, right? Especially in the case of like large mountains, right? With spiritual connections, mountains and high places were often considered to have strong spiritual connections by native and indigenous people in like real life, but ultimately like in a lot of places, like again, Mount Magumbala, volcano, Lost Isles, volcano, right? Ungoro Crater, there's a fucking volcano in the center of it. Was it always there? I don't know, but I think that geological aspect of it is important. Like this shit means something. There's volcanic activity underneath Orgrimmar, right? So, and Durotar used to be a lush jungle. So, I don't know. I think it means something. It's not just like some zones are tropical and some zones are not. Like it doesn't mean anything, Pyro. I really do think it means something. I think, if anything, the way that the world is constructed is one of the most meaningful things that I can come up with, especially considering the idea that like the world is a living organism, if true. We also know places Fel has been can grow back. I don't know about grow back greatly. Could you give an example? But I would definitely point out like Fel Soul Hold. The druids of the Cenarian Circle are healing the Fel corruption around the area and bringing life back in a strong way. Winter Spring seems to be the only naturally occurring barren area. I would that's the thing too, is that like I don't know if I even agree with that. There's so many places that I think are touched by magic. I think that you have places that are less touched by magic or hardly touched by magic to a degree. I do think that's true. But places covered in snow, I'm not even sure that I would just say that like, oh, that's just natural and normal either. Like, I think that the cruel frozen north, I think that places that have connections to like the Shadowlands and stuff could, for that reason, that static, that cold, that lower energy level, those places could have snow. Even if their elevation and stuff doesn't necessarily make sense for it to be there. So there could be places that have connections to other realms that we haven't been made privy to. I don't know. I like to think about how magical connections to other realms, not just the Emerald Dream, can affect the appearance of places in our world. We've seen so many instances of worlds bleeding together. I mean, think about the Blasted Lands and its correlation to Hellfire Peninsula. Like, I think that's a great example of like when you link worlds, the influence can and will come through. So I think, especially in places where it seems unnatural, you can even ask that question in like Uldum. Is it that the Forge held within it this brilliant energy that scorched the land away? Was it physically in it, or was the Forge used as a weapon to basically bridge it to a realm that would allow the influence of another energy type to come in and like basically blast the entire area? And it doesn't mean that is true, but it's just fun to think about. Like, was it literally energy stored inside the pyramid? Is it coming from the sun? Is the sun a realm of light? Is it like how does that work? So yeah, I think that's super fun to think about. Where does the energy actually come from? Where the Battle of the Ancients took place despite being broken apart seems mostly grown back. You mean, oh, okay. We've seen in the modern day, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've seen them. I think Felwood is kind of healing. It made progress from Classic to Cata revamp, and I think Exploring Azeroth talks about that too, though I can't remember with certainty.
And if you look specifically at Princess's round area, when we move to a 3D sort of real in-game version of the map, there is a round area in the hills that lines up pretty close to where our map exercise put Princess.
Pretty cool.
And so, yeah, I think that in these hills and cliffs, from like a story or lore perspective, is where the main open air Inner Maradon areas are supposed to be.
Yeah.
And like I said with Uldaman, I'm working on a way to link up the real 3D models.
Yeah, Botany Portal to Stormwind, another really good example. Even temporarily cause that spot of land to be changed with wildlife. That's another really good example. Yep. When you link worlds together, their energies bleed into one another. It's not like they just are linked and there's this barrier. Like, no, they start to share things with one another, whether that's dragons or you know, whether that's primal life, you know. Exactly. The Dark Portal fucked up Black Morass. Exactly. Yeah, the boss from the Everbloom, it was a Genosaur that came through. Ice Crown and Shadowlands. Exactly. Yes. That, like, we're not just seeing areas that are themed on other worlds. The link between them is having a tangible effect on those areas. And literally just over the mountains from Ice Crown is a lush, like, forest jungled area in Sholazar Basin. How can you have such clearly, like, diametrically opposed things in such close proximity to one another? First of all, in the actual lore, there's more distance between them than what we see in the game. Firelands and Mount Hyjal, another excellent fucking example. The Firelands and the Emerald Dream, they start to bleed together. So, yeah. This is how I think of World of Warcraft. Like, I don't just look at zones as like, this is a forest and this is a desert. I look at it as like, why is this a forest? Why is this a desert? Because generally, if you follow, I think anyway, geological rules from real life, it doesn't adhere. It does not work like it's supposed to. Like, the world of Azeroth is, although I'm sure designed to a certain degree for the sake of diversity, it does not follow all of the real life rules that we know of. So yeah, Amir still coming from the Dream and the Dragon Isles. Yeah, I mean that is quite a literal link between those realms, like a physical conduit that represents that link. Do you think the passing of the souls of wild gods would explain why the area around the corpse tends to wither away, like Vol'dun with Sethralis, Baron Zagamagon? I don't think it's that. I don't think it's an opening of a temporary link with the Shadowlands. I think that the worship and the veneration of these beings by the people who live there, like the Sethrak and the Quilboar, respectively, is tangible. It's meaningful. There's a spiritual connection, and I'm very literal when I say this. Spiritual connection from the people to the wild god / Loa to the land itself. So when that connection is severed, realistically, what I think is being said is that the spiritual reverence and connection to the land, the wild god serves and the Loa serves as a conduit for that connection. So the spirit of people is passed through it into the land, and I think it kind of comes back around too. So they nurture the Loa are connected to the land, it nurtures the land nurtures them. This is about, I think it's meant to be illustrative of like a deep spiritual connection of life between all things in the ecosystem. And so, no, I don't think it's about a connection to the Shadowlands and all that. I think, yeah, sorry about they got to get the energy out somehow. So I hope it doesn't bother you. That effect is real. And I think a great example of it is one you mentioned, both that you mentioned, Sethralis and Agamagon, but also the opening area, the Lost Isles, where you do your goblin starting zone, because the pygmy people there, the pygmy men, they worshipped, at the very least venerated, this lava turtle that exists inside the volcano. What happens? We go in because we're greedy fucking goblins looking for resources, and we kill the tortoise. And what happens immediately after? The volcano begins erupting, right? And I don't think this is the first time it's happened. Either it's happened before, or the pygmies had some kind of prophecy, because it's written on the walls in their caves where you can actually see this imagery. So this either has happened before, where that has died and the volcano erupted and they fucking knew better, or they had seen some kind of prophecy that made them think that it was going to happen. And so that, to me, especially considering the way that the goblins wreck the environment where they live, one of the not even underlying, one of the quite frankly blatant themes of the goblin starting zone is how goblins disrespect the environment and the way that the environment lashes back out at them as a result. And so I really thought that when we killed that tortoise, like, holy shit, this is showing that not only is the land kind of like angry at us, the elements and the spiritual energy, but there may very well actually be a connection between these spiritual entities, the people that worship them, and the land itself. It's very old shamanism. It's very old, like, spirit walker type shit. Like, this is like Tauren and ancient and like old orc tradition type shit, fucking 101. Like, these connections are not just fanciful, like, made up mumbo jumbo. It's real. In World of Warcraft, it's real. So yeah, they destroyed the balance. Exactly. They technology and other magics and the death of revered beings impedes. Those things have been impeded upon, the natural entities and the balance, and it throws things into disarray. So that's what I think anyway. So if we had not killed the Quillborn Razorfen and they would have summoned Agamagon or revived it, the Barrens may have been greener by now. Yes. Yes. Are we the bad guys? Sometimes yes. Sometimes yes. Like, think about it. Remember, this is something people don't even fucking think about. Remember in Warcraft 3, one of the missions that you do in Durotar is to go around and kill thunder lizards, isn't it? Those thunder lizards are elemental beings, spiritual in nature, at least to some degree, as they are elemental. That's how I see it. There's a connection between all these things. What we actually do in the Orc Heritage questline is we help to revitalize the Durotar by helping to restore the spiritual presence of the very same thunder lizards we killed in Warcraft 3. Think about that. Like, that thing that we did back in the RTS had a profound effect on the land around it in a negative way. And now in Warcraft, we're coming back in kind of, the cycle is almost kind of turning back on itself to where now the orcs are re-embracing that spiritual heritage, and we're having a lot of, we kill them in Classic too. Yeah, there you go. And having a greater focus on living in harmony with the land and restoring it so that we can prosper. Because what is one of the main challenges of the orcs? Lack of resources because of where they live, right? So why would you not do things instead of impeding upon and intruding upon, the Night Elven lands to the north? Why not do something to help revitalize the land you live in, right? They need food, they need lumber, they need resources, right? So you have to live in balance to acquire those things. Otherwise, you wipe areas out, you deforest them, you kill off the fucking species that are native to the area, and all of a sudden, you destroy the food chain. You destroy your lumber sources. There has to be a balance. Once upon a time, the orcs were better about acknowledging and respecting that balance. But after the whole fell corruption thing, they lost a lot of that. This is something, dude, these are big, big fucking themes in the history of WoW. Groups and civilizations taking external power sources but severing their connection to their traditions and what made them unique as a people, right? You see this with the Kaheti and the, more specifically, to be clear, the Nerubians of Aj-Kahet, the Kaheti, right? So they ended up taking this ascension, severing their ability to produce pheromones and really shifting away from their cultural identity, and it changed them. And so basically what I'm saying is that there is a common through line of people. Trolls and elves are very fucking similar in this way, where they get into powers that are external and it changes their entire civilization, the entire fucking thing. And not necessarily, usually it's like short-term gains for long-term losses. And it's a big shame because there is tremendous amounts of wisdom lost as a result of doing this. Like, it is honestly, it is tragic and catastrophic. It is so fucking bad. Like, I think this is something that people didn't notice about Ansurek and Neferes, but the traditions of the Aj-Kahet Nerubians is that all of the accumulated wisdom and knowledge of all of the previous queens, all of them, is passed down through a strand, right? So this is not metaphorical. This is literal. There is a literal passing of the torch that is supposed to happen between the queen and her progeny. When Queen Ansurek betrayed her mother, remember what that fucking faceless one said to Neferes? Remember what it said? Your line, your strand will sever itself. And your kingdom will fall. It basically cursed them to say, like, your kingdom is going to rot from the inside because you've done this. Like, we lay a curse upon you. You will not make it through this. Now, they did in a revolutionary way, but what he's talking about in a literal sense is what Ansurek did to Neferes. Instead of her passing on that wisdom, because she was not yet ready, right? That line was severed. So Ansurek took not only this external power, but she unwittingly denied herself all the information that she should have been given from her mother. That's what should have happened. But she ruined that herself. That's so fucking, it's so important and so crazy because it shows how the influence of external forces and the meddling in what you are alchemically can have dire repercussions for your culture and the future of your people. And unfortunately, Xal'atath made sure that happened. No wisdom gained, no memory shared. Exactly. And so the line literally severed itself. And had we not come and intervened, goodbye Aj-Kahet. Their people and what they and who they were and their traditions and their culture would have evaporated completely. If we don't get involved with Aj-Kahet with the rebellion, Queen Ansurek wipes out any dissenters and the kingdom is effectively lost. Exactly. Might as well be a new race starting from the ruins of another. Yeah. Yeah. So again, I bring that up to just show how, like, as a very recent example of how adopting external powers, like the orcs taking the fell from the Legion, the demon blood, can threaten the complete erasure of your culture. It is immensely fucking dangerous. And I'd be willing to bet in a way, the humans and the elves, they've all kind of been through this. The ancient culture of the Vrykul does differ from that which is common amongst humanity now, especially, I think, in the capacity that is the Church of the Holy Light. So the old, more barbaric, even in some cases nomadic, hunter, gatherer, warrior type ways were supplanted with, well, as a natural progression to a degree, royalty, kings, lines of nobility, and that can unite everybody. So there can be good ways that it can help things too, because disparate tribes war, they can threaten each other's existence, maybe be wiped out by external threats like the trolls because they're not uniting. So there can be positive elements too, but then you have the introduction as well of the Church of the Holy Light, and then you have a massive, I'm going to put it this way, the contact to Mereldar and the adoption of the light by the humans was a massive cultural shift for them, like fucking huge. And I think one of the reasons why it was so potent was because the fact that the light could basically tap into some of the ideals and willpower and things that the humans already had. So effectively, they were a good fit. In a way, the orcs were also a good fit for the Fel because, you know, their culture is a lot about warriors. It can be kind of brutal, you know. It wasn't that hard to trick them into taking the power, is what I'm trying to say. So there can be better fits for certain things, right? Like the Draenei and the Light is, or another good example maybe, or like maybe the trolls in the Arcane, or whatever example you want to use, right? I'm just kind of listing shit off right now, even if they're not all equally as applicable. But yeah, anyway. Cultures are vastly changed. And really, I think one of the things that you're meant to relate this to is technology. So cultures being influenced by magic is very similar to cultures being influenced by technology. And when you look, just use an example of like tribes that have not adopted modern technology that still exist in this world, they retain pretty much their entire belief system. Like, and some might look at that as being static. not accepting progress or whatever, but ultimately they have preserved their way of life, their people, their culture. It's largely the same. But ultimately, as you incorporate more technology, more machinery, more medicine, more whatever, and those can have positive impacts on people's lives, you can often have a trade-off. So that's just something that I think that people should consider when analyzing the way that cultures and people in Azeroth have shifted with the use and adoption of different magics. Sometimes they hold on to their culture better. Sometimes it shifts them entirely in different directions. Sometimes it not only changes their culture and traditions, but literally their physiology. And I think you can see this. I think this is present in almost any race that you could think of in World of Warcraft, especially things like Yongal, Tauren, trolls, elves, Vrykul, humans. I think a lot more of that was retained than others, but hopefully you get the point I'm trying to make. You have that with a lot of races. Orcs, Grim Totems, Centaur, Quillbore, they all have the same thing in common. Knowledge of true ancestors. Sure. Yep. The Gods Must Be Crazy comes to mind. The movie about a Coke bottle tearing apart a primitive culture and a guy's journey to return the bottle to where it came from. Sure. And that Coke bottle in WoW is magic. Especially the arcane and fell. And I've said this and I'll say it again. I think that there are more earthly, natural forms of magic, and there are more cosmic, external forces of magic. The light and the void and fell and arcane, blatantly more cosmic, blatantly more otherworldly, interdimensional even, right? Elemental and spiritual and decay magics, that which is found more in the natural world, I think those are more earthly, more terrestrial magics. And thus I have them arranged as such on my chart of this, where I took the different energies in the cosmos and basically assigned terrestrial and cosmic. So the right side is cosmic energies from external places that bleeds into reality and is part of the nexus, which balance which reality represents. Not that the terrestrial ones do not, but I would like to say that I think that the powers on the left are, and power can be corrupting no matter what, but these are generally, I think, less corruptive. On the other side, these powers tend to be, I think, a lot more corrupting, whether that's void or light or chaos and arcane. Life and death, you can make the argument that they just go here as spirit and decay, and they've been conflated with powers that are separate from what they are. But ultimately, like, I think that there are more cosmic influences at a grander level and things much more terrestrial and natural. So anyway, that's what I think about it anyway. I'm just one dude. Dwarves seem to hold on to their culture pretty well. That I would agree. And I think, but it's interesting because their culture is basically derived from and dictated by Titan, the Titan Forge, their reverence of the Titans in general, the Keepers, and so on and so forth. But it's interesting because that is a point of note, a noteworthy point. Both of those probably work. In the expedition report AR 938 or whatever it is, when they were basically the Titan Forge were tasked with observing the anomaly and behavior of the Earthen in comparison to the dwarves. And they state that even though they are from completely different places and basically separate, that there is a lot of convergence between their cultures, which I think is really interesting, that they can be so separate and disparate from one another and yet be so fucking similar. So yeah, I think that stands to your point that, like, even though they're different, for whatever reason, they are immensely fucking similar. And I have my reasons for why I think that is, and those are secrets hidden in the discs of Norganon. So, and the truth of the curse of flesh. So, bargains were struck. I need to know who for payback. In the Priest Order Hall, when you create a light spawn, they even say, this thing is barely of this world. Yeah. Yep. Deep-coded edicts, even after the curse of flesh. Perhaps. Dwarves value history and archaeology, and through that gather a lot of wisdom. And it's funny because even they, I think, only have a little snippet of the truth of their creators. You know what I mean? They're the most, they venerate the Titans more than any race. They know more about them than any race. And perhaps besides maybe the Eridar, but we'll see. And even then, they are blinded by a certain perspective, right? Limited by their own existence, right? So, and I don't mean that in just in like the form of edicts and rules that they must have abided by, but literally just how it looks to them, right? Like from the very beginning, their legends, their belief structure, their history is basically all coded in a certain way because of how they see it. So yeah, about that in the book, The Rise of the Horde, they talk about that in the book, where there's the chapter where Gul'dan was converting the Farseers to Draenor to warlocks under the teachings of Kil'jaeden, and Orgrim says something like, this new power, it felt unnatural, not of this world. And the more we adopted this new power, the further away we moved from our ancestors. Yup. And I'm sure that there are some conspiracy theorists in real life that think that advanced mathematics and technology were introduced to mankind by aliens. So I think that you probably have a subtle, like, underlying narrative concept there where World of Warcraft kind of treats magic as an otherworldly, externally introduced power that one might, in a conspiratorial manner, relate to the advancements of humans. Things like what led to the Industrial Revolution and whatnot, which has changed our world in a vast way and changed the way that we exist and the way that we do everything. And there are cultures in this world that see that shit as evil, as like corruption. They don't want to fuck with it. So, yeah. Benevolent, yeah, couldn't possibly be bad, right? Bran spoke to Algalon himself, was starstruck even, yeah. The records they find through their archaeology is pretty much Titan positive, right? Given the Keepers scrubbed those records, and not only scrubbed them, but literally just like overwrote them with propaganda. Wait, they weren't? We don't know. There's also historical and cultural amnesia. People forget their history or rediscover things that were discovered before and forgotten. We have real life examples. Yeah, sometimes we lose, and sometimes it's in a good way. You know, advancement and progress is not always, doesn't have to always be looked at as some detrimental thing, but I think there's a trade-off, effectively. So sometimes you have a rediscovery of the old ways, so to speak. And I think you see that a lot in WoW. Imagine our average daily phones for someone who's alive 100 plus years ago. Yeah. I think the main issues that I noticed with the dwarves is that they do question stuff, but not really critically, which is problematic. Right. And that's because they revere them. Then not only that, there's all the Loken change to try and hide his corruption. And what's really cool, Leto, about that, Latoa, is that it's not just Dagran. It's Dagran alongside Brinth. So it's not even just that the dwarves are having revelations potentially about the history of their creation and what that meant for the world and the Titans' influence, but it's happening in parallel to the Earthen, simultaneously. I think that's fucking crazy. That, like, even though they're disparate and one before the other, they're coming to the same revelation at the exact same time. That is fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. It's so crazy. Like, Brinth could have been in denial. She could have been defensive, but they're both basically realizing at the same time, like, oh fuck. Like, oh fuck. This, holy shit. Like how we lost the Romans' recipe for cement for a long time, which is superior to our current recipe. Is that the case? Why don't we just use it then? Alongside just Odin's personal vendettas. True, and him trying to cover up the shit he did. But the thing that's so fucked up about Odin is, here's the difference between Odin and Loken. Loken knew that what he did was wrong and tried to rewrite history to cover up the truth. I don't think Odin sees it that way. Odin doesn't see what he does as wrong. He thinks it's the right thing to do. He thinks it's justified. He thinks that, like, he doesn't view it as something to, like, the perspectives that we read about him, which are obviously biased bullshit. I think that's what he actually thinks. Like, we're not seeing him covering up a truth. We're seeing what he thinks is the truth. And that's the difference. So I think that's super fucking interesting. Odin's just arrogant. Loken knew what he was doing was wrong. Odin doesn't think it's right. He knows it's right. And that's more dangerous. Yes, he's very arrogant. He's very arrogant. And unfortunately, I think that they're kind of trying to, if he's a keeper of Aman'Thul, they're trying to say something about Aman'Thul. But as I discussed earlier, the similarities between Aman'Thul and Odin and Sargeras are screaming at me from the fucking heavens, no pun intended. And I just can't help but think that it's really trying to say something more about Sargeras than it is about Aman'Thul. Why does Odin, a guy that's literally on fire, have blue eyes? Well, he may have been ordered, so that could be why. He may have been ordered. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah. Odin comes off as a bit of a narcissist. A bit? Yeah, I think he comes off as a fucking huge narcissist. The Warlord class hall dialogue always felt like he was writing the narrative to be like, just like I planned. You are a great champion of mine. Exactly. He takes credit for everything. Everything is his plan. It's just, Helya's the evil witch. It's just, he's just so full of shit. Even the braziers in his halls are red and blue flames, which is odd as hell. Well, I think the blue is meant to be like kind of a spiritual fire, maybe a Shadowlands related thing. Where did his eye go, by the way? I'm pretty sure we destroy it in the Maw. Which I would assume... So the trade, I think, allowed two things. It allowed Odin to see into the Shadowlands, and it also allowed Zoval to see into reality and see what was happening in the Halls of Valor. So I think there was a trade there where, like, it's not just Odin that's going to benefit from this. The Jailer's going to benefit too. So that sight, I think, goes both ways. And it's interesting because when you look in the Norse mythology, Odin trades his eye in exchange to peer, I think to Mimir, in order to peer into the Well of Erd, which is basically the well of, like, knowledge, to basically to gain, unknown knowledge and wisdom and shit like that, I think is what it is. And I think it might have been through that which he discovered the runes, but I don't remember, so don't quote me on that. Taro could probably tell you more. I think Taro knows a bit about the Norse because of the runes and stuff. Odin can see, but the Jailer controlled the eye, right? If he and Raden were made by the same Titan, then the blue eyes are just the way they were made, it looks like. Well, I mean, what is the way that they were made? Like, we don't know that they didn't have order, like, inherently woven into them. There's also that quote from Yasharaj, and it's also like a movie trope, eyes are the windows to the soul. So it's possible that Odin traded over one of his eyes, and what we see is like his eyes representing the other half of his soul or something like that. Maybe the eye that Odin originally traded was like gold or something like that. And now we just see the blue. Maybe he had one blue, one gold, or maybe it's blue now because his soul is divided because he gave an eye, which is technically connected to his soul, or some horse shit like that. I don't know. I'm just coming up with shit, but something along those lines. Maybe I'm just kind of spitballing. Wasn't it Muzala that makes that deal with him? I don't remember. Was Muzala the proxy between Zoval and Odin? That would make sense, because how did Zoval contact Odin while he was imprisoned? I think he claims to be. Okay, I mean, it would make sense. In Sanctum of Domination, we fight the Eye of the Jailer, which is Odin's eye. Yeah, that's why I'm saying we fight it in the raid. I said that. I thought so. I think that you guys are right. I'm gonna say. Well, I would say Muzela arranged the bargain in order to serve the Jailer. Yes. Yeah. If we were to give the full context, yes. But anyway, back to this video.
Like to this portion under the map over there, to actually see how this portion would line up, but maybe it would be something like this. All right, moving along to our final dungeon for this
Odin is still an ice cube, yes. Since Virnoth froze him, as far as we're aware, he has not thawed.
Episode here is Swamp of Sorrows.
It reminds me a lot of what? I mean, come on. What is that? Swamp of Sorrows, last one here. What is that reminiscent of? Odin being locked to a throne by ice? Give me a fucking break. Come on, bro. Come on, dog. The Lich King? Sure, but I was thinking more like this. Oh, right, Taro. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of, I don't know. I don't know. Sitting atop the true Frozen Throne next to the actual Lich King Norganon, that piece of shit. Anyway.
I'm going to cheat a little bit and remove the trees. And there you can see the outer entrance to Sunken Temple. And like before, if we clip underneath, you can see the pre-instance tunnels that are one model. And inside is this big central room with a big face on the ceiling, and we'll see that in a second. And by the way, someone sent me a really nice message saying that Guzu watched my first episode on his stream, and I really appreciate that. But unfortunately, right away, the first thing I thought of was this hole here and his very unfortunate hardcore moment. Okay, same view. On the map, the temple would be here. And then
Guzu fell into the hole? Oh, no. That's got to be one of the worst ways to lose a hardcore. You walk into the pit trap. Illidan coming back will be full-on Return of the King vibes, I swear. Yeah, I mean, I see that more for Anduin Rin. I see Anduin way more like Aragorn than Illidan, personally. But I get what you're saying. Legendary clip. I don't think I've seen it. Can I see that? He got knocked back.
Oh, it's Weaver. That's kind of sus. That's the guy from the Shattered Hand. The red aspect. You're just saying it because of this.
Oh,
okay, like
my God. He let chat distract him on a boss. That is tough, dude. You're gonna hold that up during a boss?
You're just saying it because of this. Okay, like oh! You're fucking cool.
Level 52.
My day is ruined.
How many views does that have? 300,000. Turned out pretty good for you, I think. Oh my God.
First model with the temple and all of the tunnels we saw below.
Gotta watch the Hurricane video of this?
Like
I will
that.
after this. Let me finish
Move
this.
it into place. Then here is the actual instance model. And there's the face. You can see it on the top from the outside.
Fucking freaky face.
And look at all these tunnels. To be honest, I was always very confused and like lost when I would run this place. But over here, this little tunnel is where you zone in and how we connect our snapshot here to the other model, just like this. And there is how Sunken Temple is, with the instance extending far beyond where you'd be if you were confined to the actual temple model.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things they do a lot and what makes dungeons so often seem like such awesome adventures. Okay, if you want to sub and make sure you catch episode 3, it should be an awesome one.
Good video.
Looking at high level stuff like BRD, Blackrock Spire, Strath, Skolo. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day.
Good video. These videos are sick. Hurricane made a cinematic for it too. Let's see. The Fall of Guzu. Damn. All the people watching on Twitch, love it.
That's fucking awesome, dude. What the fuck? That is so awesome. That's got to be a reference to something else that I don't understand, but the potion fumble, that's so good. The Noggenfogger elixir, whatever that is. That is awesome. Thanks for sharing. I think that's a reference to one of his earlier deaths. He fell in like BRD or something or whatever that was. I love the lip potion being just out of reach. The level of detail for one character death. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. All right, guys. I've been going for 7.5 hours. I'm pretty tired. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. But thank you guys for a dope stream today. I appreciate you hanging out with me, whether you watched on Twitch or on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Whether you just kind of lurked and watched, followed, or chatted, subbed, or gifted some subs. Thanks again, Taro. Thank you so much. And I will be live again tomorrow. Might do some WoW stuff tomorrow, but I really got to get back into Cyberpunk and, you know, see if I can get this game wrapped up. So, yeah, looking forward to it. I hope you guys are too. I'll be live again around the same time tomorrow. So thanks again, everyone. And go and check out the new video if you're into my League of Legends stuff. I put out a new video today reacting to the motion comic, Spearhead. And then there'll be a new, it was supposed to be out a couple days ago, but, or yesterday, but I had some monetization issues because when Alt climbs over Johnny, apparently that 5-second snippet was sexual content, even though I cut the entire sex scene. So I had to go back and add a fucking blur to Alt so that you can't see her when she climbs over Johnny. Because that 5 seconds demonetized the entire hour and 20-minute video, because that's how that works. So that'll be up on Sunday. So, or I think it's Sunday. So anyway, thanks again, guys. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome until next time, which will be tomorrow. I will see you all later. Peace!